Hi guys, how is everybody doing? Thank you guys for being here on such short notice from what we were supposed to talk about, which was Natalie Wood and then her corpse. I have too many I have a lot of dead bodies in my head right now, so excuse me if I mess up at all. I'm all over the place with this whole Alex happening as quick as it did. I didn't see it coming this fast. So when Downtown messaged me, I thought she was kidding. I never in a million years thought that this was going to happen within hours. So I love all you guys. Hi, Ed, my utter, hey, Cowboy. Thank you, Cowboy. We're all excited. We're all I'm nervous. I don't know why. I took a Xanax for somebody. Whether it's Natalie Wood's dead body I was going to talk about, Alec going to jail, Mallory, Gloria, all the dead people that are in my head. I took a Xanax for all of them because they deserve it. And my heart was I was overwhelmed. I was overwhelmed with true crime. Hi, Drea. Hi, Kitty. I know I saw Mia. There's Mia. Hi, Mia. I just don't want to miss the very beginning because I always miss. Hi, Green Eyed. I know, Green Eyed. I don't think. Let me just first say hello to people. Hi, Kitty. Kitty, I love that name. So, what are you guys thinking? Listen, my head's everywhere right now. So lead me in whatever direction you want to go, and I'll go because hi, Ginger. Ginger, I had to come on. I was supposed to be talking about dead Natalie Wood, but I couldn't. This happened too quick with this whole Murdaugh. I don't know. I didn't think it would be tonight. I definitely didn't think it would be tonight. So I thought Downtown Under was kidding with me when she asked me if I heard the verdict. I'm like, no, not yet. I said, that'll be tomorrow. No, she said they did. So I went haywire. I lost my shit for a minute. Went from dead Natalie Wood, hi, Texas, blissful. I love Texas, so I love your name. Hi, welcome. That's a great name. Thank you for being here, and thanks. I'm the last one to be leading anyone. No, Cowboy. Yeah, Ginger, that's I wanted to just put that as my title. Wow, let's talk. I didn't know where to go with it in my head. I was all over the place with him. Buster, how many goddamn Busters? I know I laughed at the name Buster in the book because it's a stupid name, but I was thinking of him. I was thinking of Mallory. I was thinking of Steve, and I was thinking of Gloria, right? So, this is some form of justice, absolutely, for them. I hope. I mean, who am I to listen to me as if I'm in with all of these poor people that have gone through hell and back? But I think because I read the book to you guys, and then the Mallory video, and with Kathleen, giving me her inside information from the main source, just how close he is to the family. I just felt like we've really been on this a little ahead of the world. When we were reading the book, that's how I looked at it. I'm like, oh yeah, well, they're talking about that in the hearing today, but we already read that. So I really just felt invested in something that I had no desire prior to reading Kathleen's book tell y'all to even think or talk about. Most of them was so into it. I said, oh no, I don't. It's too complicated. There's lots all that family and the names. I said I just didn't have any. I just didn't have any desire. That's all. And even when Kathleen said, I'm going to come on, I'm going to promote the book. I said, all right, I'll just make sure Molson's here because I don't know the case. And then, Jesus, I started, that was it. First night we started reading it, I'm like, oh, this is good. This is going to be good. And then I just couldn't wait until the next time and the next. I almost didn't want it to be over, because it was, not only is she a great writer, but when we think about everything that she wrote in that book and what her source told her, that very old man who she met in the South, went there, boom, she had to gain his trust. It's the godforsaken. Every bit of it is the truth. When we watched every bit of this trial now, everything in that book was spot on. There was absolutely no exaggerations at all. I mean, kudos. I texted Kathleen. I didn't hear back yet, because she thought for sure he was going to be found not guilty. So she didn't even answer me. I said, I'll call you tomorrow. I know you're probably a little bit crazy right now, but I just wanted to, see how you were. But I haven't, I didn't. I said, I'll talk to you tomorrow. But I was shocked. And I think it was because she kept saying he's going to be found not guilty. And Molson kept saying, no, he's going to be found guilty. So as we were watching it, and I don't know, tell me if you guys felt this way at all. There was a point where I felt a little, and it's embarrassing to say it. Hi, Nikki. Like, I felt a little bad for him. Isn't that weird? There's nothing not bad for him. Maybe I was wanting to believe that this man loved his family so much that there's no way in hell he killed them. And that's what I think for the past couple of days, I was trying to talk myself into that. Like, there's just no way. Look at him. Everybody's just talking about, if he wasn't at work, he was with his family, and the relationships he had with those boys. And yeah, I and it's good to have empathy, but you also have to be very careful with it. There's a big difference between, being empathetic and being emotional. And it wasn't that I was emotional. Maybe if it went on a little longer, I probably would have, my emotions probably would have maybe taken over. Luckily, it ended when it did, which I can't believe ended within 3 hours. But nonetheless, your empathy can definitely change your mind very, very quickly. Because, I went into it like calling him Alex, because he doesn't like, his name. He doesn't want to be called Alex. He wanted to be called Alec. It was just the whole pompous that we knew about him when he was in his prime and had tons of money. So, I went in with a bit of an attitude. But yeah, you have to balance it. I agree, Ginger. Empathy and logic, and then you're even with it. But yeah, going in, we're reading the book, so we're seeing all this money and everything that they have lifestyle wise, and he's the only one out of everybody in his practice that has 3 homes, that takes private jets when they go on trips. But Maggie was either always getting a Gucci purse or a full-length mink coat. No other partner was living his lifestyle. So first of all, as a partner, I don't know how none of them questioned it, because it's a big extreme. I mean, and we're not talking dingy little houses, 1,700 acre property, a beach home. Those aren't, those are some serious digs. So he lived a lifestyle totally different from even, his oldest brother to, from Randy to John Marvin to his own parents' home, which is, I'm sure it's very nice inside, but it's just a modest home. It's nothing like what he was living in. So then you see him in this trial, and you see him probably at, I don't know, maybe his lowest. I don't know if maybe he's been lower, but I thought this is a man at his lowest. Like, look at him, and he's, I didn't like the way he cried at first, but then I'm like, who the hell am I to say whether somebody's fake crying or not? Then you see snot coming out of his nose, and I'm like, he is probably really crying. So you become invested in that. which is, hi, 71. Mwah. Yeah, when you're born into that and that, I mean, he, for whatever reason, no one ever said, hi, Green Knight, that he was the best lawyer. No one. None of the paralegals, none of his partners, but everyone did say, if you wanted somebody to be talked to, meaning like get to their level, he was just send Alex. He, within minutes, he would be able to talk, bring himself, whether it was up or down, to people's levels. So he was a schmoozer. Doesn't make it the best lawyer, but you're one, if you're the wheeler, the dealer, you're the one that's talking to these people, they're coming to you then, whether they need a favor or you're going to them because you need a favor. That was like his notoriety. That's what he got. That's where I think, his claim to fame, his notoriety was he was that slick schmoozer. You don't hear them refer to Randy as that, and John Martin isn't even a lawyer. I haven't done much research because Mia was asking me like what his father was like. And I said, Mia, the only thing I can tell you about his father, Randolph, was that his father told him prior is either you take care of Paul or I will. What that means, I don't know. I don't think it's good, but that's what I know of Randolph is, you take care of Paul or I will. So, and, days later, he took care of Paul. So I don't know if that to me was Alex trying to be as badass as his dad. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure, but I didn't read up enough yet on Rand and good old Randolph because I really wasn't expecting this to happen so soon, like 3 hours soon. But yeah, he's warned me. And I wanted to go up because Green Knight said something prior to 100%. I'll tell you, I said this, I think I already put it in the chat, Green Knight. Talk about just a true Southern gentleman. That judge, I absolutely adored anything and everything he did. I have to say he did it with grace, with dignity. Even if he was sweating it out or something was getting to him, you never saw. I mean, they had to leave that building for a bomb threat. Like, he was still just cool about it. Exit, like, we don't have to exit. Like, I'd be screaming every man for himself. He was just, from day one, you thought this is the man that needed to lead this 3-ring circus so it didn't become as crazy as it could have within the courtroom. What happens out of the courtroom, that's none of his. He has no control over that. But man, he kept a tight room. I just found him to still, he would he would kid around at times. He could be lighthearted. He was extremely fair. I can't say enough about him. I truly adored him. The way he handled everything, I just thought is the way you would want a real judge to handle it. Doesn't matter that you're a murder, no favors, doesn't matter. It is what it is. When he told the jurors, you're the judge now. When you go back in that room, you're all the judges. So, like, I thought that was a cool way of like letting them know, basically, you guys are in charge now. I've handled it up to this point, but now it's up to all you. So God bless him for just holding it together like he did, because it really could have been crazy. Downtown, the judge had, oh yes, I heard this right at the beginning. So that lovely judge, his son had passed away a week before the damn trial started. Jesus almighty, you would never in a million years ever even know that anything was wrong. Like, just talk about such a gentleman, such a professional. Like, they don't make him like that anymore. but he was just wonderful, and he deserves a nice vacation. After tomorrow, after the sentencing, God bless him. He could retire. He should retire. It's smooth in the South. Absolutely. In my opinion, let me hang on now, green-eyed. In my opinion, Buster should watch his 6 now, the unsolved case from, that there's a mom and twin sister seeking justice. I think there's going to be a lot more, green-eyed. I was talking, was it Kathleen? But that there's more, like, I don't think Stephen Smith, and I don't think he was the first person that they ever had taken care of, right? Whether it was Paul that killed Stephen, or Buster, or Alex, I think there was a lot more that we're gonna hear about. Let me see, Green Eye. Do y'all think they're going to continue on with the cases of missing? I asked that because I think that case still does have to go on. I mean, what's he gonna, he's gonna stand there with his finger up his nose like, I ain't got nothing for you. We'll take the money from the houses, whatever assets that I barely probably had. Do what you got to do with it. He has lawyers to pay. I can't imagine, Senator Attorney Harpoon needed a highball by the end of today, and his team of I don't know how many. Waters had a team of like 15, 20 people. They have their entourages. So, and that is a private attorney that Alex was able to afford. I don't know if his brothers paid for that. Maybe the brothers got together and it's like, Dad died and left us all pretty significant amounts of money. So yeah, we're going to get Alex the best that we can to hopefully get him out of this. That's the way I'm thinking about it, because he doesn't have anything. He's got nothing, and I think that's what led him to what he ended up doing, is because he was going down, really down. Paul was gonna get his ass whipped with that trial with Mallory Beech. Maggie was going to get the financials. She had already seen an attorney, a divorce attorney in April. It was all going to go to shit for him. And I don't think his ego would have been able to handle anything less than what he had been up to that point. Yes, but families that know now that they've been lied to and ripped off could go. Yeah, that's what I mean, Green. I think they'll still go on. I truly do believe that whatever had it come back that he was not guilty today, and whatever cases he was going to have, I still think they're going to go on. How they proceed as far as deciding whether it's what's left of. I know they sold it, or Mosley was like $3.9 million. I don't know what else he had and lost, because he was just borrowing from everybody. It truly did seem like he had nothing left. So other than that, and the beach house, I don't know. I hope it goes to the right people. I truly, my heart broke for Gloria's son when he got on the stand. It's disgusting. He was just, God bless him. When you heard about this, the sleazy way he would approach certain people to take on these big cases and really make you feel like, yeah, man, this guy's gonna do good for us. Like, he cares. And he didn't. Hi, Molson, you were right. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? If you want to come up, I just can't believe it, Molson. I said it. Like, Kathleen said no. Molson said yes. I just didn't think it would be this soon. And I think a lot of us were just probably, that was my thing. I really thought that you were lying to me downtown, because I was just watching the nightly news, like our national news. I think it was, I don't even know, Channel 28. not Peter, like they showed it. They showed him, and then they're like, okay. And then it showed the judge telling the jury, like, you guys are the judges now. And I'm thinking, oh, shoot, I didn't see that part. Like, I must have bailed out a little early to make dinner. So I thought I missed that part. And he must be, like, giving them direction as to, like, tomorrow morning, like, what it's going to be like. So I didn't give that a second thought. And we're talking the news. This was watching the nightly news. They didn't know yet. So it went from that to within 2 minutes getting a text from downtown, and I'm like, how in God's name did did our news not know? Like it, but it happened that quick that it all just unfolded, and I was like, all right, I got to find where, because a lot of them was just like, he's guilty, and it's saying, I'm like, nope, I need a camera. I want to see him. I want to see his face. And, shake. Look, I thought, I'm like, oh, he's got that look, like the nauseous look when you want to, like, you don't want to pass out, but you're feeling nauseous. He kind of had that look. And I thought, wow, like, how many hours, like, was it 2? It ended up being 3 hours. I'm like, and I didn't get a chance to look it up, but I'm like, how many hours was it with OJ? Maybe Molson will remember. I thought it was kind of quick. I'm not quite sure, but this was fast. Because when me is like when it's fast, I said, yeah, when it's fast, it's bad. It's bad. It'd be bad for him. And well, talk about beyond. I mean, being fast. Downtown beat the national news to tell me that, and I thought, oh my God, I gotta go on. I don't, I'll just have to change it up. We'll talk about Natalie Wood another night. This is just major stuff. There's the link, Wilson, if you feel like stopping. And I just thought of you so quickly when this all happened, because you kept saying it, and Kathleen kept saying no. I can't remember why she kept saying no. There was something about it. Oh God, be careful, cowboy. Hi, Anna. Hi, doll. Anna, guilty within 3. Okay, there you go. OJ, less than 4. Okay, so we're making history. This was like a chapter of the I like Sacred Serbian Solutions. Love it. You're right. It was like a chapter. Really, it truly was, though. Watching it all from the beginning, I know. I don't even know. How old is Buster, the kid? He's not a kid. I mean, he's got to be what? Is it maybe 25? Maybe Paul would have been 22-ish. I'm not quite sure, but they're men. He lives with his girlfriend. Like, yeah, he's at least 25, 26-ish. You're passing notes to your dad in a courtroom where your dad is on trial for killing your mom and brother. You're passing them notes and a book. Some John Grisham book, that's exactly true. Obviously, he was passing something, because they had him move back a few rows, 2 or 3 rows. Not that big a deal. But then to see what Buster did, fake biting his nails to flip the middle finger to the camera, just did it for me. And I thought, these boys, I'm sorry, they ran the house, they ran the roost. They were not parented. They were not parented. There is no way in hell my son would ever do that. To even think of something so childlike as, those were things you did in high school, like read between the lines, and it'd be the middle finger. Like, your dad's on trial, you goofy Buster. And that's what you're doing? I was just turned off by his whole. I was like, all right, Buster, I don't have any time for him. I understand he lost his mother and his brother, but his whole approach and its style, I wasn't digging it. And I was worried about a hung jury. Yeah, I know I was worried about a hung jury after the dismissal, as does an egg jury today. Well, absolutely. Yeah, and the jurors got it right. And it's, the morning started off a little weird, whoever that fool of a juror was, it's like, you made it to the last day of this 6-week circus, and you get busted for opening your stupid mouth to your ex-boyfriend and blabbing about whatever you blabbed about this whole thing. I didn't realize as the judge is saying it, I thought the judge meant like he handled it. He found out about it the night before, and he handled it. When he said, bring her in now or something, I was like, wait, this is real. This is really happening. Like right now, we're gonna get to see him reprimand her. Yep. I mean, you don't see her, but when I was in shock, and the way he handled it, still, grace, dignity. In no way, shape, or form did he make her. I didn't feel like he made her feel, stupid or really get down on her about it. Just said, like, we don't even let the cameras see any of your faces for your own safety. And, so you doing that, I have to, I've got to let you go. And I liked it when he's like, and if there's anything that you left in the juror's room, the bailiffs will get it. And when she said a dozen eggs, I was like, oh God, only here. Get her purse and the eggs that the other juror brought for her. Please don't forget the eggs. When he left, I was like, that's beautiful. I mean, these people can't take notes, but they were able to bring in eggs for each other. It was really, that to me was nuts. I asked my wife what that was. Yeah, that was so maybe that juror must have a farm or something, so she brought in freaking fresh eggs for this lady. But I don't think the lady even cared about, I'm not worried about my purse. Get me my free eggs. I want my free eggs that are back there before I head on out. That to me, I was like, oh, this is how we're going to start the day. This is craziness. This is like crazy. But it kind of like, it was just the Murdaugh way. I'm like, after reading the whole book on it, it just, you'd expect a little bit of this weird. If you think Alex is guilty, yes, thank you. Please, yeah, thumbs up, guys. Get the hit. Don't forget that. I love when you give me the thumbs up. Yeah, she had a farm. That's what I assumed. I was just like, oh God. I'd be embarrassed to say it. I'd be like, just my purse. Like, that's all I came with. Those are not my eggs back there. No, and like probably looking at Betty Sue like, don't you dare say eggs. You keep those effing eggs. I don't need them. I'm right now being reprimanded on national TV. I'm going to kill my ex-boyfriend. But I just love the way, and then they just brought the other juror in. What was it, 2 weeks before that? 5 jurors had COVID. It was just a comedy of errors with this trial. But this judge still maintained like a calm courtroom. That's hard to do. And Judge Ito, let's think of Judge Ito with the OJ case. I mean, he might as well have stayed home and been like, I'm going to do a Zoom of this tomorrow. You guys, we're going to Zoom. I'm going to stay home. Johnny Cochran, you'll run this. Yeah, like, let's just Zoom it, because I've lost control. This man just is the definition of like a true OG judge. Like, I just can't say it enough. With Green, I have the judge. Yes, I know. I love that about him. Like, he made things, like, he made it a warm for how horrible it was. He made it a warm environment. Like, it wasn't just like a stiff place to be. He was very, calm and relaxed. And I think that set the tone for even, during a lot of hard stuff, the lawyers were even kidding amongst each other, which I thought was a decent thing to do. You kind of do have to break that up a bit, or Jesus, I'd be losing my mind. So, he handled it all just, from what I could see right now, just in the chat, we all feel the same way. Like, the dude is the OG of all. That's all. Never put your eggs in a basket. I would be so embarrassed. I would be looking at Betty Sue like, don't do. I'm already getting kicked out. Do not say you brought in the free eggs for me. I'll catch you later, Betty. No, she told the judge, and my eggs. I'm like, this is so good. This is just so good. The only thing wrong with this trial was well, I know, Molson, you loved but she's an expert for the Today Show. You could catch her on that, all right? Okay, hang on. Wait, Sacred Serene said. I'm going to call you Sacred because I like the name. No proof that the shell casings match. No, we're going to get into that because I do have a question. And it's about our morals, and I just want to see where everybody's at with it. But let me just see here. Listening to it was one thing for me, and there were parts that were difficult. Yeah, as I cried, I was thinking about jury members who had to look at those pictures. That's what I every time you knew that they were showing a picture of either Maggie and it seemed like they couldn't just say like Paul. They had to keep saying, and this is trigger warning. Not that this whole thing isn't a trigger warning, but they kept like reiterating Paul's brains on the ceiling. I kept thinking, how much therapy are these jurors going to need when this is all over? Because we have no idea just how bad these pictures are. Like, we could imagine, but we don't know. We know they're horrifying. We hear about how horrifying and disgusting they are, but I mean that I think PTSD will, be a diagnosis on all their charts moving forward. God bless them. Yeah. Tell me what you said when you looked at me. Oh God, I know. Like, I was like, by the end of this, I thought, oh God, like Waters. I didn't think he was bringing it home enough that there was like, I was still like, I don't know if I'd be able to say that he's 100% guilty, because we're going on absolutely nothing. And then I did read this, and I was right. We're going on absolutely nothing, and this is what the jury all decided on. That Snapchat video put him there, and he had lied about it. There was nothing else. There was no smoking gun. There was nothing. He admitted. I was there. I lied. But he said, I lied. And then the paranoia, and because I, taken pills, blah, blah, blah. It was like, all right, just say you lied. But so you lied, and then you let everybody know you lied. So then you told the truth on the stand. You got on the stand, and then you told the truth, right? And that's what got you put in. That's really what got the jury to say he did it. So I just wonder if Alex is saying, no, I haven't told the truth my whole goddamn life. The one time I tell it, look it, I'm going to jail now for the rest of my life because I decided to fucking come clean and tell the goddamn truth. I mean, I thought of that. I'm like, geez, the dude, I mean, he said I lied. He kept saying he lied about all the money, because of course you can't get out of that. But yeah, I lied. I was there, and I was nervous because it looked bad, but it buried, up until that point, you've been telling us you were not there. You hadn't seen Paul, for hours. You were with the Murdaugh. So to read now, I read CNN. I was reading Fox. Every article is what it came down to for this jury was that this man lied, and he was at the dog kennels at the exact time. No way around it. And I said, that makes me think, hi, Rob, I'm happy you made it. Thank you. I'm so happy you're here, Rob. We're just talking about how Alex Murdaugh. It's just crazy to me that all this just went down so quick. They shoot people up with Narcan for taking less. Yeah, they do say, yeah. Maggie and Paul. This Live Love Now, okay, and that's what I spoke to. I think it was Mia before. On that video, like Bubba has a chicken, or first Maggie says there's a guinea. Bubba has a guinea in his mouth, and then Alex said he's got a chicken. Like, it's lighthearted. They're laughing. Like, literally in my mind, I'm thinking, like, because Alex sounds like he's a little bit further away than when he's calling for Bubba, and then he does sound like he's further away, and it sounds more like Maggie was a little, standing closer to Paul. But it's like, I'm in my head thinking, like, what were you like? Were you getting your guns, like the guns ready? And I'm so hyper focused on that right now, since that's what did him in, and it just bothers me. Even though I don't like Maggie or Paul were terrible people in different ways, you would never see that coming for either of them. From all we hear, what a great father, what a great husband, never any issues. It's rough for me. I don't know if I'll be able to listen to that anymore. It makes me cry. That makes me cry now. And the fact that they said Maggie's body was facing her son, like, and you could tell, like, she was, for however fast she could possibly run, like as if she saw him being shot. And somebody's put in one of the chats, like, Maggie was running to her baby. Like, it made me so sad. Just made me. And they're like, when that one expert said, she had an ATV tire mark literally on her like right or left calf, doesn't necessarily mean he ran her over, but it's like she came in contact with it. That freaks me out too. He came in contact, like, did he drive up that close to her then? Like, I don't know what that means, but, and just the fact that they said she was running to her baby, it made me sad. And we didn't like those people, but we do have empathy for them, and it's a mother and a son that just wholeheartedly thought they were having fun. He's freaking Paul's taking a video to show the friend because he thinks there's something wrong with the tail of his friend's dog. Never in a million years are you thinking anything's going wrong, let alone how bad it all went down. Hi, Threads and Roses. That's a good one too. What did she say here? I think Alex was on the. Yeah, I know. I think so. I think so too. And yeah, and he because then they're like, what did he have in his mouth? When they're asking him, what did Bubba have in his mouth? He's like, why did Maggie say guineas? And then he explained what a guinea was, and then he's saying it was a chicken. I'm like, fuck cares what it was. You killed them right after this seemingly happy family moment. You should not even be laughing or acting like it was enjoyable, because your mind wasn't on it being enjoyable. Like, you obviously were ready for this. So I just take offense to him even talking about it now. A jury of Alex peers would have been, oh God, yeah. Well, they are. I mean, I don't know who's going to talk to Alex now, but we'll see. I know, that makes me disgusted. He kept money. I mean, he kept money from everybody, but like 29-year-old quadriplegic. And when I think it was, I want to say it was attorney Murdaughs said paraplegic, and he goes, Alex corrected him. He goes, no, he's a quadriplegic. I'm like, even better. You held back money, not even from a quadriplegic. Thank you for correcting us on just how much of an asshole you are to these people. Thank you for, but that's like his mindset at this point. I don't know if he thought being up there and just trying to be like the people and just be honest and just say it like it is. It didn't work. It didn't work. Oh, I was in a bus accident that tipped over Sacred. I had a lawyer that I knew my whole life. It didn't, it doesn't work out the way you think. I'm not going to say he stole, but he went out very well. Alex going to get something. Green eye, yeah, downtown. When I heard and looked into those things, I was like, oh, please let this jury see right through them. I was just thinking, like, for, you see, for Gloria's son, first of all, even having the courage to get up there, because you're there, you're facing him, you're facing this man that tried all this. You feared him because he ran the town. His family's in the audience, in the courtroom. Well, his partners are, but they're not too happy with him. But nonetheless, you're up there telling it all. So I really thought, oh God, dude, like, let this court just see the damage. Gloria's sons, they, special needs, a quadriplegic. Mallory, Paul never admitted it to the right up. He was not, and he wasn't going to admit it. At his hearing was in days from when he ended up being killed. He wasn't going to admit it. They were still trying to just blame it on the gas station, and he was still saying Connor's name. Like, Connor only took the wheel of the boat because you jumped out of it in your tidy whities because you knew you were headed right for the bridge. He was a terrible person. So he wasn't going to bring much honesty to his trial. And Alex, in his own way, knew, like, that's going to ruin our name for sure. I don't have the money that these people are going to want. And if what little we do have, then we're going to lose a home or whatever it was. He just, knew that the cheese was coming. It wasn't sliding, like it was off the cracker. It was off. So, I didn't want to, you don't want to go there in your head like that. Damn it. This man is really up there saying beautiful marriage, great kids, always had fun. Like, it's total bullshit. Because if it was, you wouldn't have done that. You just wouldn't have. The housekeeper, yeah, he not only had, there's two boys. The other one too has all these health issues. They were homeless downtown. They would be homeless at points in their life where they were either in their car, living in a car, or a motel, because they were only paying her $10 an hour and no benefits. And you'll really appreciate Maggie for this. When they were living in her car, Maggie gave her 2 jars of the homemade jam that Maggie used to make. Here, like, take this for your homeless, car trip. What the hell are you doing? You have all these homes. You can't let these people stay. You can't even let them stay on what they call the hunting cabin in the backyard. No. Never offered anything like that, which was despicable. But yeah, no arguing here. We don't argue here. But to me, I just thought, well, that's just it's not only showing you maybe her character, but then you also come to find out through the trial, Paul loved Gloria. Gloria was his maternal figure. She kind of would put him in his place after he'd act probably like an asshole. He had one picture in his wallet, and it was Gloria. So I know people were saying Paul tripped her going up the steps, but I'm just wondering if Maggie was jealous, truly jealous, that Gloria was like Paul's go-to. It wasn't Gloria. I mean, it wasn't Maggie. They treated him like and I didn't know this either, but they truly treated him like he was like the misfit of the family. And I didn't see it, but that Buster was like the chosen one. And maybe none of us saw it because we're only seeing things now where it's like everything was about Paul and the boat accident and leading up to his death. Buster was already, out of the house living with his girlfriend. So we didn't see that. So to me, it made sense that, okay, I could see Mallory, I could see Gloria being that figure, and I could see Maggie. When you hear Maggie on that damn 911 call, she's downright frustrated that, Gloria's bleeding all over her floor and won't go downstairs. She tells the 911 lady straight out, like that she's not going down there, like she was already there once kind of thing, and hands the phone to Paul, like as if it was just such a hassle, like taking like this time away from Maggie's busy day of nothing. Meanwhile, Gloria's, basically dying in your home, and she went and visited her once, and they said, like, I think it was Gloria's sister that said, I almost felt like she came just to see how bad a state Gloria was in, and that she wasn't going to wake up, and which she didn't. And so, because to only go once, come on. This woman worked for you for 22 years. You called her your housekeeper. When you called 911, you called her your housekeeper. She was your children's nanny. Paul's 22 years old. You've had her that's what a slap in the face. Gloria was too good for them, honestly. If there was any good in Paul, it was from Gloria. No, seriously, Green-Eyed. Kathleen said it because the man that Kathleen got the most of her information from, which ended up to be all true, like the book couldn't be any truer, was he's an older man now, but very, very close with him. That's all I could say. But she was very irritated. She was downright irritated that she was bleeding all over. Like, that's one heartless woman. And you didn't hear anybody say anything. Like, I would hope if if I'm married to somebody and he does me in, y'all better get up there and be like, we loved her. She was a great person and blah, blah, blah. Maggie had one person that was really like her cheerleader, and that was her sister, who seemed like a very sweet woman, and Blanca liked her. And I liked Blanca. For whatever reason, Blanca liked her. So those were two people that said they liked her. You didn't hear I didn't hear any of the good qualities. They just liked her. I mean, one is your sister. You kind of have to like her. But Blanca, I just think Blanca was a classy lady. It didn't matter that she was doing their laundry or cooking for them. She had more class than all of them. And I think that's why Maggie liked Blanca and would talk to her and have coffee with her. Blanca was a classy woman. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, Threads. Paul. They were downright like just irritated over this whole thing. Like, if only like we could just get rid of this damn body. Oh, like what if this is not going to be good? I already have a trial coming up. where, I killed a girl in the boat, but I'm not saying that. Yeah, this family had like a lot of shit going on. Not that it did happen at the same time, but it's like Paul's mind was warped. No matter what Gloria was in his life, he still had his parents that laughed when he did stupid things, that drank with him, that got him out of the trouble when he was in it. So you don't stand a chance of really making someone that much of a better person. You can be maternal and try to show them love and everything, but he was inwardly, he really, he was a Murdaugh. He was a Murdaugh, and they just looked down on everybody else. They had money. Yeah, when Timmy would show up, I'm thinking, first of all those smart kids that were friends with him, I get it. You're all hanging out, but Jesus, when your high school kids friends are saying like, "Oh God, we knew when Timmy would come out, it wasn't good." I'm like, if you're in high school and you're already an angry drunk, maybe drinking is not for you. You already have another personality that comes out. And you're only 16, 17. That's a problem. Okay, honey. Thank you, Utter. No problem. We'll be here. Thanks, love. Yeah, there's a lot with the way they accepted Paul's bullshit. And it is money. It is money. Yeah, I mean, to beat the crap out of his pretty girlfriend, and she would put up with it. Because why did she put up with it? Oh, the next day, the gifts and the flowers, and he'd come over and he'd be so sorry. It's like, oh, it's classic taking the boyfriend back, say if he cheated on you, but never if you're hit. Like, I thought, no. He'd have to come and tell me like he was taking me on a trip to Sicily and he bought me a villa, and because he would hit her in front of people. He was very enjoyed degrading people. And that's why he didn't like Mallory that night on the boat. Let's all just remember that. She called him out. Stop being an asshole. Stop it. Slow down. What does he do? He looks at her. He has a pretend gun in his hand, like shooting the trigger. I'm going to get you. And then disrobes into just his underwear and jumps in. And 2 seconds later, she's the only one expelled from the goddamn boat. It's horrible. It's just horrible. But she was the only one to speak up to him that way. Because when his girlfriend tried to, he hit her. Wait, because I don't want to miss Green. Okay, I'm just happy that 100 years. That's right. There is finally a century of people that have the courage to stand up for this family and speak the truth. 100%. That's Green Eye, that you're saying that is exactly what Kathleen said. One of her sources said that the people of this town are fed up with it, and they're ready to let it all out. They finally have had enough, and this case is giving them the courage to not hold back. And it's a beautiful thing then to see. They didn't hold back. They saw it for what it was. There was nothing to fear, and justice was served. So I'm with you on that. 100%. I'd like to hear Alex's jail. Oh, there's so many of them, but every one of them, Buster is just like, oh, please, Buster couldn't wait to hang up. It was quite amusing too, but like Alex would want to talk about anything, and Buster barely be talking. He wanted him to go back into law school. You knew Buster didn't want to. Hi, Upside Down. No, I can't believe it. Upside. I had to change the whole topic tonight from poor Natalie Woods drowning. I mean, Natalie, I'm sorry. Alex Murdaugh is not more important to you, but I had to do it. She'll forgive me. She'll forgive me because I'm going to speak very well of her when we do talk about it. Oh, really? Threads and Roses? I had heard that his mother was considering it. They should just do a huge old civil suit between. They're really, though, the problem with Stevens is they've got to pinpoint who it was that killed him. Because was it Buster? Was it Paul? Was it Alex? We don't know. That's nonetheless the thought of it just even being reopened and fresh eyes looking at it. I think that says a lot for that town. It's come a long way, you know. So I was, you know, I'm happy just with that. Oh, John, guilty. Alex is guilty. Hang on here. Wait. Buster. Oh, wait. Buster was young enough to do some. I hope so. Downtown. I mean, the calls alone. He's definitely not calling anybody because stupid Alex keeps telling him this one name. Did you call him for to get? Well, I want you to call him tonight. And Buster's like, I'll get around to it. But I'm thinking, Buster's never going to get around to it. He doesn't want to be a lawyer. He got caught plagiarizing or whatever the hell he did the first time around. He likes whatever he's doing now. It's a normal job. His girlfriend's a lawyer. He lives an hour away from all you lunatics. So maybe that's Buster's way of trying to separate a little bit. The calls, you could hear the disgust in his voice in all of them. And Alex is really weird. Like how's Brooklyn? Like, tell her I love her. Ew. What? Like, Brooke, it's an odd, everything is odd about the dynamics with those people. Papa T, Papa, why? When the poor judge goes, I take it Papa is Paul. And like, Alex almost looked at him like, yeah, like, don't you know that? He goes, yeah, it's what I've always called him that. He's like, all right, because like, we wouldn't know that. And then when every time we're talking serious stuff. Like, he's talking about Papa's brains on the ceiling and having to tell Papa T. And then Mags is dead. Stop using, I really, if I was, that would have been the one thing as the judge, I'd be like, that's enough with everybody's goddamn nicknames. You're going to have to stop calling Papa. He's Paul. And who the fuck is Papa T? We don't know. Whoever the hell Papa T is, you're going to have to use his right name. You sound like an idiot. You sound so... it drove me crazy. Every time he'd say Papa, I'm like, Papa was 22 years old at the time that he died, that you were still calling him Papa. That's fucking so stupid. Stop it. Oh, Cousin Eddie. Everybody was like, I know, waiting for Cousin Eddie. I saw one interview, and I can't remember who it was, but he was super sweaty. He's exactly the way I wanted him to look. Sweating his ass off. He had a really, like a Hawaiian shirt on, and it was like red with white flowers. I'm like, that's the Cousin Eddie that I want to look just like that. But I don't know. I didn't get to read up enough on even where he's even at. I just know he was mad at Alex and he was trying to set some records straight. I was just fixated on, God damn it, he's sweating a lot. What the hell is he on? And look, I love the fact that he's actually wearing a shirt that Cousin Eddie from the Griswolds Vacation would have worn. Like, it was fantastic. It was too good. Upside down. When Waters laid out this scenario, I was so glad my theory was lined up with his. Made sense. Of course, Maggie ran to yeah, definitely. I wanted to. I mean, geez, here's the thing. They're all gonna. Now that this is what it is, we will get in. Somebody's gonna interview Cousin Eddie. Let's be honest. And whether they have to offer him money, he's going to take whatever they're going to offer him. But we are going to get a good interview from Eddie. And we're going to come here then to talk about it because we all did not get our fix of Cousin Eddie that we all thought was headed our way. He was on the list, but for whatever reason, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Mia's, is it true? Oh, I hope. Oh God, thought of him naked over it. And the expert makes sure that she did explain that I'm not saying an ATV ran over her. I'm just saying that her, and I don't know if her right or left calf came in contact with it. Well, what the frig does that? I mean, what do you mean? Does like she brought? It wouldn't be. You would not, even if you just brushed up against, like, say, an ATV, like a four-wheeler's wheel. You wouldn't have a print of it on the back of your leg. That to me was like, no, I thought of someone running it over, but what the hell do I know? Downtown said at the beginning, defense asked if the detectives, if they were booties. Oh, forgot booties. Everybody was in and out. Sled didn't even cordon it off. You had the police with their tape off. Jesus Christ, like, what the hell was Sled doing? I mean, for supposedly being the ones that are like, here comes the big guns, they effed up a lot. I thought if this really did, that he was found not guilty, I'm thinking Sled is going to have a lot to do with the fact that there were so many times Sled people were like, well, I didn't do that. Well, that wasn't my job. But it didn't end up that way. The jury still, even though Sled had a multitude of errors, nonetheless, the jury's head was in the right place. It's like, we're not here really about Sled's mistakes. We're here because who killed them, and why did he lie for a year and a half now, and now he's going to tell us the truth? Nope. No, there's no way. You said you only saw your son earlier in the afternoon, and that was it. That's bullshit. That, you think coming clean is going to make it all better. The same way kept saying, then yes, to Waters, I agree with you. I did steal a lot of money. I mean, Waters was getting pissed off with him, like, oh, you think that's going to just make it all go away? And he's like, no, no, but I'm agreeing with you. Well, I mean, he was getting under Waters' nerves because I think he was being, like, really polite. And I know Waters was trying hard to provoke him, and he just wouldn't go there. But in my mind, I'm thinking, Waters, come on, this is the guy that could talk to anybody. He's a lawyer. He's not going to go where you want him to go. He's not going to get ugly up there. He's just not. He's not going to let the jury see that. And he didn't. He didn't. Green-eyed, because of our many ways of social media and researching, we can see how the scales tip from time to time and injustice. The jury truly, truly did their job. And this all. Thank you, Threads. You're welcome back anytime. Come back on Sunday if you're around. Natalie, the death of Natalie Wood, and it's a lot of it's a big mystery. It's a lot to talk about. Very interesting. So you're welcome anytime. Thank you for being here. Make sure you subscribe and like it. You were lovely in chat. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. Green. They did their job. Truly did their job. Oh, great. Thank you, Threads. They truly did their job. And this is a jury, 6 weeks, no notes. I mean, they couldn't have notes. That kept driving me nuts. I'm like, they can't write anything down. And it was so, whoever decided on how they were, like, how the witnesses were going to come out, who they're questioning, the order of it sucked. It seemed like they were all over the place. So I was already confused with that. I'm like, woof. Like, we're going from, like, maybe Paul's friend to one of the law firm guys to somebody from SLED. I was confused. So I'm thinking 6 weeks of this these people now have to go back and sit in a room and look at each other and be like, what do you remember? What? Really? That is what they all remembered. He lied, and then he told us he lied. So if he lied about that, it puts him there. It puts him there. And that is really, I don't know, I think it was 8:44 that started that little video that Paul does. It's not long. I mean, I don't even, if it's a few minutes, I mean, it's quick. But within that time, I'm just like thinking, it makes me crazy to think what was Paul thinking at that point. And he did it really quickly. He didn't take a nap. I love the he went inside because he was just sweating. He told him because I was fatter then, and the pills. So I went and took a nap, and then I went to see my mom, and that was after 9, and blah blah blah. So yeah, there was no nap. I think your nap was you were hosing your body off from any of whatever you had on it. I think that was your nap, was you hosed off. And I don't think you even went in. I mean, I think you just went to your mother's then. But we really can't. I mean, we could all in our heads come up with what we think happened, because we can't believe a word of him now. We can't. But there was no nap. Nap time was when he was just probably finishing killing them, is when he said he was going in the house to take a nap. Was when he was just probably killing them and washing himself off outside, because that was one of the big errors that they were pointing the finger at Sled for not taking fingerprints from that hose that's in the back by the kennels. And I was like, oh, that could have been like really something. But they're like, nah, he could have argued it though. Like, yeah, that's our hose. We all use it. We all touch it. But if it had blood on it, it could have really been something else. Green Knight said, I'd be curious how many family members left does Alex have that are willing to not scatter like cockroaches when the lights come turning on. I don't. I mean, you saw his brother Randy did not take the stand. I mean, John Marvin did, and man, poor John Marvin, he's an emotional wreck. Between him and Maggie's sister, they were the two most emotional. Truly, I felt bad for John. I'm like, God, you could tell you're not a lawyer, and you're the total opposite of your brother. But he was bawling because they sent Paul to live with him at one point, thinking, like, John Marvin is so calm, and his family's so nice. Maybe Papa will get his act together, but he didn't. But nonetheless, John Marvin, I think, is very well loved amongst all of them for being like that calm. Randy maybe didn't get up there because Randy's still practicing lawyer, in the firm, which is, not the same pumped name, but he's still in that firm. So it might have been a bit of a conflict of interest. Nonetheless, he was there every day sitting there for his brother. He just didn't get up and speak, which I understand. I don't remember. Well, what was your standard BS line? I get a lot of BS lines. Mia, yep, for sure. The mighty have fallen. I know. Gloria's sons deserve a good life. They're young. They can have a good life. You can have somebody that can help them manage the money, just get them a nice place to live, and have a good life. Because they had a terrible, not that they had a loving mother, but they had terrible circumstances, and just these rich people that their mother worked for didn't help them any. Especially the car part. I'm like, my God, could you imagine sleeping with your kids in a car because the millionaires you're working for are only paying you $10 an hour and not giving you health insurance? Pop. Yeah, well, no more pills for him. I love that they Maggie and Paul had stolen baggies of his pills when they found out he was doing them, and they made him detox at home. And they're like, oh yeah, that was a bad day, he was sweating. I'm like, yeah, if you're detoxing from a 20-year addiction, you're going to do a lot more than sweat. You're probably going to have some seizures. So, if that's really what they did, a bunch of dodos that should have had them in a place where not only you're going to detox, but when you're done detoxing, then we're going to send you to rehab to rehabilitate you, because you got to change your whole life if you've truly been taking these pills for 20 years, like you're telling us you did. Whether that's true or not, who knows, but you don't detox at home in 1 or 2 days and just sweat it out. That's a lie. That's a lie. And I know. Oh God, upside down. I forgot about that part. John Marvin was cleaning. Yeah, he was cleaning up the body parts, and he said, I had to for Paul, because the night before, whatever they cleaned up, and then the rest of the stuff they let the family take. Please picture that. They let them take a door that had blood on it, a broken window, and a couple other things that should have been evidence, but nonetheless, instead, were taken to one of the brothers' yards where they lit it on fire. It's like, oh God, that's insane. You took everything, they put it in the back of a pickup truck, and they burned it all. Just craziness. Mallory's family said, yeah, they did settle. I mean, so right now, really, I mean, it's Gloria's sons are just going to have to be assertive. And like we said, they opened the case on Stephen, who killed them. That's a whole other story, because it goes anywhere from Buster to Paul to Alex. So we'll see where that goes. I am happy that they at least did open it. The poor boy didn't, he didn't get to live his life. He was supposedly having some kind of a relation with Buster, supposedly. Not sure, but I don't see Buster I don't see him being a cold-blooded killer like I just picture Paul having no problem with it. I just picture Paul having no problem with it. Ronnie Crosby, his former law partner, stood his ground with defense on Cross. Yeah, and I liked whatchamacallit too. I liked his friend Chris. I think was it Chris Wilson? That had to put in his own money then, because he didn't have the $200,000 that they needed to put back into this trust. So Chris had to actually go on his own bank account, and they were friends. Like, their wives went to college together and were friends. And him and Alex were friends, and they would do things together as families. Like, he screwed over some, for how much of a dick he was, I must say, many of the people he surrounded himself with were true gentlemen and nice guys that should have really wrung his neck years ago, but I didn't know they settled. Who paid the settlement? I don't know about that, because I know the $3.9 million on Mosley is right now like a frozen asset. Downtown said he didn't say he forgave Alex. He just quit thinking about him. Well, I mean, that's a good way to look at it too. Just wipe it out of your head. I mean, that's if you can do that, I think that's great. I don't think I don't know if I could. You know what? I could. If someone's really bad to me, I could write them off. I could write them off. Maggie was behind that. Yeah, well, I mean, the minute that Pawpaw, with the hearing and everything, what did Alex made sure everything then was in Maggie's name, because he figured it's all going to be in Maggie's name. Nobody's suing her, right? Nobody's going to sue her. Well, no, but then she ends up dead, and you end up getting everything, and then you're going to go to jail. So then Buster ends up getting everything, everything meaning whatever your father left you. I find it hard to believe 16 million. That's the number they're giving. If it is, wow, that's a lot of money. But there's two, he has two brothers and a sister and Alex. So that's a lot of, if each of them got $16 million, that's a lot of money. That his father was an awfully successful dude. Yeah, and she refused to sign the assets. Oh, right, yeah. She was definitely at the end, and he knew it. She was just like getting all of her eggs. She was taking the jurors' eggs, and she was going to put them in her basket, and she was just slowly doing it all. When he took the stand, and he's like, when they're like, why didn't Maggie go with you when you went and visit your mother that night? Like, how come you just left her in the back in the kennels? And then, like, he literally said Maggie didn't like to go visit my mother because of her Alzheimer's dementia was bad, and Maggie just didn't like that. Well, sorry. We're so sorry, Maggie, that Libby has Alzheimer's, and it's, really cramping your style. You're not comfortable around the old Alzheimer's patients. That's so evil. He's like, she loved my father. Of course she loved your father. He was still with it, and he had all the money. Of course she loved your father. She brought him donuts. Big deal. Oh, he loved Krispy Kreme donuts. When you get old, every elderly person likes sweets. But she loved his father, so she would visit the father. So, I mean, I was like, ugh, I didn't like that he was even okay with Maggie not going to visit his mother at all. Like, I'd be like, no, you're my wife, and my father's dying. We're putting him on hospice. And supposedly earlier in the day, her caregivers, Libby's caregivers, said she was agitated, which probably was a bunch of bullshit. But nonetheless, Maggie is heartless. Just in general, she didn't like visiting her because the Alzheimer's. She just didn't. She couldn't be around it. Oh, shut up. Don't even, you're saying, you know what, Alex? You should have said it out loud. We already didn't like her, and she's a victim because you killed her, but you're just making it worse. You're just making it worse. You're pointing out more of her flaws. Oh, wait, hang on. My son just got to Seattle, and I just want to text him. He's seeing it all with this job. He's having a blast. I said, good for you. Fun, be safe. What a mother I am. Okay. Yeah, I would hope anybody with even half a heart would have found that odd, like him, letting us know that Maggie didn't like to visit his mother. Okay. This case reminds me of Shakespeare's Lady Little. They get in the way, and you just kill them off. Marion talked her into going, and was yeah, I know, and she felt bad. She cried on the stand when she said that. I think the lawyer said, so you told her to go to Moselle that night? And she said, I did. Oh, thank you, Upside. She said, I did. I did tell her I told her to go and be with her husband because he, said, my dad's, very bad. He's going to go on hospice, and, Marion's a wonderful lady, and she has like they said, her husband Bart is a great guy. They have a lovely marriage, so she's not knowing. Maybe, like we say, things always look perfect, but they're usually not if they look perfect. They were sisters, so maybe you don't know if Maggie maybe told Marion a little bit more than we know she did, because we don't think she really told it. She didn't have many girlfriends, so maybe she did talk to her sister and let her know, like, I'm gonna leave his ass. He's doing drug. He's doing these pills. We don't have money. I don't know. I did find it quite amusing was when it's like, to me, it was perfect. They were going through the garbage. It was Sled going through the garbage the next day. It was the next morning in the back of the house, like at the shop, they called it, like where they would do like all their like work on their equipment and stuff. They're pulling stuff out, and they pulled out like two boxes of empty, like, bullet like boxes of casings, bullets, whatever it was that you keep, like 2 boxes of those. So they take a picture of it, then they take a picture of something else, and then they take a picture of it, and then you see what it is, and it's a Gucci receipt for like $1,000. Now, he didn't have, like, obviously she was still spending money, or like somebody was spending money at Gucci, and it certainly wasn't Paul or Alex. None of them looked like they were dressed up in Gucci. So I do think that Maggie was not going to stop her lifestyle. Like, she wasn't planning on stopping it. She just had her nails done that day. That's why there was male DNA under her fingernails. Like, life was just going on as planned with her. She's supposedly staying at the house at the beach because they were remodeling it, they were upgrading it. So, like, to me, I think she preferred to turn a blind eye to the reality of what was coming their way, like a friggin' train, like, real fast, and your son's probably going to go to jail. Like, they weren't in reality because they never had to be. So when they were faced with shit, like, Paul's gonna be in trouble. Like, this is bad because they're older now. They're 22 years old. Morgan is no longer Paul's girlfriend. They're not those people everybody that was on that boat. They're no longer his friends. Hi, Coolest. Anthony Cook and Connor Cook. They're cousins. Anthony was Mallory's boyfriend. Nobody on that boat was going to say a good thing about Paul. It was going to be nothing but the truth, and they knew that. They knew it. Especially Maggie knew it. She was, she was a terrible mother. Morgan to say to her, he hit me last night, and explaining it, like, I think it might have even been the first time he ever hit her or whatever, and Maggie telling her, well, maybe you just, like, watch your tone or the way you talk to him. What did you just tell that young girl? Watch her tone when she's talking to your brat son so that he doesn't punch her or hit her or slap her or spit on her, because that's what she was letting you know. He spit on her, and then he hit her, like, slapped her across the face. So your best advice is just watch your tone. I'm sorry, Mags. No, you. I'm sorry you're dead. It's horrible, and I have empathy for that part of it. A mother and the son, same time. If she saw it, and it's awful, but we have our duty when our children are younger to try to show them the right way. They're still going to do what they want when they leave, but you guys were, like, drinking, and Paul was 16, and it looked like a Girls Gone Wild video. They're, like, all on the boat. Alex is doing a beer bong. I'm like, this is not normal. The mother would always be out doing drinks and shots with Paul and his friends. They were friends. They weren't like the parents. So, you're just to tell poor Morgan that when she's trying to confide in you that your son is getting physical with her, and that's the best advice you can give her, is basically like, it's kind of your fault. Like, lower your voice when you talk to him. Okay, I'll do that. Green Eye. I do think for Maggie after the boating accident, it became yeah. Well, she said the town turned their nose at her, like literally ignored her. And that's why she started going to the beach house more, is because they kind of outed her. No one was going to be cruel to her, right? But the Low Country people, that's exactly what they did. It's like, all right, we know what happened, and we know what we have to do as people of Low Country. You're just out. You're out. And that's what Maggie told, whoever she told, was just like, she started going to the beach house more because they were just, no one was talking to her, and like they just, she felt like such an outsider. Well, it's obviously for a reason. They knew for how many years you guys were always getting pawpaw out of everything he did wrong. He never had to pay a price. Downtown wealthy women usually are busy running banquets and the next charity ball and fundraisers. What the fuck, Max? Yeah, Max at the kennel. Yeah, I don't think Mags was that kind of a wealthy, like, Southern lady. I don't know for sure, but you never, like, I think if Alex taking the stand, he said, like, the best he said was like, she did everything for me and the boys, and our sons. Nothing was mentioned about charity balls or anything. I don't. The most she did was give Gloria 2 jars of her homemade jam when Gloria and her sons were living in a car for a week. So, yeah, I don't think charity was in her mindset. I know when they tried to upside down, I was furious when they were going to pin it on Connor. Like, how in God's name can you even try to go there? But it was scary because, like, the cops were not writing down what they were telling them, which was Paul was driving the boat, not Connor. Connor tried to intercept at the end because Paul jumped in the water after he throttled it straight forward to the bridge. The only cop that wrote the right thing down was the cop that was with Anthony, which is the body cam that's the only video we see. He's the only one at first, but then everybody came clean with, they all grew up a little then and were like, no, Connor had nothing to do with that accident. He tried to prevent it. Paul tried to, kill all of us, or he was mad at Mallory for telling him to stop acting like an ass, basically. And so that's what a spoiled brat does. Like, and then who did he call? He didn't call his father first. He called his grandfather first, because his grandfather always told him, call me. Don't ever call your father first. Call me. Okay. That also leads me to believe, like, I just think that they thought of him, as the loose cannon, the goofy son. But also, he was a people person, so we could use him. We'll let him. We'll keep him around. We're gonna keep Alex around, guys, because he's good with people. He is a real schmoozer. And what's he gonna be if he's not gonna be a lawyer? If he's not gonna do the family business, what? A used car salesman? That's about it. That's the only thing this dude has personality for. And since we're already in the business that we pretty much since 1920 been running this town, we're going to have him do that too. Yeah. Think a good lawyer, hang on, Green Eyed. I think a good lawyer should gather up all the victims and go after that 700 piece of acre, and break it up in the neighborhoods, and the donating part. The donating part. I know, Green Eyed. I know Maggie was not one of those women. She should have been. She had enough. I mean, Blanca wasn't the only person that when Blanca said, I can't, I told her, yeah, I would come and work for her. I was there to help all the other people working there. All the other people. How many other people? Still, there were already people there that cleaned the house, that did the laundry, that cooked. Like, she had a full staff. and did nothing all day. Didn't other than meet up with Paul and his friends and go drinking or go to her beach house. She didn't, she liked, Blanca said she liked my cooking, so I would cook. So it wasn't like she was some super cook. She made jam. All right, we'll give her that. She made some homemade jam. That's about it. That's all we know about her cooking, okay? Other than that, I mean, she did go to college. She was in a fraternity with that Chris Wilson's wife. And so that was kind of like, he said, it was kind of cool that our wives were already friends, even before we had all gotten married and were together. And, me and Alex had been in law school, not the same year, but we were friends too. So it just was really nice. We would all do things together. I felt bad for Chris. He cried. His tears were genuine. He was a genuine friend that never thought Alex would have, did to him what he did. Because then they said, did Alex ever give you your money back? And he said, no. It's just like, ugh. Exactly. Rosie Inside Source said this good old boys club. Yes, it is real, and it's scary corrupt. Let's not forget that Alex bought Mosley from a huge drug lord, and that's why there is the landing strip on their land. Let's just take that in. There's the landing strip on their 17 acres, because this, and I forget his name. Oh my God, I'll think of it. Was literally part of a major drug cartel, and that's who he bought the home from. So they're a bunch of good old boys just helping each other out. Griffin's just joined at Delirium. Seemed like he was completely unprepared. He was unprepared. He was not ready. I thought for a minute, geez, Harpoo, what are you doing? You're gonna let him do this? Like, he's not. Like, the ending, the closing argument on each side should basically be like a Broadway play that you can't turn your eyes off of that person. You want to hear every word they're saying, because it's supposed to be so dramatic. Like, every bit of it you want to hear. You almost don't want it to end. Like, tell us more. I mean, I really didn't get it from either of them, but I just, Griffin's especially, I was like, man, that was a downer. That was like that was a downer. And I felt, even though, Waters ended up with it, I just felt like he was losing track of, this is the murder trial, not the financial. There's gonna be a trial for that, where we could talk about all the money and all the people he screwed. But he kept going back to it. So I was thinking, you're shooting yourself in the foot with this finances. Like, enough already. Look me in the eye. So yeah, he kept saying that. Yeah, it was he was heavily focused for 2 weeks. In fact, the judge is like, I told you could talk about it. You could have a few people on, because yes, it does give you an idea of someone's character for, taking money. But you've spent 2 weeks bringing in people to talk about the financial aspect. This is it. Like, this is enough. Buster's face. I haven't seen Buster's face yet. I can't imagine how much redder it got. I wonder if Brooklyn was crying. Oh God. I know. I thought for sure Alex was gonna put on a display, but maybe it was just that he was truly in shock. I think he was truly in shock, because I think he thought, I told them the truth. I've never told the truth, and I let them know, yeah, I was there, but I told them the reason why I lied, and I came clean. So there's no way. They don't have anything on me. They don't have any DNA. There's nothing on me. And you have his lawyer saying the same thing. There is nothing on you evidence-wise. So they really they were, I'm sure, pretty confident that it was going to be okay. And it was so not, I didn't think it was going to be a guilty verdict. I was shocked. And then when I heard that what it came down to for the jurors was that Snapchat, and it did put him there at that time. And he did say, I lied, I was there. So if you could lie about that, you'd lie about anything. Yeah, Waters made a... I thought it was going to get Waters in trouble. And I don't know, I don't remember it at first, but he at one point said to Alex, like, we were in law school. We went to law school together. You were a couple years like ahead of me, And Alex is like, I don't remember you. And he's like, no, I know, but I remember you. And it's like, oof, maybe you shouldn't have said, I thought, to me, I know as a girl, and it's probably because I'm so like, I got Cobra on my mind. Like, I'm like, it's a little stalkery to say that. Just the whole, like, I know you didn't notice me, but I noticed you. It was just a weird statement. I'm like, I hope they don't take that like this is a conflict of interest. Like, where are they going to go with it? But they didn't. I mean, I guess it just kind of went right over everybody's head. But like when Mia did bring it up to me and I was thinking about it, I'm like, I don't, as a woman, I don't like that statement, but I'm not his lawyer. I had nothing to do with it. If I was a female lawyer and a male lawyer did say that, no, I know you didn't know me, but know me or see me, but I saw you, I'd be freaked out. I would be a little like, that's creepy. Oh, upside down. He would have gotten off if he hadn't lied about being there. He could have. Well, I know. And that's what I was saying at the beginning. Like, I'm wondering if in his head, Alex is like, doesn't pay to tell the truth. The one time I tell the damn truth that I really was there. Look what it got me. It got me guilty. I'm pretty sure that's what Alex's one regret is. I told the goddamn truth and I shouldn't have. I've never told the truth my whole life. And the one time I do, well, they got me on it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, Paul got... I'd like to think like Mallory and Gloria and maybe Stephen, if they find out who really killed Stephen, like got the real last word, right? Like, this justice has been served. And I know money, but not everything's money. Sometimes it's just like knowing that guy is never going to a country club again. He's never going on a private jet again. None of it. No more hunting trips. Not like it's all over. It's done. I'm good with that. I'm good with that because he was already out of money. But I really love just your entire lifestyle is over. Yeah, the lie came first. Yeah, it did come first. The truth, and I don't know if he thought he should tell the truth or if, I don't know, if one of his lawyers were like, we're not getting out of this one. Like this, we're not getting out of it. So what are we going to say? Like, for whatever reason, he told the truth about lying. And it still, it did help justice be served, right? It's what they were able to really focus on because there wasn't evidence otherwise. So they were able to really pick that apart and talk really for 3 hours. That's probably what their main topic was. Like, okay, he lied and then, he obviously had to keep lying. Like there probably wasn't a nap, going to his mother's. Then the next day in the morning, what did he bring? Caretaker says it looked like a tarp. Sled finds a blue raincoat. It's all like, even to just even bring that shit in his parents' house, it's like getting them involved almost. But like in the meantime, within 3 days, his father's dead. it was like Alex's fate was all, it was just coming straight at him, like, and there was no stopping it. Blame Sled, yeah. Please, I'm telling you, as in Hearst, that idiot, to even say that his addiction was so bad that up to, there were days he was taking up to 60 pills a day. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Way before 60 pills, your liver couldn't detoxify that, and it would enlarge. It would stop functioning. You would turn bright orange. You'd be glowing. Excuse me. Grab a drink. And you'd go into renal failure as well. So that's it's probably one of the biggest, most ridiculous lies you've told us so far. That, yeah, it was so bad. There were times 60. Okay. Sled was just, but yet he hated Sled, right? He kept blaming everything wrong. It was like they did it wrong. They were out to get him. But then I looked at it like they messed up a lot. Like they didn't taper off a crime scene. They let people in and out of the house. I was almost looking at it like they were like on his, like they were doing things to help him a bit. Like it was a weird way of him not liking Sled, but at the same time, like Sled was effing up in a lot of areas, but he was still just thinking they were against him, when I was looking at it like, no, they were like, let your house right from the beginning. People come in and out, bringing food. Family members were there the next day. He had Blanca clean it. There was no way nobody was even going to be able to go in there to look and see if it wasn't you, Alex, that killed somebody. Was it somebody else that broke in the house first? Did nothing, fingerprints, nothing. So I thought like he should have thought like, Sled kind of helped me out, but he wasn't looking at it like that. He was looking at it as like, oh, everybody was just so against him. Okay, Mia. Papa T. Don't forget Papa T, because he said that a lot. I don't know. I think it's Maggie's father. I'm not positive, but the grown man is probably 80 years old. Can we give him a name? I know. Upside. I kept thinking that too. I'm like, why isn't either side having somebody talk about the pills, the dosages that is saying at times he was taking, to say that's unheard of. That would never ever be. Let's talk about it. Let me show you what would happen to your organs, even if you reached a much lower number. Like, no, they didn't do that. There were certain questions I felt like, how come they're not asking this stuff? And that was like, they didn't have really all. For something like that, I would expect there to be a pharmacologist. That's the person that knows by heart dosages and just at what point you're at that threshold and you can't go beyond it. They didn't. I was wondering, how come I don't remember anybody asking the question like, who locked the dogs up then? Like, were they still running around when Alex says he left to go back in the house? I mean, I was just thinking of weird things. Because when he comes back to the house and they're dead, he says there were no dogs running around, that the dogs were locked up. So somebody had to lock up the dogs. Who did? But we don't know. If you start talking about the pills, yeah, that's a whole other mafia. Yes, it is. Pops who takes the, yeah. I mean, come on, Alex. But really, is Maggie and Papa that dumb, right? That you were telling them that your addiction was so bad that there were days they couldn't just take all the pills away from you. That you had to be kind of weaned off it. You were 60 pills a day. You would have stopped breathing long before that. You remove the mafia comment. No, don't worry, Green Eye. I don't put the chat when I put my replays back on. I don't put chat up. I just feel like this is our chat, and whoever comes in, it's great. But then when I do a replay, it's just a replay of the show. You don't have to worry about that. But it's a whole other Cousin Eddie issue. If that's who, like, what do we know? I think he was taking some of them, but I think that there was a market for. Oh, there was. I mean, I think because people were saying like, "Hey, where was all this money going, and where was he even getting money from?" I mean, I think he was spending it as fast as he was earning it, and to have huge, because they said they were Ziploc baggies. Like Maggie and Paul found the big Ziploc baggies full to the top with the pills. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Okay, so even if you're doing some of your supply, you know, I don't know. It sounds to me like, you know, you and Cousin Eddie might have had a little thing going, little something. At the end, Alex's defense attorneys were wanting him guilty and out of the way. I mean, I think by the end, everybody was like 6 weeks. This is enough. It's enough. The one juror I put it up was sleeping. Fell asleep. I was not sleeping. I was just resting my eyes. But I was like, do you blame them? When that one goddamn extra got up and she was talking about DNA and how you can't be 1 in 1 trillionth of a billion. Oh God, I am a forensics nurse. I don't even understand half of that. There was no need to go into those statistics. I don't even know why they did that. It bored the shit out of everybody, and it made the poor jurors probably more tired than they already were. Like, we didn't even know numbers could go that high, and you're gonna tell us that 1 in 1 trillion of people in this world, couldn't have been Paul's father or mother. I'm a trauma nurse. I don't, this person, it's like she's speaking another language. This is a ridiculous waste of time. But they had her. I can't even remember her name because a lot of those experts were just up there and they looked stupefied. They're supposed to be such experts, and the one was like, I just don't do that. It's not my job. And then it's like, I don't know. I did, if we know that they died because half of their brain was, shot off, there's no need to take an X-ray. It was like, oof, these are the experts, but it was all a little half-assed. It seemed like a mishmash of experts that really were doing half-assed jobs is the way I kind of saw it. I thought out of everybody was the guy at the end that was arguing with saying that whoever, I forget who the woman was, that said the shooter had to be someone between 5'2" or 5'3" to 5'4". He said that there's no scientific concept at all that says that. And let me explain to you why. And he was showing us, he's like, I could be 7 feet tall. I could be 6 feet tall. I could bend down though, and I'm 5'2". Or I could be 5'2" and stand on my toes and be 5'4". There is no scientific concept for her to say the shooter 100% was no taller than 5'4". When Alex is like 6'2", so that was like totally like, oh, he's out of it. The guy's like, she's wrong. And then people are like, oh God, we have got 2 experts now who can't agree on something in their same field. But I'm thinking, this guy is sharp. Listen to him. He knows what the hell he's talking about. He's literally got down from the stand and he's showing you that doesn't matter how tall I am. It's all in what I'm going to do with this gun. Am I going to lean down? Am I going to totally get down, all the way down and lay on the ground? And and have the gun like pointed up. There were so many. He was giving us so many examples just to prove like that woman is wrong. Like, I don't care if you bring her back in here, I'll tell her to her face, she's wrong. I liked him. Like, I thought he was great, and he might have been like one of the very like last people. But the field trip. They did the field trip. Did they really bring them lunches downtown? Did they really? I did not even see that part. They had lunches for them? Jesus almighty. I tell you what did upset me, and I don't know if it was staged. I felt it was a little weird that Maggie's bike was in the front yard, because did y'all not think that was weird that her bike was in the front yard of the house? I didn't like it. And then I got sad because they show you the front porch. Which I love that. I love a big front porch, but they show you the front porch and they show you that on that table is a flower pot with Buster, like that Buster must have done when he was a child, and it had his name painted on it. I'm like, oh, I don't like this stuff. Those things, that got me sentimental. And maybe empathetic more than anything. I'm like, I just don't like, I don't like that the bike is there. Moved, like that bike doesn't need to be there. And then just seeing like Buster as a little boy must have done that pot, that pot, flower pot. I didn't like it. It was upsetting. I mean, in the back were the kennels and everything, which is where it all went down. That was nothing. I mean, there was nothing, you're just seeing the distance, which is, they were very close, like literally 30, I don't know, 50 feet maybe. So they were close in proximity. That was horrifying to see. I didn't realize the visual that Maggie had of Paul, because he was in the doorway. So that gave you a good perspective. I thought that was okay. That's a good reason why they brought these people here. And other than just seeing the distance from the house to the kennels, that's about it. I didn't the walk. I don't know if they walked around the house. I know I watched the video that Law and Crime Network did, which was a great video, but I didn't like the bike. I'm like, is it? How long has it been that anybody from the family has been there to just move this bike? They've had people look at the property. Like, no one's thought, let's get the dead woman's bike out of the front yard. It was like, to me, it was tasteless. Hang on, let me see here. Oh, I don't know what they had for lunch. They had eggs for lunch downtown. The woman brought egg sandwiches for everybody. Defense expert, $100. Oh my God, $100. Shit. State expert over $5,500. Whoa, that's a bit of a difference upside. That one expert was talking 100 miles an hour, getting $500 an hour. Slow. He was, but those Southern men, a lot of, like, either they're like real slow talkers, or some of them, like, you look at them and be like, can I get a translator? Because I don't know what the hell you just said. And he was talking kind of fast. He was probably like, get me off of this stand. I don't want to be here. I can't stand this. These family are horrible people. That's who it was. It was the ballistics expert. I couldn't think of that. I could not think of that name of ballistics expert. I thought it was fantastic. Like, just wasn't hard to understand just exactly what the concept is. It was laid out very simple, and I found it easy. Hi, Psych Guy. Wow, just finding out. 3 hours, Psych Guy. Literally. Within 3 hours, those jurors were done. They wanted out. Rose Hutchins, right, forever. O.J. Simpson was 4 hours because, of course, Molson and his numbers. His jurors took 4 hours, and this group took 3. So it's something. It's this people it was good to see that people saw the right, maybe the right way. And for years, that family has run that town, and they've had enough of it. They literally have enough of it. So I'm happy you're here. Hey, I'm doing the last. I put up a thing for Michael's the last one. It's in May, so I'll send you. I'll put it on your community tab, PG, because I want you to be there for it. But I'm happy you stopped by, and yeah, Alex will tomorrow morning 9:30. He will find out. I guess whatever. I mean, I know they're going for like Michael Hutchins, man. Rest in peace forever. Yeah, we got to talk about it. We will. We'll talk about it. It's a good show. I just had to remove all the music because In Excess doesn't allow you to play anything. It's either that or I had to find a way to get in touch with Tiger Lily, and that wasn't happening. So, but it's a good show. Thank you. Jury room. Okay, who thinks this is innocent? Let's go to the paperwork and go. Really, they went in. I'm sure they all went in there like, okay, we don't have any none of us had to take notes. We've been here 6 weeks. What's fresh in everybody's mind that obviously everybody's like, oh, he lied. He was there that night on Snapchat. There's no getting out of it. And then he tried to come clean and say, I lied. So if he's lying about that, what else is he lying about? And they said, okay, good, done. Let's go home. Let's get out of here. We've been here long enough. Just 6 weeks of this friggin' shit show. The best part of it was the judge, who was just such a gentleman and kept everybody, calm, and he maintained such a professional yet warm atmosphere. If it wasn't for him, it could have been really 6 weeks of hell for those poor people. But I really did like him, so it would have been interesting though to have. Or like when they first got in there, what the hell they even said, like, whoa, guys, 6 weeks, like I don't remember. I was asleep through a lot of that shit. But what do we remember? And I would, I guess, think because throughout every week we were still talking about that he was there and he did lie. So it was kind of like every week you were given a refresher course on Alex admitted he was at the kennels at that time of night, not unlike him saying he hadn't seen Paul since earlier in the day. So if he was there for that, he was obviously probably the one there. And I'm sure then everybody's like, oh, no, probably. No, he was. He did it. He did it. We need more judges like him. I don't know, Upside, if you were the one that said it. His son had just died. The judge's son had just died. Yet there he is in that courtroom, just so wonderful. Just wonderful to everybody. So fair, so calm. I'm like, he deserves a long vacation, but what an OG of judges. Like, that man was fantastic. I had no idea anything about his son until Mia said it right before the chat, and I'm like, oh God, I didn't know about that, but Jesus. And then in chat, a few people were like, no, yeah, that his son had just died. I thought, God bless him. That talk about being able to be, such a professional, that you were able to put that to the side and focus. Yes. Okay, Upside Down. Yeah, it might have been downtown, or, yeah, his son died. I forget. Is it January, they said? But it's like not long ago that his son died. So he's a great, I just thought he handled the weird. I mean, for God's sakes, there was a bomb threat. What was it, like the second or third day? So you thought, oh, this is going to be one hell of a, trial. Like already we've got nonsense. But really, and he even handled that well. It's like, we're gonna have to exit the building. Like, he handled it so good. I was telling him at the beginning, like, I'd be like, every man for himself. There's a bomb. Like, I would have been horrible. Whereas this man, he maintained it. He kept everybody calm. They exited, then they came back in. It was all good. I'd like to know. I would like to know. Do you think it was somebody for Alex's side that called it in? I wonder. One of Paul's friends. Like, you have to wonder. You do have to wonder that. Oh, and I hadn't read this on Green Eyed, and I forgot I wanted to. 100 respect for the jury. I mean, this wasn't even. This hadn't even got to trial. Like, HBO had already had a documentary. There was before Netflix. Oh God, there's the other one that I watched in 48 hours. They're all really good, but I really loved the one that I watched on Amazon Prime. I can't remember now who actually. Oh, I'll have to think of it, but I watched it on Amazon Prime, and it's really good because it's all their, like, a lot of the friends, which we didn't see a ton of. I liked all that. I mean, the documentaries were great. I thought that Netflix usually does a little bit. They've been good, like, great with their documentaries on true crime. Like, I love them. I love Netflix's, but I wasn't overly impressed with theirs, with the Netflix, with the Murdaugh one. I don't know. I wasn't, but I really, like I said, it might be called, it's like Death Dynasty, like the Murdaugh Mystery Death Dynasty or something. But I watched it on Amazon Prime. There's 3 episodes of it, and watch it if you can. It's fantastic. Do you know anyone who thought he was innocent? I know. Seems like it was 100% people thought he was guilty. I mean, I don't know. Well, probably other than his brothers, who did an interview. I don't know if it was Good Morning America, they were both bawling and just saying how much he loved his family. He could never do that. But beyond that, people are just saying, like, they're in disbelief, but they're also the people that, like, he stole so much money from, and the people that knew, like, the life as Alex knew it was coming to an end. His son was probably going to go to jail for, being drunk and literally killing Mallory Beech because her body flew out of the boat that he jumped out of to save his own life. Illegal, he was not 21 yet, using his brother's ID. So, his wife had gone to see a divorce attorney in April. And that day, she wanted his financial papers from his office that she was going to pick up the next day. So they weren't looking too good for Alex. I mean, death is an awful drastic measure, but he saw that train coming at him pretty quickly. Plus his father telling him, either you take care of Paul or I will. And I don't know what that means. Like, because Paul loved his grandfather, and supposedly, like, the grandfather would get Paul out of all kinds of trouble. But, like, did it mean, like, give him a good talking and maybe rough him up a little, as opposed to, if you don't kill him, I will, which is, I can't figure that out. Just, unfortunately, that man died 3 days after Paul died. Weird, but yeah. So we don't know. I don't know much about Randolph, Alex's father. I haven't really looked into the grandfather, the great grandfather. There's too many Busters. I haven't looked into all them. They're all named Buster, but I am going to Randolph because it's just in my mind now. Did he if Alex didn't kill his own son, Randolph was going to kill his grandson? That's hardcore. That's okay. So you're rinsing your hair. All right, down. Alzheimer patients. Yeah, what an alibi too. I was visiting my mother. And he told the cops when they first got there, I was visiting my mother who has end-stage Alzheimer's. She didn't have end-stage. At that point, she didn't have end-stage Alzheimer's. She has end-stage Alzheimer's now. She's unable to feed herself. She doesn't know enough, like, to use the bathroom. But at that time, in 2021, she wasn't she wasn't in stage Alzheimer's. So he's lying. He's even lying about his own mother's illness. She wasn't full blown. She was still able, Miss Shelley said it. She could still feed herself. I could still walk her to the bathroom. Now she can't do any of that. So, like, you lied right from the minute the cops got there and asked you, like, where you were coming from. Like, you had to throw in, my dad's dying and I was visiting my mother who has end-stage Alzheimer's. You knew enough, like, let me throw the old sympathy card out there and see if they'll play my game. And those were just like the cops. They were the first on scene before, Sled arrived. So he had them in their pocket already. The cops, they did what the Murdaughs wanted. Didn't really matter what he told them. They were on the Murdaugh side. When Sled arrived, he maybe should have been a little bit more worried. But yeah, the legacy is great. So it would have been his great grandfather that in 1910, 1920, and then ever since then it was. I loved them saying, like, oh, so you had a badge? When they asked him if he had a badge, I'm like, oh, this is gonna get so good, because I can't stand those people that have, because this was the next question, and you have a blue light. You have the volunteer blue light that you put on the top of your car so you can go fast, like, woo! Yeah, I had that too. And they're like, and where'd you put the badge? And he's like, what do you mean? They're like, where did you keep your badge? He's like, I don't know, maybe my car. And they're like, well, who gave you the badge? And he named two different people who both of them denied that they gave him the okay to use it if he got himself into a jam. They both said they never gave him the okay, but they're like, okay, so you would only use that if you were, like, going to get pulled over. He's like, yeah, like, that's, it's kind of like a courtesy, amongst, like, the legal system. He's like, oh, all right. And then he says to one of the people, bring up evidence marker number 314. And then there's goddamn Alex with his white pants or white shorts on with the stupid badge hanging out of his pocket. And they're like, Alex, what is that in your left pocket? And he goes, oh, it looks like it's the badge. And they're like, why? And he goes, I don't remember it ever putting it there. They're like, are you sure? And he's like, I don't. He goes, and it looks stupid there. I would never put it there. It looks stupid there. I thought, oh, that's a great answer. Why, Alex? Are you too cool? Are you too cool for it to be there? He's like, I would never do that. That just looks stupid hanging there. Well, it does, but you also just admitted, like, that you're all excited that you got the blue light for your car, you weirdo. Yeah, it was the sheriff testifying. He was like, what a liar. He had all those things, but it wasn't like these people were handing it over to them. They had basically no choice. Like, you just knew it. Like, if Randolph had a blue light, his sons were going to have blue lights. But maybe it was probably only goofy Alex, maybe, that used it. Who knows? Because maybe the other sons have never gotten into any trouble because they never had to worry about having to answer to anybody. I don't think they were troublemakers anyway, though. I just think Alex got caught up with a lot of bad people and did a lot of shady things that he was different than his other two brothers. And I mean, I don't think I would know what the sister looked like. I don't even know if she was at the trial. I don't remember them mentioning much of her. I know her parents, right till today, they were 100% supporting Alex. 100%. Papa T was still today supporting Alex. Now, the sister wasn't, because she had her doubts then. She just felt differently than she did prior. So, and I did feel bad for her for saying, she was kind of feeling guilty that she told her, no, go and be with your husband. It wouldn't have mattered if he didn't kill her that night. He was planning it. Like, this was not something he just spur of the moment shot his wife and his son. So it was, if it didn't happen that night, it was gonna happen before that hearing, which I even forget when the hell the hearing was gonna be. It was like within a week, maybe. I get it confused with the fact that his father, Randolph, died then on the 10th. So I get the dates mixed up, but I just know that hearing was approaching really quickly. So, and then, the point probably with killing Maggie that night is because the next day she wanted his finance. She wanted the whole summary of his finances, because she told him that she tried to cash a $53 check and it bounced. So that was supposedly her rationale for, I want to see what's going on with the money. But, Marion had said she had spoken to someone in April, but then her sister hadn't mentioned it anymore. But I think they're just those type of people. Even if, the walls were caving in, they didn't want you to know it. They still want you to just like, this is this is the 1,700 acre mansion we live in, and the beach house, and everything is still great. We're in our boat and we drink with our sons, and our sons are fantastic. I know he's dead, but Alex couldn't be around Paul and not have a good time. And then the documentaries where they're interviewing his friends who are no longer his friends were like, man, was he like instant asshole the minute he drank. He was horrible. Student, it's like such a different. Dad sees him as like he's the life of the party, and then the other ones are like, oh God, like the minute he drank, he turned into that Timmy, and he was a girlfriend beater and an ass, just a bully. And there's Alex trying to say, oh God, he was getting death threats. What kind of death threats? The investigator said, what do you like? What kind? Well, like, they would text him, and they were like saying they were gonna beat him up, and he's like, the investigator goes, okay, like, did anyone say they were gonna kill him? And he's no, but like, he came home one night a little roughed up, but okay. They said, okay, well then that's not death threats. Your son didn't receive death threats then. Somebody telling him like, we're going to beat the shit out of you, and somebody saying we're going to kill you are two different things. So let's just remember that moving forward. But like, Alex was already trying to have somewhat of an alibi like this, because he had said it immediately to the cop. I know what this is about. This is because of Al. This is because of Paul and the accident. He was already going to be going with that. So he had thought about a lot of, I think I had a lot of things that he had already thought about. I'm going to say this for this part of it. I'm going to make sure I bring up that, Paul, because Paul's friends even knew, like, people would, if they'd see them out, they'd bust his balls. People just didn't like him anymore after the whole, not only did you kill Mallory, but you're trying to put the blame on Connor, who did nothing but try to save the boat from crashing, because you took your clothes off and jumped in the water because you knew you put the throttle, you put it all the way down so that it was headed straight for the bridge. Like, you're evil. It is like John Grisham's maybe that's the book, because they said that the son But's the reason Buster got moved back a couple rows was from handing him notes and a John Grisham novel. I wonder if it was the firm downtown. Now that you're saying that, that would be weird. But the fact that Buster, you don't think that's okay? We're gonna write notes to Dad who's on trial. It was weird. That to me was weird. And like I said, I don't. That's the reason they said it, and they said with the book, whether that's actually the 100% truth or not, I don't know. Just I heard it a lot, so I would think there's definitely truth to the notes, because they said I think it was Buster would hand it to his paralegal who was sitting like directly behind Alex, and she would hand him the notes. As far as the book, I'm not positive on it. Oh, the book was called The Judge. So there you go. There really was a book. That's ridiculous then. When did he plan on reading the book? During his trial, for God's sakes? Like, when were you having time to read a book? And I would think that at the end of the day, when you go back to your cell, well, maybe not. Either you're exhausted and you're the kind of person that could just pass out, or I'm the opposite. My brain wouldn't be able to shut off up. So, maybe his son was like, yeah, here, Dad, read this in your spare time at 3 a.m. when you wake up, sweating because you realize you killed Mom and Papa. Who knows? I don't know. There was no rhyme or reason in my mind as to what made stupid Buster think that was okay to do. Getting busted and charged for pills, sneaking in a yeah, hey, that could have you never know. And it's not hard. It's not hard to get drugs in jail. No, we don't. I don't know where they're going to send him. He's a murderer, so it's going to be different than if he was not guilty for this, and then like the whole money laundering and all that. Those are totally different jails he would have been in. He's going to be in a I don't know where, but it's going to be you're going to be able to get drugs, but is he going to have them? Is he going to be able to afford them? What's he going to have to do for them? Perfect time for a few good young lawyers to move into that. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually, Granite. Sometimes people are looking for a good lawyer, a small opportunity, first time. They should promote it. They should totally promote that. Like, it's a new era. Let's get some fresh minds in here. Absolutely. I think that's like such a, you're thinking ahead. I don't know how far these people think ahead. Pumped is no longer pumped, but it's supposedly, still the pillar of the town, which is ridiculous, but whatever. I mean, those guys didn't know, I guess. They said they didn't know, and he was stealing from them, so it is what it is. You need a cuppa. Go get a cuppa. Charge 107. So, I'm trying to think what they said about... They had made a good point with something. I'm like, I want to ask them about... Let me see if I find it here. No, maybe not. Oh, I know what it was. It was just that Griffin at the end, it was like, oh God, is he going to stop? But it was like, he was like given like definitions. He's like, listen, like this whole innocent and not, if you're innocent, then you're not guilty. That means like that these people haven't met the burden of proof. So you got to go with not guilty. I'm like, I think by now they know that, Griffin, but thanks for adding that. That's like going to be part of your closing statements. You're educating them. I felt like he was talking down on them. They probably didn't take kindly to it. They're probably looking at him like, would you sit down? We already know why the hell we're here. I like the Rainmaker. Was it John Grisham, Matt Damon? Oh, Matt Damon. Yeah, the juror that was awesome. Her and her eggs. Lady brought her eggs in. Just I don't care if you get me my purse, but don't go back there, bailiff, and get me those eggs. Those are free eggs that I got coming. The last day. That's ridiculous, lady. You made it to the last day, and he's got to tell you now you got to go because you blabbed last night because you were told an ex. You told your ex, and three different people ended up finding out, and the judge got a call. So that to me was like so stupid. What is the next true crime case to focus on? Well, I'm heavy on the whole Idaho 4 with the 4 college students and Brian Colbert, because today was also a busy day where they unsealed the documents from when they got him at his parents' home right here in good old Pennsylvania, and my 30 minutes from me in Brightsville. We didn't know really what they got when they raided at 4. They ambushed at 4 a.m. and they took him along with we didn't know what. 63 items. So I'm big on that. Like that's I'm on it. I'm all over it. And the pretty interesting items that the document they unsealed it today was like he had about 5 or 6 different computers, like all at the parents' house, like weed, something that looked like weed. They removed something that looked like weed, which I thought, well, that's interesting. A knife, several masks. It didn't say what kind of masks. I was freaked out that it just even said several masks. He had a lot of black clothes. He wrote a note to his father. There was a note to his father, and that's sad. That made me not sad for him, but I'm like, oh God, what are you probably telling your father? Like, I'm sorry, I was such a fuck up my whole life, but it was just a note to Brian's note to his father. A book that had he had a page from the book, and whatever this book is and whatever page that the number was, he had some things underlined, and they took that as evidence. So it has to have some kind of maybe correlation. I don't know in what way, but I found that interesting. It was like they didn't say the name of the book. It was just a book with the number, like with page 118 flagged, and how many sentences were like underlined. So I thought that's different. That's a gun. He had a gun. They took the like this literally. One of his car doors. They took it right off the hinges, and they took the car door with them. So there, way to go, Pennsylvania troopers! Leave no stone unturned. Take that damn door off that Elantra. We're taking it with us. A lot of different things as far as in his car. Parts, I guess, pieces of the steering wheel, the passenger, whatever, different areas. Hopefully, I mean, there's a ton of DNA that we're going to hear about, but I don't know about the Merkel one now. Don't be getting me onto that, for God's sakes, or Merkel, whatever it is. No, yeah, it's it, Anna. People just can't shut their goddamn mouths. Yeah, downtown. Where? Oh, it's Florida. As long as it doesn't have kids, I can't do any more with kids. I can't. The Idaho with Colbert. They were young adults. I'm all right. I could not that I'm all right, but I can't do any more with like the Coleman case did me in. But I had this one I haven't heard of, and I don't know if I've seen that on YouTube, like anybody covering it. That might be an interesting one. You guys send me the info on that. Anna, did you see the list, the 63 items though? The PA, between the troopers and the, FBI, 63 items. I just loved it. When I got to the part where it said like the passenger door, of the Elantra. I thought that is so fantastic. That's great. Get it off. Take it. We're taking it. Gloves. They found, and like they said the number, like six pairs of surgical gloves, like odd things, that you knew. He knew. We don't know if he hadn't told his parents yet that, like, I'm not going back there because I'm fired. But like he took everything back. Like you could tell they said that he wasn't going back to Washington. Like he knew he wasn't. He took everything with him. The list is really, in fact, I put it on my community tab. So you just look at my community tab. It's quite interesting, but they said like there's like no way his father shouldn't have questioned, like, we're taking everything. Like we're taking everything. But I don't know. They don't, like, no one knows what he told his parents, if he even told them anything. Like, oh, by the way, I've been in trouble since the first month I got here. I got in an altercation with the professor that I'm an assistant for. And then I started grading the girls harder than the boys. And they called me out on it, and they set up an improvement plan, and then they let me know that I wasn't meeting my goals on it. Oh yeah, and then I got into another altercation with that same professor. So they fired me December 19th. They fired me, and I was officially gone December 30th. Like it was like official. Like I had to have everything out of the place, but he had already moved everything out when he left. Like, what was that, December 15th time frame? But yeah, he kind of just, I can't imagine how this school's gonna, like, he followed two girls to their cars, like their car. They didn't ask him to, like, he was like persistent with things, and that was one of the things, like, you don't do that. They're students. You're scaring them. The boys and the girls talk to each other, and they're seeing, and now we're finding out, not only are you grading the girls harder, but you're just treating them really bad in comparison to the guys. This is bad. And he didn't give a shit. He did, like, everything pretty much, like, right, maybe November 2nd, I want to say, is when they really let him know, like, we put you on an improvement plan and you're not meeting the goals. So he knew what was coming next. I'm going to be fired. So between November 2nd, within a week and a half, he killed them. Like, it was almost like he took out all his anger on them, like every drop of it on them. Because he killed him November 13th. He got in another altercation with his professor again the beginning of December, and he was out of there. Oh, he was such a, creeper to the fullest. He did work in a fish factory. In fact, one of the channels interviewed the guy because they said he was horrible. He wasn't a good worker. I don't think he could be a good worker anywhere he went because he was a know-it-all. So I think he was going to always be a know-it-all. Like, you should be so happy you got an teaching assistant, position that's paying for you. You're able to live free. You're getting your classes. Like, this is beautiful. People would die to get this. And you're not even there a month, and you're already called in because you had an actual altercation with the professor who's in charge of you. Like, that's just the epitome of a real douchebag. And then that he was also on University of Idaho's campus, just sitting there at this one bench area, that two girls went and said that we know him. He doesn't we don't know him, but he comes here to the point where last week we got up and we ate we moved we were eating our lunch and we moved out of this area because he wouldn't stop staring, like he wouldn't look away. And they said he was obviously on camera then several times, just sitting at University of Idaho campus. That's so scary to me that he was even stalking them in class at school and they had no clue. Oh God bless them all. I lost interest in Idaho because they let Ann Taylor. They did, but we found out too. I know, and I'm really upset about this because I feel horrible for Nana Colonel's mother. She's got a vicious drug addiction, but there was never any meeting with Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor is in charge of all the public defenders. Her name is on every document, no matter what defender sees, any client. Ann's name is always signed. She's on every paper. She wasn't her power of attorney, and there was no meeting at all. So that didn't happen. So we do have to remember that did not happen, and that is the reason why she wasn't removed. They had to, of course, look into it, but it didn't happen. So, and I feel awful for Zena's mother. She got arrested again, like 2 days after that horrible interview with Ashley Banfield, who was just awful. Hi, Jody is cool. Yeah, she's like, she was doing the interview from a car. You could tell like this woman was just on like the edge of losing her entire mind. Crack, heroin, I don't know whatever she's on. But I felt like News Nation, Ashley Banfield, you guys, if anything, should say to this woman, let us help you. Let us get you into a rehab because you don't look well. Like, let us help you. They didn't do that, and she got arrested 2 days later. She got arrested for trespassing. So I just felt like it gave me just a bad, just an overall bad feeling of just the way you would exploit, a victim's mother, because she's a victim and she's also battling, a brutal drug addiction. I felt dirty with it. I didn't like it. I didn't like the whole interview. Ashley loves sensationalism. She loves it. She thrives on it. But to do, that took it to a different level. That woman looked like she was like, basically she's in a car, but she could have also been on her deathbed. Probably about 75 pounds, 2 teeth in her. Terrible, horrible. They should have never had her on camera. Even if they did it by phone, to give this woman a little bit of respect and give her some integrity, they didn't. We like, get her in the car. This is gonna make for a hell of an interview, and no one else has got an interview with Kara Knodel but us. Like, that's what Ashley was seeing, was the views, and she got them because everybody was then just like, oh my God, how horrible her mother looked. And yeah, but News Nation is a huge network. They could have easily put that woman, because the woman, what she was saying is like, I don't know who's my power of attorney now, because supposedly when I got out of jail, they were going to help me get into a rehab. That would have been, as Ashley Banfield, I wouldn't have even thought I'm going to ask my bosses. I would have been like, let us help you. Let us get you the help you need. But they were like, okay, bye. It ended. And I wondered, I'm like, where is her next meal coming from? Like, so hardcore to just get her on camera. It was disgusting. And then she's arrested, but she, I don't know. And she, of course, is in jail now because she could not. She has no money. She's not getting out. And it was trespassing, and I forget what it was. Like she went somewhere where she was told to not go to ever again. Like she didn't break in like somewhere that was closed. Like she went somewhere where they had told her not to come back. So she was arrested on trespassing. Like that's what it was for. But I don't know, maybe, if anything, if she is in jail, I mean, that's a horrible way to detox. But I mean, I hope that, she is safely doing that, and they're keeping an eye on her, because the woman has been out of, Zena's life since she was 3 years old, so we're talking a lifelong addiction to whatever, her drug of choice is. She looked, from pictures I had seen of her when she was like young and pregnant with Zena, she was a beautiful lady. And then you see this shell of a person in this little car, and it's cold out. It's like, this is your News Nation. I lost my respect for you. No, Taylor is not her power of attorney. Taylor was never her power of attorney. And Taylor's name is on any paper that comes out of the public defender's office because she's the head of it. She's the head of every single one of them. They're all below her. Someone was assigned to her, but it wasn't Anne. It wasn't Anne, and it wasn't. Not only wasn't me. I was never her power of attorney. I never spoke to even any of my public defenders about them even being her power of attorney. So I'm in no way associated with that. Of course, they had to look into it, and she's not. A couple years ago, she did help Maddie's father with I think his was a drug-related issue, but it was like 2 years ago, and it wasn't anything hardcore, but it was nothing conflict of interest as opposed to what we thought was happening, that she just abandoned this care, to take something that was better. That's the way the world saw it at first, and we're like, what a horrible person, and she should be taken out. She shouldn't be able to be his lawyer. But then, you look, as we found out why, it's like, okay, thankfully that makes some sense, but still, I'm still mad at Ashley that no one thought to help the poor lady. And I know jail nurses, you're lucky if you get the meds that the doctors order. It's very difficult. So to say that, at least she'll be there and she'll dry out. Oof. It's a danger. That would be it's one way, but she could also just take a grand mal seizure and die too. So that's, it's a little risky. It's a little risky. It's drastic. It's risky, but she trespassed, so it is what it is. She really hadn't been in Zena's life at all, unfortunately. So that's it. That one's a sad story, but I am definitely invested in that. That is my neck. Like, I've been on that and this Murdaugh, and now I just can't that it's over. And then today with the 63 items, as I'm looking through it, I'm like, damn, those troopers meant business when they went in there at 4 a.m. and ambushed. Like, they were not messing around. Like, they left no stone unturned. I can't even imagine his at 4 a.m. too, like, to be woken up and they broke window. They didn't, I don't even know why they needed to, but they did. They broke windows and things. I guess, you make it a little bit more dramatic, probably to scare the shit out of anybody that thinks they should try to get the hell out of the house. Like, we've got you surrounded, but they got his cell phone too, because I know that was one of the big things. People were like, where's his phone? Like, they're never going to find the phone. Yes, he had the phone was with him there. Here, I have the list pulled right now. Yeah, she never met her. No. She is on any document though. Any document that comes from the public defender's office, and name and signature has to be on it because she oversees all of them. So they got book. There it is. So book with underlining on page 118. So obviously there's some significance to whatever the heck Brian underlined in this book. There's a gun. There's a Smith and Wesson pocket knife. There's just a regular knife. Folder containing vehicle paperwork. Then he has an Acer laptop. He's got a green leafy substance in a green container. I like that. Green leafy substance in a green container. Documents. More green leafy substances in a plastic baggie. She didn't defend her. She never defended her. Never defended her. She's in charge of all the public defendants. She was never seen by Ann Taylor. Whoever saw her gave her all the paperwork. Ann's name is on all the paperwork, but that wasn't, whoever she met with wasn't Ann. Ann oversees every public defender in that office, but she was never anybody's power of attorney, and she never even had any discussions with any of her public defenders that came to her even with this. No, it's just think of Ann as being in charge of all the public defenders in that office. That's all. You're going to see her name on any paper that comes out of that office. Zaina's mother took it as, this woman is going to help me. It wasn't. No, she wasn't. She never even met her. And they did have to investigate it, but that is the reason why she's still on Brian's case, because it didn't happen the way Zaina's mom presented it. But, Zaina's mom also wasn't in her right mind, so whoever she was talking to, and I'm sure she signed paperwork, and then when she got out of jail, that her friend called her to say, oh, did you hear, that Ann Taylor is going to represent Brian? She just put it together like that the lady that's helping me, but it wasn't the public defender that you even met with. You never met with her. So God bless her. God bless her. I hope I was really thinking about her a lot when they did that car interview. So my prayers are really with her that she gets help. Being in jail sucks for a way to detox, but if not that, I don't know. She looked like she was just going to probably end up dead, Yeah, Anne she means business. The minute they assigned her, she immediately got 5 other defenders who wanted to help her. So she's like, it's like the OJ dream team, except he's got these people all free. They're public defenders, but he's got a team of 6 people that he's not paying for, and she's the best of the best. So it's like, God, it's like, I don't know. I hate, to me, it's just, it makes no sense. But who are we to say, right? I don't know who, if because she's the head of it and that came through, like, okay, he's going to need a lawyer, that she took it immediately because she's in charge of all of them and she makes the decision. I'm not sure how that works, but nonetheless, it was, at first just her, and then within hours, it was her and 5 other people, 5 other defendants. So God knows what we're going to see in that courtroom. I can't take any more courtrooms for a while. I have to recoup from this Murdaugh case and the 63 items from Kohlberger's parents' house. I'm scared. A lot of caliber magazines, black face masks, prescriptions, black gloves, a black hat, a black mask. This is the scary part. 1 black hat, 1 black mask, plus 1 black mask, plus in a separate thing, black face masks. What does that mean? Like, I'm thinking like the movie Scream. Like, did he have scary masks? Like, I'm that freaked me out. I'm like, what kind of masks? You're letting us know a black face mask, but then you're also saying black masks, like Halloween freaky masks. I don't know. Here's more dark color pants. Another laptop that was damaged. An item photographed but not taken. So whatever. He had an item photo. He didn't take the photograph, but he had it. Oh God. They took a note that was in his desk. A specific criminal psychology book. One of his navy fleece top. A man's hand drawing. So I don't know if it was a drawing of one of the victims. 10 non-legible inside glove, inside box. So 10 gloves. I don't know what I don't know what that means really, but something inside a glove, inside a box. So maybe he was, it kind of sounds like he was hiding things in a glove, and luckily they found it. Various criminology books, notes, licenses, a card, medical documents, a note to Dad from Brian, dark colored clothes, a printer, dark clothes in a laundry basket, another cutlery knife with a leather sheath, 2 pair of dark colored boots, a pair of brown boots. They took 4 buccal swabs, so they took 4 swabs of like the inside of his cheeks. They got, sputum from there, so they took samples there. I like this part. 36 dimes, 32 nickels, 8 pennies, more gloves, receipts, hiking boots, a shovel, a Comfort Inn room key holder, and information on the stay. That's interesting. Tire irons, headrests, seatbelts, a visor, a fiber. So this is from his car. A brake pedal, a gas pedal, phone charger, a Band-Aid, one Band-Aid, wrappers, maps, documents, the car seat. I love the car seat. Take it off. We're taking the seat. So yeah, that's interesting. It's too easy to paint. Yeah, you can't. Who got it wrong? She was given the paperwork, and whoever was going to see her, I hope was telling her the truth. I will help you. But maybe this was unfortunately, as soon as her mom got out, the friend kind of called her with it as if it was like gossip. That wasn't the right way either to handle this woman. She was in no mental state to just talk shop. She just got out of jail, and whoever she had spoken to, they told her, when you get out, if you want to get into rehab, we can do that. So she was saying, I don't know who my power of attorney is. Well, whoever saw her was still going to be her power of attorney, but it wasn't Anne. So whoever, I would hope, was going to see her, try to get in touch with her. Nonetheless, it didn't matter. She was arrested 2 days later for trespassing. And there you go. She's just back in the jail system. It seems like this woman can't get a break. Like, that's the only way I could, like, in my mind, I'm like, Jesus. Her daughter's, murdered on the 13th. She's like arrested a couple days later. So there's 6 or 7 days where it's like she's in jail, basically grieving her daughter's death, but she's in jail. It like, as a mother, I can't even go there in my head because it's so bad. It's so bad. But when she got out. Probably when she got out that first time in December, like it was like towards the end of December, you wish she had maybe somebody in her life that had enough brains to say, let's get you somewhere. But no, but Nobody did that. I think, as far as her family goes, she had done a lot happens where after a while, Zane and her sister, they were let down, I guess, too many times by her. So Zane has an older sister, but, they don't talk. So I don't know if there's even anybody family-wise that she speaks to. Because, like I said, the phone call was from, she said, a friend. So, it's sad all the way around. It's just, woman needed more than a public defendant. She needed a good, caring social worker who could have maybe done a little bit better than just a public defender. Yes, you need a public defender, but just like there should still be social workers and people that can deal with much more than just like somebody trespassing. This woman's problems go way beyond that. Did we not learn from like Gabby Petito? Like the cops let that all go because they didn't, see the horror that really was happening and think that, Gabby was the one being the victim. Then admitted to it like, oh, we haven't had enough of the right training. Oh, well, that's thanks for letting us know that. But it's a scary thought. It's true. You definitely need more people that are not in that field. I don't, as a female, if you're beaten by someone you're afraid though to say it to, you're halfway across the country, I don't know how comfortable I'd be talking to 5 male cops. Poor Gabby. Yeah, it's worse that the government, I know, they really it's worse than getting lost in the system. They're treated like animals. They're just treated like animals. Whoever that defendant was, like I don't know if she was, wherever because she didn't have, obviously she was living in her car. She was supposed to have gotten in touch with whoever this person was. I don't know if she did or didn't, because like I said, within 2 days she was arrested. But yeah, we don't, our system's broken. Like the bridge between, people in jail and prison for whatever, and then really rehabilitating people that want to make it. They want to come out and make it and do better. And she did sound like that in the car, that she wanted to get into rehab. That's why I was mad at Ashley. I'm like, she's practically begging for somebody to put her in rehab. But like, you people at this big, your news nation, come on now, step it up. But they didn't. And I because when I told Mia that, she's like, oh, I never thought it that way. I'm like, it horrified me. Like at the end of it, like, okay, she's like, thanks a lot. Talk to you again. Like as if it was like, great talk, great seeing you. No, this was horrible. This was disgusting. As like, this just made us as Americans look like vultures for news. Like, we don't care. Give it to us. Give us the worst. We want to see the mother that has only 2 teeth in her mouth and is a crackhead. Like, we're failing with that. And poor Gabby. That's just a classic case of it. All men around her, all pretty much telling her the same kind of shit that Brian, like, oh, my girlfriend, when she gets anxious, like my wife, I tell her, get in the shower. What? Do you waterboard her? What are you talking about, dude? That is not helping the situation. There's marks on Gabby's face, but you're letting Brian know, oh, my wife gets anxious, I just tell her, get in the shower. I'm like, yeah, this was not the right place for poor Gabby to have been, hit by Brian. No one was helping her. They had that one female park ranger show up, and that's the one body cam that they won't let us see what the conversation is. Wonder why. I you would hope maybe that woman said, maybe you want to break up with him if it's, not a positive situation, or you find yourself that you're always stressed out around him, like you're telling us that, like, he makes you stressed out, and you have a little bit of OCD and he doesn't understand it. Like, you would maybe maybe that woman was telling her that, but for whatever reason that body cam was not released. So who knows what she said? Maybe, I doubt, I would hope Gabby wasn't completely honest with her, and that this woman still just let her go, because that would be a frightening thought. That could also be the reason why they're not showing us. It's like, we let her go, even though she was like telling you, like, he's hit me before. See, there's too many ways we can think about, like, that whole situation. It just such a cluster. And then that, like, a couple weeks ago when they released the picture of her that she took of herself, like right before they got pulled over, it's like, how those cops didn't realize, like, that this girl needs help. This girl's in trouble. I don't know. I cried with that picture. I cried. I debated putting it on my community tab, and then I'm like, no. Like, Gabby does, like, we are her voice now. Like, don't put up with it, women. Don't dare put up with it ever. Don't hide it, and don't make excuses for him hitting you ever. Like, I will never, I won't hide. And then I'm like, hell no, I'm putting it up there, and this is why I'm going to put it up. Like, don't, you see it, you better help somebody. Don't ignore it. Her mother, the parents, to say, release that. We want that photo released. We want people to see what she looked like when they pulled her over. It's disgusting, but it's reality. It was the reality of, what was it, Moab, Utah? It's like, yeah, like, she probably thought, like, I don't stand a chance. I just have to just say what I think they want to say, because she was lost. Like, you could just tell she was lost. It is so, she was such a young girl, can be in a domestic. I know, that's the whole thing too. Like, what was she? Gabby was 20. Was she 22? Like, you are not, like, you got the world literally by the balls. It's like, it's yours for the taking. Where do you want to do, girl? Because you could do anything you want, and you're already, and like, allowing this asshole to hit you because he's made you feel like you're nothing. You're nothing without me. No one would ever put up with you. You and your OCD, and this website that you think is gonna get big. No one gives a shit. Like, he really knocked her down to the point where then you're like, oh no, like, I have to, the classic. Then I'm sure within, hours later, he's love bombing her. It's just it was so toxic. Yeah, it's so sad. Oh, his parents, they're disgusting. Oh, please, they're disgusting. I always do think about, like, what went on in the house. What, what really went on but, like, you say you loved her. You said she was going to be your, well, no, his sister actually said we loved her. Like, that was going to be my parents' daughter-in-law. I don't think I don't think the word love should have been used, because I really can't imagine blocking her parents' phone numbers from my phone. If my son just told me, even if he just said to her, I left her there, like, said to me as a mother, I left her there, I wouldn't block the girl's parents' numbers, and all I'd say was they got in a fight and he left her there. Like, she didn't even have to say anything else. They just even wanted to know what damn state was the last place he saw her. They wouldn't even give them that. Like, those are horrible people. Horrible people. It was her van. And the father, and that's what made him so mad. He's like, I'm in Florida. I moved down there to be closer to her, and I have to get a call that says, like, the van is back. Like, are you sure she's not back? And he went right to the house. Of course, Brian wouldn't come out. Nobody would answer him. The father wouldn't, no one would even say a word, basically. And he called her mother and said, report her missing. He's home. He's home. Her van is here. That's what a scary group of people. That whole dirty, they're just horrible, horrible people. I absolutely adore Gabby's parents. Both, everybody, just the way they all treated each other is just like, you don't ever really see that. It's a beautiful thing, and that they're trying to make something positive out of something so horrible. That takes a lot in itself. I mean, they were not even, basically it was her funeral, but they were already like, we got a foundation going so that this doesn't happen to other families. What happened to us? Like, we had nobody to turn to. Florida was saying, oh no, you have to, she can't be a missing person here. She has to be a missing person in New York, because if that's where you're saying she left for her trip, like, they were even giving them the runaround for something so important. To me, it's like, oh God, I'd be wanting to bang my head off a wall. But she wasn't telling, her mother's in New York, she's in Florida. So what was the most she was probably saying to her mother? Like, if we get in arguments, I go and I stay with my friend Rose, that friend. But I don't know even if the friend, if he was abusive prior. I don't remember if the friend said that. I know he was, manipulative and would take her license and stuff, but I can't remember if anybody knew, like, if that friend knew ever of a time where he hit her. I can't imagine that the friend would have been like, yeah, you're going to stay with me. You're not going back. Because I feel like he played it up really good and then just thought, like, I am going to get you so far away from everybody. Like, literally across the country, and you're just going to be, I'm finally going to just have you all to myself. But man, did that backfire, because he could not even control himself on a main street in front of people, hitting her in the face and like trying to drive away in the van, and she's trying to like get in the van. Like, what a scene. That Gabby breaks my heart. And it was so encouraging. Yeah, oh, I know when those parents and the spouses came and they all stood and did, like, they showed the tattoo, the day they showed the tattoos, that they all got the tattoos of drawings that Gabby had done, and like, it was just such a united front. I'm like, God above, God bless America. If only we had more of that. Like, look at the four of them up there. And like, they never called one or the other, the stepmother, like, everybody was her. You were her mother, or you were. It didn't matter. That's her mother. That's her other mother. And I love the two fathers. Got like, they were like, got along so. I loved both of them, hugging each other, both speaking at the beginning of the funeral. I'm like, Jesus Almighty! Like, she had such a great support system. It's such a shame that. Like I said, if she was being abused, that she didn't tell them. I hope he wasn't hitting her yet. He was definitely verbally abusing her, but I mean, she had such a support system that would have just been there for her, and hope, maybe she would have been alive today. But I don't remember if the friend ever said that he was hit, that, Gabby ever admitted to him hitting her. I can't think that far back. I just remember her saying he was manipulative, and he'd figure out a way to make her not be able to go out, like taking her license, like he played a lot of child games. So I'm not sure if she was quite honest. We don't know at the end, though, when he left to go back to Florida for those couple of days to clear out. What was it? To clear out a store. They had a storage unit, and he was there to clear it out because they decided they were going to extend their trip. In my mind, I'm like, I think he went home and he said extend the trip because he knew he was going to kill her, because maybe after that whole Moab thing, she was probably like, I think after this, maybe you and I need a little time apart, because she never mentioned extending the trip. I mean, she's calling her father to order food for her. Like, it just didn't make none of that made sense to me. Yeah, and who leaves their child in the desert to kill? Oh, I know. Yeah, right. That's yeah. We're here all upset that they had no compassion or concern for Gabby. They didn't even have it for their own son. Here, okay, yep, yeah. We're gonna say you're gonna go camping. All right. That to me was ridiculous. His last word. Wait, still can't believe he's dead. I still can't believe his narcissism and last word. Yeah, I just when he said it, what did he say? The reason he killed her was oh God, I'm like, what is he a veterinarian? Like, that put a horse out of its misery? I forget that. I think he did say, like, he felt like it was an act. Oh God, how did he say? Come on, one of you have to know what his, like, the way he said why he killed her. Like, in his mind, he thought that sounded good, but we're like, no, mercy. I think he might have called it a mercy killing. We're like, no, we don't do those here on Earth as humans. No, no. Are you Dr. Kevorkian called his killings mercy killings? He got put in jail for it, but nonetheless, you killed her because you killed her. Like, stop it. Right till the end, like, you're still such a she wanted me to kill her, basically, because she was in so much pain. I'm sure. Just kill me, Brian, because my feet hurt so much. Yeah, I can't go there even in my head. Like, her last hours, I don't like that. Like, I know the Tetons are beautiful. I don't like that road. I hate, like, when they showed how, like, that other family saw the van. It's like it's very, like, to me, it's because it's so isolated. It scares me. It scares the hell out of me. I don't care how beautiful those mountains are. It's very scary to me. I just hate the van. They're like, and I don't know if it's a trick or not when they're like, that door is open and then it closed as that van comes closer. That freaks me out too. Then I'm like, what if it really was? Like, what was he doing to her inside? Like, that was an awful case where we were like, every day, like, did they find her? And then oh God, when they found her, it was just the worst. It was the worst. Like, and when he said, like, when they first said homicide, but then when he said, like, strangulation by throttling, oh, I thought, oh my God, he like he sat on her chest and was, like, looking into her eyes, choking her. I'm strangling her. Like, how scary that is, just thinking about it, let alone you're in total darkness in the middle of nowhere, and this is how it's going to end for you. But he's so mad at you that it's not enough to just even be on the side of you. He has to sit on your chest and throttle you. Oh God. She's an angel. She went right up. She went straight up and was an angel. There's no other way that I could be okay with her death other than, like, she became an angel instantly. She had to have. Because no good person ever deserves that kind of an ending to their life that she was thinking she was just starting with wonderful fucking Brian. Kathleen is, like, starting her, like, that's her next book, but and she's going to go to the Tetons. I'm like, oh God, it is pretty, but yeah, I couldn't do it. She's going to wait until May, because I'm like, she was going to go in April. I'm like, it's still cold there in April, and you don't like the cold. She said, oh, yeah, I don't like the cold. I said, yeah, wait until May, and then, see what the weather's like there, and take it from there. She's like, I don't think I could do her story if I can at least see, like, what she saw at the end, like it's beautiful, and maybe that when she closed her her eyes, she was just thinking of the mountains. I'm like, you do whatever you have to do to write this book, but this to me, it's gonna be a hard one. I'm gonna go, when she asked me if I would go with her then to New York. Oh my God, yeah, but it will be emotional. It will definitely be emotional, because I just feel like we're just speaking up for women in general to don't, and men. There are men too. I don't, I don't mean to leave men out, but I'm just mean anybody that's putting up with that shit. There's somebody there, you have to know that there's somebody that cares, even if it is a stranger. There's organizations that you can call. We don't use those enough because we don't even talk about it enough. Her situation made it a little bit more that we talk about the whole domestic abuse. I think it came to light a lot. A lot of it came to light, especially with the way the law enforcement handled it, and them realizing, maybe we do need more training. Yeah, I think the whole country needs more training on, like, who should also be called in these situations, not just the policeman. That's not what they don't know. They don't know what a social worker or a CP, they don't know the signs that someone in the health field would pick up on. So, yeah, maybe the whole country needs a little bit of training. What'll actually happen, I don't know. What happened to those guys? Did they get like fired and that's it? Who the hell knows? No offense, just my experience. Florida is an odd state, transient and dodgy. I got recruited by a company. Really? Yeah, worst year of my life. You wouldn't even vacate. That's where they say that upside down, because Kathleen will not go back to Florida ever. Because I said, are we going to Florida where she's lived with him? She said, I'm never going back to Florida again. She was in Florida for 6 weeks for the Casey Anthony trial. And it was the worst. Like, she said, I will never go back I am mentally scarred from Florida. She said, I will never go back to Florida ever again, ever. So you saying that I'm not shocked, because Kat, not only was it a horrible case, she just said it was horrible. It was just the worst. So I feel you. I feel you. I mean, even when I go to Florida, where would we go? Disney World. Everybody's effing happy at Disney World. It's not like I've gone to any bad spots in Florida to see maybe something other than just happy, fake happy, even fake happy now that we hear about it. But yeah, Kathleen is like, nope, not gonna go back there ever. I thought it was, I'm like, oh, I said, yeah, that girl's a demon. She's like, yeah, that was bad enough. She's like, but just in general, she said, it was horrible. 6 weeks of hell. And she's so animated, but she meant it. She said, no, I'm not going. I said, okay, then we'll just do Long Island. She's like, I'm fine with Long Island. I'm like, and that is truly where Gabby started her trip, because she drove to Long Island first. Her brother had graduated, and they went there first. She said, then perfect. We don't need Florida. I said, no, we don't need Florida. It's okay. It's when we're going to be going there. What would it be? June, July? I don't need the heat of Florida in June or July in front of, like, what do we need to go to Florida? What would we need to go to Florida for? To see where asshole like ended his life? I don't care. I don't care. Oh, did you really? You designed? Oh my God, Upside Down. I didn't know that. You designed previews for Disney. They are, though. They say that I had a friend and they fired him. And believe me, before they fired him, he was all like, really, everything was Disney. Like, he ate, slept, and drank Disney World. And it was something like so minute with the register. Like, we're talking off by like $1, if that. He was done. Walked him out, done, fired. He was like, he came home. He needed, like, he seriously went and got counseling because he was so, it's almost like you're brainwashed into this fucking happy, so fucking happy here. Everybody's happy. You put your fucking smile on no matter what. And then, total opposite. They're just about, kicking your ass out with their boot. He was not in good shape when he came back. I remember he was in rough shape. Like, really needed to be reminded, like, you're definitely better than that. Like, like, let's talk about it. Disney's not the be all end all, but yeah, you are definitely like culty brainwashed right now, and it's like not overnight that you're going to be right. And it was a good 6 months of him, every week counseling. Took him a while to work. It just was, it was hard. Just going back to normal life was hard. Downtown, we went to Disney World in July. Epcot, Death Mark. Every time we went to Disney, it was July, and oh God, it was blistering hot. Epcot, you went? Did you like it? I remember when we first went to Disney, they were just building Epcot. I was a little kid. We thought, oh, that's going to be great. But I was never, we went every time we went to Disney, we would go to Epcot. But I'm good. I don't ever have to, I've been there like 5 times. I don't ever need Disney World again. Unless I have grandchildren someday, then I would go. But other than that, don't need it. And I just felt like Epcot, as kids, I remember walking around. It's like, there's a lot of, what are we doing here? Like, there wasn't at that time. They have much more attractions and rides now. In the 1980s, when it first came about, there weren't a lot of rides, and it was more adult driven. So I remember being bored as hell in Epcot. Like, saying, I remember, because my mother was like, don't be ungrateful. But I was like, I hate it. I hate Epcot. Like, crying for how stupid, but I want to go back to the park. Take me back to It's a Small World, and I'll be fine. Get me out of Epcot. And the food none of it was good anyway. I didn't like, there wasn't one place we went that I liked. Probably I think we got hot pretzels. You can't really go wrong with hot pretzel, but that's about it. And going, we would go that time of year, I guess, because, it was when, my dad had a dress factory. My uncle did, and that was the week that they would close down. So I guess that's the reason we went. And it was just like, that was our vacation week. So by then it'll be, oh my, what is it now even to get in Epcot? And what's a day pass? Hi, Mark. Mark, it's so good to see you. I'm always happy to see you. We're just talking about Disney now and Epcot because we ran the gamut on. I have too many corpses in my head, Mark. I got too many dead people. I'm tired. I was gonna do a show on Natalie Wood, then the Murdaugh thing came back, so we had to talk about them. And Kohlberger. So now we've moved on to the weirdos of Disney World, and how much it is for a day pass. It's got. Last time we were there was like with my son, I think was like about 2013. I really, honest to God, cannot remember what what it was for those day passes. But we didn't do like we did a couple other places other than just Disney. Yeah, Mark, I'm good on it too now. Like we need a break. Other than like the Kohlberger thing, but that's not happening till June. So I need a rest. I'm gonna focus on just like poor Natalie Wood's drowning. Read on John Lennon's last days. I'm gonna try to do some other stuff other than just awful people. Yeah, I don't know upside down what it is now, but I'm definitely I'm okay. I know one day my brother and I went and listened to some idiot try to like as if we're gonna like buy into a like a condo type thing, and we got like free passes for the day. My brother and I pretend because my sister-in-law didn't want to go, so my brother and I pretended we were husband and wife, and it was just an hour of bullshit. But we just went for the passes. Bad PA system on the shuttle next road. Donald Duck, so we hopped off. The cars no. Oh God! Looked at the ticket. It was Daisy Duck. Remember? Was this not a couple years ago when they had on the monorail the people like a bad accident happened on the monorails? They crashed. Come on, guys! Don't tell me you don't remember because I thought the monorail was like I didn't realize it wasn't a ride, but in my head I thought it was like a ride. I thought it was great, but I swear it was not. It was just a few years ago, like that. There was a bad. They hit hit each other. Somebody's got to remember. You didn't see Daisy Ducks. You didn't see the little bow on her head. Oh my God, that's a nightmare. That's like a vacation movie. The Griswolds then walking an hour and a half to your car. I hate waiting in lines too. They have these easy pass things, and at the time my friends still worked there, so we had a couple of those, which were great. But otherwise, we literally stood in line because our boys wanted to go an hour and a half because it was the new Harry Potter ride. It was about 104 degrees in Universal Studios. Me and my sister-in-law were drinking these huge margaritas in these big old obnoxious cups. Nightmare. But an hour and a half because, they wanted this effing Harry Potter ride. Disney has packages. The annual was like $1,400. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I mean, you're probably better off. I think you're probably better off buying an annual, right, than the day-to-day. Because I swear it. I mean, you're on vacation; it doesn't matter, but it's kind of a ridiculous amount. Characters and costumes. No, I don't like the hugging part. Get away from me! It's too effing hot. And them in those goddamn costumes. Like, how aren't they all passing out? How, in God's name, is Goofy not passing out? He's running around, acting goofy, chasing kids. What's he thinking inside? I fucking hate these kids. I hate this costume. Disney really sucks. I'm brainwashed. That's why I'm here. Like, I can't even imagine putting it on. And when we went the last time, when did I go? Really, I swear to God, it was almost like they knew. It was before COVID though, but like the princesses, like you could take pictures with characters, but they were behind like a red velvet rope, and you still stood on the opposite side. It was odd. COVID didn't hit yet, but it was almost like Disney was in preparation for like there's trouble ahead. There's trouble ahead. We don't want you guys coming too close. Back away from. Yeah, no, Little Mermaid, don't touch her. Don't get too close to the velvet rope. It was weird. Even like the Power Rangers were behind like a red velvet rope. And I remember Nico going, last time we came, they let us like get in the middle of their show, and like it was on the street. I'm like, I know. I said, this is awful. They're not rock stars, but it was weird. Our Dumbo didn't go up and down. What a nightmare town. It could be either like you come back and it's like, oh, the kids had a blast, or that was the worst vacation. We're never going there again. All the kids did was cry. They hated being in line. Upside down, yeah, but there's a small print, and that's before taxes. Florida has no state income tax. Oh, they get it from tourism. I'm sure they do. I'm trying to think of the other places we went. Animal Kingdom was beautiful. I did like that. I wished we had stayed there, but we stayed at it was like a sport. I think it was called a sports. I don't know, but it was like our boys had like there was a football field the size of a football field. They were playing like football, and we went the day after Christmas. Like we surprised them on Christmas morning with these tickets, and we were there for New Year. So it was a really nice time to go, but it was a bit cold. So I was slightly disappointed that it was like in the low 60s early in the morning, and my brother is Clark Griswold on vacation. He's insisted like breakfast be ready for 7:30. I'm like, why? Like the park is gonna be there all day. No, we've got to beat the lines. I'm like, I just, it was a lot to handle. I mean, you need to drink a lot. I like small time carnivals now. Good. I don't mind that. But then you get to go home. Yeah, the whole Disney thing. It's exhausting. It is I mean, God bless my parents and like when we would go with families. My first there'd be 15 little kids and 6 adults. That's a lot, and it was the 4th of July week. God bless our parents. I mean, really. That 3-year, oh my God. See, downtown, I remember there are the terrible stories. The monorail crash did me, and I'm like, no, I'm never going back. How did the monorails crash? How did they not see each other coming and stop in time? And that's right, there was the 3-year-old with the alligator. Oh God. Was that alligator? I hope that alligator wasn't at the Animal Kingdom where I want to. It's the only place I'd go. I got in trouble in SeaWorld because I was saying that they were just letting these beautiful whales just die in these cement prisons, and I was a little loud, and they were like, ma'am, stop, kind of thing. And then my brother's like, you better shut up, you're gonna get us kicked out. I'm like, I'm going with the PETA people. I can't watch this. I can't. It was too upsetting for me because I adore whales, but I don't adore whales in captivity. That, when that whale killed that woman, that wasn't the whale's fault. Like, God. So I was not good at Epcot. I'm like, I'm gonna go out there, then I will. And when I stood with them, I got a t-shirt. I got a free t-shirt. And that it wasn't a whale thing. It was something with the seals. I'm like, I don't care. I love all the water animals. I hate them being held in these cement prisons. I made friends, and I got a t-shirt, and my son was like, oh my God, you missed the show. I'm like, I've seen it as a child. I was already scarred then. I'm good. Yeah, I thought, I don't like this. I don't, and you see all the markings on them from they hit each other. These whales bite each other. They're aggressive. It's just awful. It's awful. And I'm happy that's the last of it. There's that can't happen anymore, which is a good thing because these are whales taken right away from their mothers. Just horrible. I'm that way about zoos. I gotta ban all that shit. I can't be happy seeing those animals whipped and all. I don't want to see that. I love a good carnival where there's rides and games and I like a good funnel cake, but I don't need to go to a circus to see like the shit that goes on with the tigers, the and animal. I love elephants, but I feel like, oh God, they're in this like stupid little arena. Look at the size of them. Like, to me, and if you're the slightest bit of an animal lover, it gets to you. Oh, Mark, you played golf and you hit a ball next to an 8. What? An 8-foot gator. You said no thanks. Thank God, Mark. I'm happy you said no thanks. An 8-foot gator. Jesus, that's insane. But they say that in Florida. People, like, they're in their yards. They'll find them in their yards. Like crazy. There's too many weird little critters. Those little things that look like baby dinosaurs. They're just everywhere. I'm like, they're not cute. My nephew's like, look how cute they are. I'm like, would it be cute like if you woke up and like it was in your bed? Like those things, I don't like the critters. I wouldn't be good in Florida anyway. Mark, I listened to 911 call. A golfer witnessed that elderly woman. She was dragged off. Oh God. 911 asked if she was breathing. Was she breathing? Hell no, she's being eaten. Oh my God. Me too, Mark. There's nothing like a church picnic. Great food. The best. You got the potato pancakes, the pierogies. I love that stuff. That's good stuff. I love it all. Downtown, was she killed? She was being eaten. Stop it, because it's making me think of that horrible, and you know where I'm going with this, with that woman that had what was it, chimpanzee that ate the face off of her friend that she called over to help her because she couldn't control it. And the friend went, like, first of all, listen, I'm a good friend, but I'd be like, if you can't control your chimpanzee, because she says it really weird, 911. She's like, my chimpanzee, it ripped her hand, like it ripped it. It's eating her face. It's the worst 911 call ever. They finally like shot it. I think it was like in a tree. Then they finally, I don't know how they got it back and killed it, but God, it did eat this woman's face. She lived. She was on effing Oprah. She's had like skin grafts done to her face. Everything's artificial just so that she's able to speak, breathe, but I don't even know how she made it. I don't. The call is the worst though. You hear it and you hear the stupid noises it makes, and it's like, that's not a friendly chimp. It's doing what she's saying. It's eating her face. It ate her face and it ripped her arm. It's like, maybe this is a 911 call that we shouldn't hear, but it was really. And then they go into the story of it, like as if we should have felt bad, because what happened with the chimpanzee was the chimpanzee loved her husband, and he had died just 6 months prior. Her son had died 2 years ago, and the chimp loved him too. I'm like, we're gonna have I'm sympathizing for the chimp. Who am I sympathizing for? The chimp or the woman who right now there's no face. There's no face. There's a head. There's hair. Barely any ears, and a mangled something. Like, who am I feeling sorry for? But yeah, like, they were trying to make it like, it wasn't the chimp's fault. The chimp's had a lot of trauma within the past 2 years. Well, has it? Yes, it was a stun. No, seriously, they had a stun gun. The damn scene was so hyper, like it was almost like, in my mind, like what you would picture like a animal with rabies to be acting like that, insane. And I think it was initially maybe a tranquilizer to get it out of a tree. I know they shot it then. I do know they shot. It sounds like monkey. It was total monkey business, but they did shoot it. Yes, they had it trapped in her car. I'm like, it's going to drive away now. But there were stupid pictures of it where her husband would let it sit on on his lap and they would drive around the neighborhood. I'm not making this shit up, guys. I'm not. You're not. This chimp was their child, okay? And I'm sure when their son died, they really gave it like all their attention, pretty much. The chimp didn't like the neighbor because the neighbor even said she went over there maybe a week prior and she had her hair cut. The chimp did not recognize her because of the haircut and like wouldn't go near her, and like she was trying to like, there were certain things like you had just to do certain, if you did certain tasks with it, it was all right. But like this chimp looked at her like she was a stranger. So I would have been like, listen, my hair hasn't grown in yet. It's only a week. You're going to need to call the SPCA. Yeah. But instead that friend was like, I'll be right over. And you hear the damn chimp then. It's so loud. The noises. It's horrible. I don't know who's louder though, the chimp or the lady giving us a play-by-play visual. It's eating her face. It's ripping her. I'm like, no, nope, no, this can't be good. This can't be good. And it was terrible. I mean, they definitely didn't think the woman was going to make it. And then, like, you know, it was like a miracle what they did to get her to have something to, you know, resembled even a face. God bless her soul. And I forget what they did because it ripped off her arms. Like, it's horrible, but yeah, I'm not feeling back. I wish I could remember that stupid goddamn chimpanzee's name because she just kept saying my chimpanzee, like she was pronouncing it weird. I'm like, why are you calling it a chimpanzee? Just say a chimp, or you know, just you're saying it. That I was already annoyed just the way she was saying it, but then she's like, I couldn't get it to settle down. Like she tried giving it Xanax, like literally tried giving it. It was either Ativan or Xanax, and it didn't work. She's telling them this, but then come to find out, they're saying you don't give that to an aggravated chimpanzee because they can have the adverse effect, which is total hypermania, which is what this chimpanzee had. Yeah. Must have been a really bad hair. Yeah, like, I mean, really, I remember her saying, like, I had long hair. My friend had long hair, and when she came back with that short haircut, he didn't recognize her. He didn't recognize her, and he didn't want to, the certain things that they would play together. He didn't want anything to do with it, and she said he's just a creature of habit. Well, why the hell then did you call her when you or his mother could not get control of him? What was she going to do? Show up with better hair? Like, it made no sense. Don't monkeys once. Oh God, and she would dress it because it showed before all this happened, like the husband and her, really, it was like their child. There was like, listen, they had more videos of this chimp than I think my parents had of me my entire childhood. All right. Putting the stupid diaper on him, the stupid shorts. They had a cap that, he looked so stupid, but they were treating him like a human, not even like a domesticated animal. They were treating him like their son. It was not, and like, it really loved her husband, and when the husband died of a heart attack, she's like, oh, he really, the chimpanzee really went into a depression. Oh God, I'm like thinking, how are you even affording to feed this crazy animal? I'd be afraid every morning. I'd be like, oh God, where is he? should I, like, do you announce it? Like, I'm up now. I'm going to open the bedroom door. It's me, your mom. I can't handle when people do this with these, like, any of them. Don't, monkeys, chimpanzees, they don't want to live in your home. They don't want to live in your home. They are cute, but they don't want to live in your home. It's not what's innately in them. I don't want to go and live in the middle of a rainforest because that's not what's in me. And they don't want to be in a stupid crate in the middle of my living room. So, like, I don't know, better laws. I don't know what we need, but people really that do these things, there's no concern. Even if it's like they're not concerned about their own safety. Just even your neighborhood, like that alone, to me, I'd be like, hell no. Capuchin monkey, what did it do? Oh, you knew a guy. It ripped her jean. Oh my god! When she got her month, that is so scary. They have their strength. Obviously, it's like unbelievable. Turtles are. You know what? You're so right. You're always the voice of reason. Just get a fish. Get a fish. It would take them all day to find your toe. Yeah, because literally, it might have, they were chasing it. I think it was outside first, or they were really chasing it around. Like, as the neighbor with the new bad haircut, I definitely would have been like, this is more than I'm going to be able to help her with. I think I'm going to call the Humane Society to give us a hand. And until then, I'm just going to lock myself in your bathroom. And you handle your chimpanzee, because I'm pretty sure I'm in harm's way. Yeah, that poor woman was there to help this lady out. Oh, and she almost got her literally killed. I'm pretty sure the woman saw her face and thought, like, I don't know, maybe it's just my morbid way being like, how did I even survive that? And for what? Like, what are they gonna do with me? Like, where do you even begin? But they did whatever they did. This woman is alive, and she, like I said, when she was on Oprah's and she took the veil, like she had like a mask veil kind of thing on it, no, it's nothing pretty to look at, but they, did the best they could to construct some type of, facial resemblance. But I still in my mind, I don't know how good the quality of life still would be pretty rough. Yeah, you have to have a license to go fishing, but I'm going to get a chimpanzee that could rip off both my arms and eat my face. And now I got to make sure, I got to just go buy some diapers. I got to get the diapers. He had a stupid bottle too, because the video's ridiculous. Had a stupid bottle. They put him on top of the kitchen counter. He'd go over to the cupboard to show them what he wanted to eat. It wasn't normal. All right, we got to be honest. These poor people, their son died. All right, they're putting diaper, and the son was not a kid. It was an older son, but yeah, they've resorted to then just putting all of their effort into the chimpanzee. And once the husband died, she really said, like, I really couldn't handle it on my own, but I didn't have anybody to give it to. Well, I wonder why. But you should have called some. There are sanctuaries keeping it where you did, and then look what happened. So people don't use their best judgment. Get me a goddamn chia pet of a chimpanzee. I'll take that. I don't go for, yeah, when guys are like, oh, I got a huge snake. No, I don't. Why do you have a snake? Why do you want a snake? For what? And no, I don't want to see you feed it mice. What? You weirdo. I almost got thrown out of SeaWorld for the whales that I'm fighting for. I don't want to see you feeding mice to your big old snake. People are just, I mean, it takes all kinds, right? Like, it does take all kinds. I had a pet rock. I did have a pet rock as a kid. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. It was so cool. Pet rocks. 'Cause my mother was afraid of dogs. I had about 3 pet rocks. Whatever. I have attitude on fishing license law. I had a friend diagnosed with ovarian cancer. She wanted to go fish. Don't tell me they wouldn't let her go. Don't even tell me they would not let your friend go fishing, because that's ridiculous. I've gone fishing. I've never had a license. Like, what happens if they find me? Like, if a good old park ranger or whatever it is comes up to you and you don't have it, like, what's the fine? She had no ID. Oh, that's terrible. Be like, I don't have an ID, but look, this is a porta-cath where they put my chemo because I'm dying. Is that enough? I get too drastic. See, I mean, really. But I would, because that's horrible. Oh, you went anyway. Thank God. Remember sea monkeys? Oh, God, yeah, you buy them from a magazine. They would probably... That wouldn't even be safe either. You're right, but that wouldn't be safe either. Or the stupid things. I don't know if you remember these. They were always in Atlantic City. It was a leash. There's nothing on it, but you would walk with the leash, and it looked like as if like a dog was walking. Now, there was nothing in it. It was a pet leash. We all got them. Me and my 15 cousins. I mean, next to a pet rock, how much dumber did I need to be when it came to having... I mean, listen, my mother doesn't like pets. Just take that and run with it. You don't need a pet leash. There's nothing in that leash, and you look crazy walking with it. But yeah, mine was a bright yellow one too. Everybody on the boardwalk had them. They were very popular in Atlantic City, not so much here in Scranton. She should have gone with somebody with a license. You don't need one to serve, Cassie. That, yeah, I mean that. Oh, really? So is it a big fine, Mark? Really? See, I did not know that. Oh, the leash is on the kid. The first time I saw that, Disney World. And you know what it was? And I'm not racial in any way, but I do remember this because they were a huge Asian family, but there was about 4 of them. It was like a leash, like a long leash, like the daycare leashes, and they had all their kids on it. And I remember like looking at my mother, and my mother's like, "That's like barbaric," and I was like, "Look at them," but they're walking with their leash, like nobody's crying. I mean, obviously they were, used to being put on a leash. I don't know. I hate those leashes. I hope by now I wonder if they're illegal. I mean, I don't know. Is it considered like tying your kid down at night? It's definitely not a restraint. The child can get out of it, but to me, I'm just looking at it as a nurse, and I'm seeing it as a restraint. And I don't know. If you can't control your kid, like put him in a stroller, is he that wild that you need him on a leash? Maybe he's not ready to go out in public. One time a year you can one time a year you can fish for free. I've seen kids on leashes at the Grand Canyon. I was like, wow. That'd be a place though where maybe you'd be like, kids, huddle over here. Listen, we want to all leave together too. So leash up. I probably wouldn't have a problem with that because I'm afraid of heights. I'd probably be begging like, Mom, did you get the leash? I don't want to fall. Get the leash. I would be okay with it for like an excursion like that. But that's just because I'm afraid of heights. Otherwise, I am not a pro-leaf mother. They're horrible. The children look like so stupid on them. Except these cute little Asians. There was about 4. They were the cutest little Asians. I don't think they knew any different. So they didn't have a problem. I'm thinking like put that on like a family of 5 American kids. You'd be like, we'd be nuts. Who'd be kicking the one in front? Like it would not be good. At least with my family. Between like me and my brother and all my cousins on the vacations, leashes would never work. We would have, like the adults would have been ending up like, here, you know what, leash us up. You kids go off. Best of luck. Maybe we'll see you later back at the hotel. If not, it's been real. We gave it our best shot. Depends on body. Oh, see, I did not know that. Depends on the body of the water and the state. No leashes. I'm not. No license needed on a private pond. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe you know what? I think the one time it was a private pond. Now that you're saying that. Hi, FN. Where the heck have you been? It's good to see you. We're just talking about children on leashes. And it's not, pet chimpanzees eating, the neighbors, just things maybe you don't want to do, right? We're not pro children on leashes, and we also aren't pro monkeys for pets. That, it's kind of crazy that we even have to say it, but there's some real weirdos out there that have these animals, especially the monkeys. They're so they are so strong. I just don't see how people think they can control that. I mean, unless you get it they got him as a baby. I do remember the one that ate the woman's face. Like they had him from when he was a baby, feeding him with the bottle, holding him like a baby. Didn't matter. They still innately have that power, that strength. Obviously, it ate the woman's face off, but he was tiny when they got him. No, and I wish it was. It was in the States, but it was that woman that called her neighbor because she couldn't control. She kept calling it a chimpanzee because the 911 call's horrible. And she called a friend over to help her to try to. She couldn't get it. Come and help me. And the friend went over, and it literally, the 911 call is horrible. Like it's eating her face. It's ripping her arms off. I'm like, lady, we don't listen. Stop it. It's eating her face. We got it. 911's on its way. Stop. But it was like visual. Oh God! Now it's like. Because she was like, now it's tearing her right arm off. I was like, this is a 911 call that we really should not be able to hear. It's horrible. And then the killing of it. Oh, and so she's crying then because she's crying because they killed her, but she's also crying because, her friend had no face, and she was probably thinking oh God, I hope she doesn't sue me. Sue you. I'd be like, you're going to give me your face. That's where I'm getting my new face from. You're going to donate your face. Because Bobo, your chimpanzee, not only ate my face, but it ripped both my arms off. And I don't know how they're going to put me back together. They, like I said, God bless that woman to even have the strength to go on Oprah and show what she looked like then. And she had, her daughter was with, God bless her to even have the strength. I can't imagine. Listen, I've dealt with burn victims. The amount of pain they're in is horrifying. I can't even imagine ever wanting to even wake up, put me in that medical coma, and I don't want to wake up unless I have my neighbor's face on. Otherwise, I'm good. I'll sleep forever. I love your daughter, but listen, I don't have a face. Look at like this. It wouldn't be good. But she did it. She did it. But wait, Mark, my sister had one ball left and figured she was going to lose again, so she chucked it over her shoulder. And she won? Upside down. That's a boss. I do love that. That's a boss move. Yeah, no monkeys. We don't want we don't need them in the house. And if they get mad, they're throwing their shit at you. What? No. Bad enough, like, he's climbing on the cupboards to let you know, like, today he won. She's like, oh, today's tomato rice soup day. I'm like, what the hell is happening here? Today is tomato rice, but that was when her husband was alive. They filmed everything. Like, everything he did, they thought was just so cute. Oh, he's letting us know he wants tomato rice soup. I like tomato rice soup too, but my mom doesn't let me climb on the counter. Get that goddamn chimpanzee off the counter. Didn't they ever want the eight? No, I don't. I don't get it. Like, I can't remember this, like, why they got it. I wish I could. I can't remember the story as to how they ended up or why they got it. Not that it matters, because none of it makes sense, because we are like chimpanzees, monkeys. Listen, we all know the strength they have. We also know they're extremely fixated on reproducing. So no, why they don't belong in a house the same way my beautiful whales do not belong in cement prisons. I know, right? LOL. People around the board were stunned. I bet. Where does your sister doesn't live in Florida, does she? Upside down. See if she'll protest for me. I haven't gotten down to SeaWorld in a while. Just make sure that somebody's still speaking up for the whales. As I don't like the way they're handling it though, but as they die off, like they let you know, like, oh, another, this one died, but it's a good thing because, there's not going to be any more in captivity. And I'm like, I don't want to know when they're dying though. I'm not good. See, I'm too with the animals. I think I take it too much to heart because I hate seeing them. I hate them in captivity, like all of us were saying before. Just not cool. Take us, like Mark said, take me to the church picnic. Give me some food. Let me play on the wheel. Let me put some money down on the wheel, and that's it. It's not, no animals. There's no tigers being whipped. I don't want to see a monkey with the stupid diaper on. I don't even want to see those Asians with the leashes on. But if I have to, I'll put up with it for a good pierogi, but that's about as far as I'm going to go. Can you imagine being a fish? No, that's exactly, swimming in 2 ounces of water, let alone these giant killer whales where they have like 4 and 5 of them in these pools they're big pools. They say, no, it's not. A big pool to these people, these guys, these killer whales is an ocean. That's a big pool. And the reason why they have all the cuts all over their bodies is because they're biting each other to show either who's in charge or the boredom and the aggression comes out. It's terrible. That's the, that is the way you have to really look at it though. Like, think about putting a fish in 2 ounces. Are you okay with that? Because same size, just compare it then to just how enormous one killer whale is, let alone you're doing a show where you have 4 and 5 of them in one of these. They're not huge. I hate when they say they're huge pools. No, they're not. The ocean's huge. These are not huge. And then at night you're gating them off. You're literally gating them off to like a corner of an area. That's the worst. when I would see that part, I'm like, that's how they put them at night. They're gated off, so they can't even, whatever way you put them in that tank, whatever direction, that's it. They're not able to move any other way. It's rough. It's rough. When that whale killed that poor trainer, that whale killed 2 other people prior. That whale was taken from its mother as a baby. It wasn't the whale's, literally, it wasn't the whale's fault. I cried for that whale. I cried when the whale died then. I mean, they let it live its life there. Thank you. It wasn't in the shows anymore. Its name was Tillicum because I loved him, but, it wasn't his fault. She did a move that he wasn't used to and grabbed her ponytail, and then, well, the rest is history, but it wasn't his fault. He should, after a whale kills the first person, you might think, maybe we should set him free. Let's set this one free. But they just kept moving him, and then his final place was SeaWorld in Florida, and that's where he killed. Her name was Dawn. I could remember it like it was yesterday, because my friends know how I am with whales. They're like, oh God, you're not going to want to see this. It's not good. And I was like, oh my God, that's what I thought. I'm like, did they kill, what about the whale? And they're like, oh no, the whales, they have him like alone in an air. I'm like, yeah, but see, they're making it like they're punishing him. He doesn't even know what he did wrong. He loved her, like that was his girl, his trainer. But, for whatever reason, these are animals that should not be in these big pools. And it's a shock when a kayaker gets bit in half in waters off the coast of Africa, where, you're going into waters where there's the biggest sharks in the world. So don't be surprised if you don't come back with maybe your face will be gone. Don't come back surprised. We're letting you know. But yeah, people that do that. I swam with dolphins in Cancun, but it was in one of the bays in their natural habitat. If it's in their I'm okay when it's, I can't handle the cement pools. Remember this? Yes. We were just talking about that on a live the other night, Mark, about that, because they killed that ape. And the ape was not even, like, he literally thought of that boy as like one of his own, thought he was in trouble, had him near him, and was basically just protecting him. And they killed him. It was the worst thing ever. Remember, the kid woke up then because I don't know if he hit it, like when he jumped in, I think did he hit its head? I can't remember, but that was awful. Awful. And I'm like, where's the mother of that kid? She's the one that they should have used the stun gun on. Like, keep your kids close to you. Like, I can never imagine a time where I'd say, like, oh my God, remember that time Nico almost fell in with the apes? No, never. So, like, that to me was just, it was crazy. And then when to hear they had to kill, they killed it because that's the answer you would give to this family. Well, we killed it, that's disgusting. You don't leave swim or flipper. That's all right though, Mark. You're upset. Are you upset? Downtown, you're really obsessed with sharks? Dolphins are very intelligent. They are aggressive though, but they're very intelligent. And when I don't know, when you see them, like when you see a group of them, like it's almost like, oh my God, like it's like seeing a unicorn. I don't know. It's just an experience that you don't forget. And that's how I feel with whales too. Like when you see them, they stay in packs too. Like they don't leave their mothers. It's beautiful to see. So when you know then like these animals that are taken from something that is natural to them, which is they stay, especially the orcas stay with their mothers. The males don't leave them. They don't. It's horrible then. Like there's a reason like where you could become really passionate about it. Like if I lived in Florida, I'd probably be in jail several times with PETA. I'd probably also have a pretty good job with PETA, but it would be rough. It would be rough. Or it's also a reason to work hard to get laws changed, which, it took that Killer Come Killing Dawn before, and stupid SeaWorld, that finally had to do something. And so then it was like, okay, this is our last group. Whoever we have in captivity, that's it. There'll be no more, and there'll be no more reproducing. And it was just, little too late, but whatever. Dolphins seem to like people, and I remember. Okay, there's a video of aging chimps that were used. What? Oh God, they lived in a cage their whole. I can't. And they remember. There's a video, if you ever look up like dying chimp remembers like it's the caretaker that took care of this chimp when she was little, and this chimp is like at the end of life, and the caretaker comes to see it, and the chimp starts hugging remembers, and like, oh God, it's something to see. Like it's so, I could cry. Yeah, Harambe was trying to protect the kid. Oh yeah, right. That he was blaming the human. Oh, it was awful that they did that. There was no reason. I mean, even like they didn't have they couldn't just like tranquilize him. Like, no, it would have taken longer for him to have like knocked out. I'm like, but he wasn't hurting the kid. The kid fell over the wall himself. Whatever injuries the kid had was from what he did jumping over the wall, but not the ape wasn't like hurting him. That was just, to me, the worst. Oh my God, really? Upside down dolphin pot? That's like just such a beautiful thing to see. Rescue. Oh, see, that's what I like to see, like rescue groups that are doing sanctuaries where then these animals or whatever are able to live the rest of their life out where they belong, where they should be. A lot of them don't know how to hunt in for their food or whatever. So even if there's the open ocean sanctuaries where there's still like huge areas of the ocean, but they can't go too far so that they know they're still being fed. And like, I'm still okay with that. I don't, there's nothing cute about 5 orcas in a pool. The only dolphins I don't like are the one. Me too. I don't like them. Oh, upside down. You need to take a video next time because I love that. You guys have to remember. Please tell me you remember the boy. Remember the boy and his mother were trying to escape Cuba, and they were coming over on a boat. Please tell me you remember. And the boat like capsized. Okay, this little boy. He was a little boy. I'm trying to think of it. Elian. His name was Elian. He survived, and they brought him to Florida. He had family in Florida. Now, when he drew, they were asking him what happened, and he showed like the boat flipped over kind of thing. And how did you get here? He had drawn pictures of dolphins that were pushing him when he would fall asleep. There was dolphins lifting him up, like basically like wake up. This kid drew that to let them know, like, that's how I'm alive. Like when I would try to sleep, the dolphins kept waking me up. Like he saw it as like, oh, they're almost like a nuisance, but these dolphins were keeping him alive. Like, I remember Elian, and it was that asshole Janet Reno then who had them storm the family's home with all these deputies and took the kid back to his father in Cuba. Do you remember that, Mark? The worst picture I remember on the front page of like the New York Post the next day. It's poor little Elian and like these dudes. We're talking the sheriffs, the constables, everybody has a gun. It was stupid Janet Reno that gave the order. I'm like, look, he had a wonderful family here. Like he loved her name was Marisol. I grew too attached to this because I was so upset that he had to go back. He didn't want to go back to Cuba with his father, but that's where they sent him back. But the pictures were amazing of him showing that when he tried to sleep, the animals with the fins kept picking him up. I'm like, that's freaking crazy. That's that's just amazing. It's such a beautiful thing. Janet Reno, definitely. Yeah. They stormed Marisol's house like as if she was like Pablo Escobar. It's like they're a bunch of they're his cousins. He loved it there. He was a little boy playing in a room, and they stormed in the room. It was the worst thing ever. I was so mentally scarred from that for months. I can still remember and be like, oh God, I hope Iliad's okay. And I was like, I think in nursing school, my brother's like, he's gonna be all right. He's gonna be fine. You gotta let it go. I'm like, I don't think I could ever let it go. But just knowing like that, those dolphins kept that little boy alive. It's beautiful. They literally it's like they pushed him to shore, which is a crazy concept, but this boy, there's no reason he should have lived otherwise. No one lived. He was the only one from that boat that lived. That's craziness. Janet, upside down. Just take the kid when they go to McDonald's. Upside down. I know. I love that. At the end of the day, I can't even imagine upside down. To me, that's like perfection. Like having them as, because they are just so graceful too. And how gentle they had to be when you think of it. Elian was probably 5 years old, right? So he wasn't injured in any way. These animals were literally with the tip. He was showing it basically that it was like the tips of their noses lifting them up. How cool is that? Like that's amazing. That to me lets me know like there's something more than just like this life. There's definitely something much bigger. It's a miraculous sight. Oh, warm and I can't imagine it. Just that they're like basically like you said, it's like an escort getting you home safe. Mark, I can't believe you remember that with the gun, those stupid Janet Reno. And I'll tell you who didn't let her forget it though was SNL. John Goodman. They had John Goodman play Janet Reno, and he looked like a better Janet Reno than Janet Reno looked as Janet Reno. He looked more feminine, but he had like a bad like suit on, like her with the skirt. What? Oh God! Calm down. I'm gonna get giddy and stupid now. Oh my God, he had the heels on. It's so good though. It's so good. I saw manatees in Florida too, and they're in danger. Oh, don't even tell me. They're amazing. They're in danger because of pollution killing. Oh God, pollution is we're a mess. We're a mess. Yeah, I saw the manatees. It was an open area. I think it might have been the Bahamas, but they are really cool looking. But yes, they had the big guns. Because I remember my brother's like, Jesus, like what do they think because of Marisol has going on in there? I'm like, I know, like, but Castro gave the order. Janet Reno gave the order, like, we're gonna meet in the middle, get him out of the cousin's house, because the cousin was like, no, we're not sending him back there to live under a dictatorship. He has a great life here. He was, I forget how many months he was there, but he acclimated beautifully. But no, she sent the fucking cons, everybody who had guns drawn to get this little midget boy. He was the cutest. He actually looked like my son. He had like these big eyes, big brown eyes, this dark hair, and like just whisked away from his family. Like, Janet, way to go. Way to go, Janet. A boat killed a lot of boat kills. Oh, that's sad. I love like especially sea life, the ocean, like all that. So I hate to hear them when it's like, especially like you're saying that now with what we're doing, the pollution alone, like we're animals. We're animals. We don't realize how bad we are with our environment and how we're messing up like the ecosystem to the fullest. Like we're doing a real number. Yeah, they have wake zone, man. Oh my god, I love this. I do too. It's like a happy. That's a happy place for me. Even just in my head, like go if I can be near water, and especially the ocean, the smell, the sounds, like it's perfection. I love it. Being near water is just a happy place. Oh, oil spills are awful. Remember that huge oil spill? Oh God, I think I had nightmares of the penguins. They were using like the Dawn dishwashing liquid to try to get this damn oil off of these. I think it was. I think it was. If it wasn't penguins, no, it had to be penguins. Not if not penguins, would it be seagulls? I don't know. No, I think it was penguins. They were trying to get the oil off of them with like Dawn. They said Dawn liquid detergent. There they are, the poor things. Oh my! It was the worst ever. And it was like an Exxon, wasn't it? Like an Exxon oil truck. The idiot, they're like, he barely like picking his nose was kind of like, oh, sorry. Like, dude, do you realize what you just did? You did, like, you just wiped out half of like whatever area of, because I do remember that like it was yesterday, because I was scarred for those animals that were like, I'm like, are they gonna make it? Are they gonna make it? And it was like a lot of volunteers, of course Peter was there, and they did their best. The perfect time to win over the people, and they just couldn't. No, they can't. Southern Cal is, oh God, California's my happy place. Malibu's beautiful, just the ocean, everything. I just like feel at home. Yes, falling asleep. There's nothing better. I know, like that's like paradise to me. Like if you can I would live simple. If I don't care if it was a little bungalow, but if I can be near water and I could hear it at night. What more do you? I don't care if I took a job and I'm like a cocktail waitress at an outdoor like little place that sells drinks and food. It's fun, and it's like there's some quality of life. I don't know. I'm rethinking things as you get older, and like what you really want. It's different as your time, it goes by so much quicker. Mark wants a bonfire. Oh, I love a bonfire though by the ocean at night there's nothing, that's just fun. I love that. Like it would be like the good, like say Point Break the movie, but they were all good guys, right? Like they're all cool surfers playing music. There's people there like, swallowing fire. I wanted to be with them. All right. I wanted to be with them. If they weren't all like Hell's Angels, like, no, not even Hell's Angels. They were lunatics, but yeah, every night they're surfing at night. They got the fire going. That's living. Like that's living to me. I got the Susquehanna River. It's gross. I mean, come on. I want a bonfire. I do. But like I also want, somebody good playing guitar. Few people that even know how to surf. They don't even have to. Like just say like they know how. I'm all right with that. It's just fun. You get too caught up in your day-to-day that like you forget then like that there's other things you could do that are so much simpler, right? We don't need as much as we have. I know I don't. I don't, especially now that I'm caring for my dad and I'm not working. When I look at all this, like all the ridiculous purses and shoes and clothes and jewelry, how like it's meaningless to me now, meaningless. But for whatever reason, different stages, especially your start of my career, you're making money, you're spending it on stupid stuff because that's what women do. We like that kind of stuff. Not everyone, but I look at it now and I'm like, look at this amount of money. What would definitely get me a bungalow somewhere. But nobody wants to trade, a couple of Louis Vuitton purses for a bungalow. I haven't found them yet. If I do, I swear to God, I will have a bonfire party for us. Oh my God, that would be so cool to be. You really? Oh my God, upside down. You know how to surf? Oh, that is so. Yes, quality of living with nature, not what we're doing, which is just wiping them out. Like slowly but surely, we're hitting every system. It's scary. I would, although I don't know if I do love to watch people surf. Mark, I'll watch Upside Down teach you. I'll keep the fire going. I'll hang out with the guy playing guitar. I'm afraid a wave might be too big, and then I'm gonna get like that disoriented, and I'm not gonna know like which end is like up, like how to get out, like get back up to the level of surface where I could breathe. Yeah. Oh, yep. My cousin was a photographer for Surf Magazine when he was 16. He was discovered by Bruce Weber. Demi Moore was married to Bruce Weber. Oh my God. And then he was that's so cool. Bruce Weber was Demi Moore's first husband. And he was a famed photographer. That's awesome. Wow. Is he a model? Really? You were 7 upside, but that's the time. Like you're young. You're not like older where you're thinking of the crazy stuff like I'd be thinking of, like the space. No 7-year-old is like, I'm a little concerned with the spatial disorientation that I might, that might happen to me. And I don't, no, you're 7, you're just going to do it. And like you said, you did it and you didn't come out till you pretty much master it. I love it. Oh, okay, downtown. Your cousin. Oh my God, I love that. To go all over the world and really do stuff you enjoy, man. We're just, I don't know, we're slaves here. It's that would be the age though, upside down. Like you're having a blast. You have no fears. You're gonna do it. You're not leaving until you do it, and you did. That's awesome. Just wants to know if he'll be able to fit on it with his arm floaties. Well, yes, Mark, we'll make sure. We'll don't worry. The floaties are not a big deal. They got all new different kinds now, so you're good. You're good. As long as don't worry about the spatial disorientation. I'll worry about that for you. Don't you worry about it. Upside Down will take care of you, and nobody's gonna. Oh, Mark, if anybody judges you, listen. I don't forget. I'm on the beach hanging out at the fire with a couple of cool surfer dudes. Slightly shady. No one's judging you. Nobody. Downtown, you have a pink guitar. We're set. Done deal. Upside Down. We got to get this going. This is fantastic. I love it. But Downtown, is your cousin still working for time? Can you get us some surfing dude models? Anybody? Right. How? Yeah, exactly. Upside down. There's no 7. You're not even your head is not. You're not even thinking about that. It's like, man, I am so gonna do this, and like the bigger the wave, and the more you start conquering it. Yeah, you see how those surfers, like, it's beyond a passion for them, but they live it. Like you live it. But it's an enjoyable. Like I'm a nurse, but I don't want to live it. Like, I hate the thought of it. We kind of are slaves to our job. You have to work, but to do certain things like that, man. Hi, Special K. Oh, thank you. Happy you stopped by. We were talking about crazy Alex. That's why I had to come on, because I wasn't going to come on tonight. I was coming on for a different reason, but I just had to. I just was like in shock that within 3 hours he was guilty. So I think it's tomorrow at 9:30 is his sentencing, which I believe they're just going for, like, life without life, like life without parole plus it's something like really weird, life without parole plus 195 years. What does that even mean? I don't want to know. It's crazy. We get it. You're never going to get out, but that'll be tomorrow morning. So I was shocked that I didn't believe it happened. Downtown text me. I'm like, what? It's like the verdict. I'm like, today now? Yeah, I did. I cut out right at the end of the day. I didn't think the judge was like sending them to deliberate. I figured that was going to happen in the morning. So I even watched the nightly news. The national news was just talking about the case, and the judge was like saying to the jurors, you're going to be the judges. You're going to have to decide. But still, we hadn't known anything yet. And then within 10 minutes, downtown is sending me texts. And I'm like, downtown knowing more before Peter Jennings, whoever the hell I was watching, even knew. It was like, I couldn't believe it. And then I'm like, this is happening. It's happening. So yeah, it was, they beat OJ's trial, OJ's jury, they said was 4 hours. And this one was 3. So yeah, Alex is gonna have a different lifestyle. I heard he was offered and he was oh my God, I did not hear that special. He talk about, why though? That's sheer cockiness. He didn't accept 30 years because what was he thinking in his mind? I'm gonna get out of this. Who would not? Because if it's not 30 years, we're going to let you know. We're going to go for life. Like, without parole, you're never going to get out. Can you just say you did it, and in 30 years, you'll be out? For him to say no? Oh, my God. He lied. There's no way around it. I didn't like any of his family. They weren't nice people. His son wasn't nice. His wife wasn't nice. But Jesus Christ, you don't kill them because they're not nice. So it was horrible all the way around. I just can't believe. I really didn't think they were going to have enough on him for it to be 100%. None of us have a doubt in our minds. But all it came right down to was they said, no. He lied. He was at the kennel at that time. He said I did lie. That is me, my voice in Snapchat. So, and that's what they went on, because they said we had no forensics, no DNA, nothing. But if he could lie about that, obviously, there's much bigger things that he's lied about. So, yeah, I mean, he did it. They weren't good people. Like, they were just pompous. Paul, I didn't like the son. He was a jackass. The wife was not a empathetic person. Not nice people at all. But, like, I feel like Rourke with Watts. Just get a divorce. Like, can you just do that? But he was like gonna lose lots. I mean, he was coming into, like, Alex was hitting like a bad wall. Paul was gonna go to jail for for the boat accident. Maggie was gonna. She was already talking to a divorce lawyer. Like, things weren't looking good for him. So in his pathetic mind, killing both of them was like the better way to handle it, which is insanity. But the court heard it, and the people finally had enough of the Murdaughs running their town for 100 years. Enough's enough. That's the way I feel. Yeah, I thought it would be hung. Yeah, I was like, there's just no way they're all gonna say he's guilty. I just didn't see it coming, but I couldn't believe it. I thought it's 30 years for each murder. He's in for life plus the 5 years for the weapon. Yeah, because it's right. It's the 4 charges. Yeah. Well, judge said overwhelming evidence. The jury, they didn't need, like, because I was worried. I'm like, no, no, downtown. That they offered him a plea, which he said no to. So there's no plea. So it's life without parole. Plus, they were contemplating adding on, even though you're not getting out, it's like plus 195 years. Which, like, that doesn't even make sense, but it just lets you know you're never getting out. Where he'll go, we'll put him in Wisconsin with, oh God, you think they're gonna, I wonder, you think they'll put him Wisconsin, like where Chris Watts is? Because they have to keep him. They still have to keep him in the state for now because he's got now the financial. He still has a financial case coming. The hearing. I mean, it's not scheduled yet, but that'll be next. So, I mean, I'm sure for a while he'll probably just be. And Chris Coleman is in the same place too, Mark. Chris Watts, Daryl Brooks, and Chris Coleman are all in the same prison, which is crazy to me. That's crazy. 2 family, Watts and Coleman, probably shooting the shit about, it's just over, it's under, us annihilators get a bad name. Oh, I know. It's awful. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see. Not that it matters what other than whatever he has left, whoever is going to get what money that deserves it, from whether it's from victims to lawyers. I don't know how that'll go, but otherwise, this dude, he's done for. So is he going to stay? Can you request to stay in your state? I don't even know how that works. Oh, wait, upside down. Oh my God, the Lord's Well Show. Shut up, downtown. My God, my grandmother loved that. Yeah, I can't believe that, Mark. I did not know Daryl. Why did I not know Daryl Brooks was with Chris Watts and Chris Coleman? And I want to know if they're all friends. Like, me is dying for me to write to Chris Coleman. Like, I have nothing to say to him, but, like, you're a maniac. Annihilator. I'm so happy you're where you're at. But then P.S. Are you and Chris Watts buddies? Like, because they say when people are down or, they need some spirituality, they send them to Chris Watts because I love this because, like, he just has a way. He has a way with people. What? Please explain what way, because that dude was so robotic, even with his, like, kids. Like, there was nothing. I don't know. I can't imagine whatever it is he's got away with, but we didn't see it we didn't see it with his own children, but I guess when he's amongst his people, the other convicts, he shows his real side, which must be just so beautiful. Ugh. God. When you think of it that way, that, Daryl Brooks, I would think he'd be, wouldn't you think he'd be the scariest of them all? Like Chris Watts is, I'm not. I mean, Chris Coleman, I really, the both of them are dodos. I'm both, I wouldn't be afraid of either of them. I think Daryl Brooks I'd be afraid of. But no, Chris Watts and Chris Coleman are just, they were just cowards and just trying to appeal and didn't go. Chris Coleman tried to appeal, but it didn't go anywhere. So I'm sure Chris Watts had to, give him a little spirituality, let him know, Jesus still loves you. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna say he's probably mad at you. I'm gonna say Jesus is definitely mad at you. And I don't know if he's gonna maybe he'll love you someday, but he's got to know that you're really sorry for what you did. And I don't know if any of those two, they're sorry. They're sorry they got caught, and they're sorry they didn't end up with their sleazy mistresses, the both of them. But other than that, right? Like, what the hell do we don't hear much about either of them. Yeah, you downtown, you got some, you guys got some cool family. I mean, Upside Down's dad was a stuntman, for God's sakes. Your grandmother, I love that. Yeah, my great aunt was for the mafia here, and yeah. Don't we have great stories to tell? Yeah. Brooks is okay, Mark, hang on. So Daryl Brooks, he's the better of them. In my opinion, the other, yeah, I know. That's the way I look at it, though. The other two, they were idiots for not thinking they were going to get caught. But yeah, the way they, especially like Coleman, like that, he's painting even on the kid's face. There was that took it to. That's when I'm like, I'm not reading anything no more. That did it for me. And they're like, and the kids were, and the wife and the one boy was alive, so they knew they were being killed by him, which made it even worse. So downtown, you need to write a book. Seriously though, I always tell her that, and she'll send me like the cutest videos and things. I'm like, you're just good with all this stuff. You need to, you're very creative, artistic. You need to do something with this, because it's like, she sent me some before, and it was just like a cute little poem, like almost like, what's about my name and coming to the channel. I'm like, you're too cute, like, and clever. Mark, like, wait, downtown, she sounds like fun. Mark said, your madam grandma sounds like fun. I think she sounds like fun too. A lot of fun. Oh my God. Hey, is the Bunny Ranch still, like, is that place still going? I know he died, that Dennis. God, was he pervy? I forget Dennis's last name that owned the Bunny Ranch, but I wonder if it's still running. That was like that was a legal brothel. Lamar Odom almost died there. He was like doing drugs with strippers for like a whole weekend. But other than that, it has a stellar. Oh my God, I can't. I'm getting goofy now. My grandfather was a volunteer cop in Crown Point, Indiana. When Dillinger, when he escaped with the fake soap. Oh God. Later, my cousin was the mayor. Wait, so Dillinger, he escaped. What did he do? He put the gun in a fake soap bar, right? Isn't that? Why do I feel like I know that? Yeah, Upside Down. I think you both should write books though, because I'd like Upside Down. I'd like you to have like a coffee table, beautiful coffee table book, all about sea life. All right, can you do that for me? I think it would be fantastic. And then I just want downtowns like just very eclectic. Her sporting house is, oh wow, is in historical society. Oh, that's so cool. So that was in Minneapolis, right? Downtown. Is that what your grandma's? And then we have downtown. So Upside Down, you you're in you're you're in Florida, right? Like that area. Am I right? I keep thinking this song. Downtown. Mark. Who's closest to the ocean? Upside Down or Downtown Wonder? Like, who's gonna give me ocean sounds for my when I have terrible anxiety at night? I could just play it, and maybe one of you could also in the background just like be talking to me as if we're talking. I'm like, everything's fine, Rosemary. Just sleep, sleep. I love you guys. Oh God, I do. I love you guys for making it okay to be quirky. Well, Mark, I know, Mark, that is cool though. That I do remember, and maybe it was it was like just something from seeing it on TV with the fake soap thing. I do remember that. Oh, West Coast. Oh, I know. I'm really jealous. Then Upside. That's right. Well, when I come to California again, we gotta meet then, because coming back. Lots of family there, and I didn't want to leave when I came last time, but I'm coming back. Absolutely. Coming back was miserable. You leave California, like you're in beautiful Malibu, and come back home. I was like, I hate it here. I hate it. That is cool though, Mark. That's something amazing. Because that's that's your grandfather. That's wow. Is he in any like historical society? Like, do they have him in any of their books or anything? Because that was major. That's impressive. I'm so happy Special K came by. I haven't seen Special K. Yeah, even the wife was awful though. Okay, my grandmother went on to be a respected councilwoman in Hawthorne. Oh wow, in Hawthorne. Is Hawthorne? Is that Southern California? My family is mainly um like Burbank, Santa Clarita, West Hollywood. I'm in landlocked Southern Oklahoma now. Okay, that's right, because you get the crazy ass weather. You're always making me nervous when you're like, oh God, weather's not good coming our way. Make me worried then. I worry about my guys and girls. Okay, Mark, my grandfather was an honest Catholic man. He said the soap gun wasn't true. Dillinger was left. Oh, they let out by the cops. Whoa, the police chief died and the wife took over. Really? The wife took over? But that is true. Doesn't that happen like with certain positions? It's like it goes. It's supposed to, isn't it? Like go to the family member kind of thing. That's a pretty good story though. Still a good story. I'm dropping papers out of here. I had too many papers on Natalie Wood's drowning corpse, God bless her, and then the whole Murdaugh jury had Everybody had to get along so quickly because they wanted to get home. They're sick looking at his bad ginger and white hair and God Buster's hair and they're just not a nice group. They're not a nice family. I'm saying it because I'm not afraid of them. Because if they ever came to Scranton, we are the real mafia. But his brothers aren't anything like what he was. I really do think he was just the dirtbag. The bad seed. John Marvin cried more about Maggie's death than he did. Hang on, guys. I didn't even eat dinner. I was so nervous because I wanted to get on here. And then I'm like, what am I going to eat? I brought up a diet. Like, what am I, I'm an 80-year-old on pureed diet. Cream corn with carrots in it. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4 different beverages. Who needs all these beverages? What was I doing? And hot tamales, because I always need candy. But the cream corn, I put myself on like a puree diet for this evening. I don't even think I knew what I was doing. Don't tell anybody, girl. I'm not. It's weird. Cream corn. I don't think I haven't had cream corn since I was a kid. I got a lot of beverages going too. Hot tea, iced tea, green tea, water. Jesus. I wasn't thinking. I was all messed up. That woman that took over, the woman that took over said, I will kill him. Oh, I'll kill him myself. Wow, if he ever comes, really? They weren't messing around. I don't think cops were paid back then. If I remember, they were, get out. They were just volunteers. Could you imagine that? They were just volunteers? Jesus. No. Yes, upside down. Please take me down. You take me there, Toffee. Please. I want to see the Indian Ocean. Oh, okay. Southern Cali. Okay. My Swedish roots on my mom's side were from Minnesota. That side, I have Native American. That's so cool. I love that. I love Australia. I love California. I mean, you can't go wrong. I don't care. I would just need, a lot of medication. Prescriptions. A doctor prescribed just to get me like to Australia. Possibly even like an IV drip, a propofol, like a Michael Jackson, like give me my Melky, which is like my propofol, and then I'm just gonna wake up and I'm gonna be there. Or Cali's, couple Xanax, and 2 little bottles of vodka, and I'm asleep, and then we're there. We're there. No hangover. You take a couple Tylenol with it, and you just suck back a little water. So yeah, I'm good either way. I'm happy either place. It's all beautiful. Oh, upside down. Said that is downtown. Upside down is also Native American. Walleyes and perch. Is that where you fish, Mark? Oh yeah, you fished many years in Minnesota. Okay. Blackfoot. Oh wait, hang on. My son just landed in Utah. He flew from Pennsylvania, had a layover in Seattle to get to Utah. So he just landed in Utah. Tell him, okay, great. I want pictures. I definitely want pictures of Utah. Good for him. I'm happy he's there. I'm never home until I know he gets there. Chickasaw. I've never heard of that. Paul Bunyan and Babes with Blue Ox. Now, Mark, were you born like and raised in Illinois? I don't know why I can't remember that part. If I ever asked you that, I have some Pacific Gulf from Mexico. The Yucatan Peninsula on the Atlantic. And I've done Gulf of Mexico, Pacific, and Atlantic, but I'm telling you, I just adore the Pacific. And I don't know if it's because I feel like that I should be in California. Like, I don't know why half of our family went to California, and then the other half either went to Pennsylvania or stupid Buffalo. We came to Pennsylvania, but I feel like I should have went, like, our family should have been in California. I love it there. So I just love that Pacific. I love Malibu. I love it all. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Oh, at 6 months, how cute you're gonna be. Probably had a bottle like the chimpanzee that ate the lady's face. In Indiana, North. Okay, all right. That's awesome, though, Mark. And you had a wonderful family. And they got a wonderful son out of the deal. That can't ask for anything better than that. I so wanted to be, and my one cousin was a producer, and she's like, "You come and live with me." My mother was just really more. My father was like, you're not going there, because I was about 19. You're not going there to be a school teacher. Like, oh, that'll get me to stay here. I ended up becoming a registered nurse, but still, I should have just went. You don't think. You don't realize then how fast time goes. You think you have time. Oh, you know what? I'll do that in a couple of years. Yeah, doesn't happen then. I went, when we all went out, I just loved it. I loved every bit of it. I just felt like I could live there and I'd never have to come back here. That's right. They did hit the lottery with you, Mark. Yeah, absolutely. You're a 36th generation. I'm like, that's crazy. There's a guy in our tribe that can trace his heritage. Oh my God. He can trace his heritage back 55 generations. That's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, I'm on Ancestor. What is it? Ancestor DNA. And like, it has them like my cousin. It's weird. Like, it's almost like my cousins that are married. It's like, oh, they were already cousins. I'm like, this isn't good. What's happening here? So yeah, it's don't be surprised with the Ancestor DNA if possibly your husband is also your second cousin. No biggie. All right, I don't judge. I'm not judging. My grandmother's sister married their first cousin. Okay, in Italy, because that's normal. It's not normal, but she did anyway because she said she was in love with them. Listen, my first cousins are all gorgeous too, but I'm not marrying any of them. It is a long way back though. 55 generations back, just to be able to trace that's amazing to me. That's amazing. 70,000 years long. Oh my God, I know. I get confused on that ancestry. Like, you go back as far as you could, but I get confused. But I'm trying to. I would like to do it to for my. I mean, my dad we got a lot for him from his parents coming over with his sister, his mother and sister. It's pretty neat, you saw what both they came. They had to quarantine his sister. She was sick. It's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, you flew back and forth to Cali when Grandma had and that was in 97. I chartered a boat. Oh God, that's beautiful. Oh, I love that. I love that. You could tear up. I'm tearing up right now. I'm tearing up for her right now too. I think but that's beautiful. Like she's like free. I love that. Don't tear up. Smile for her. Smile for her. Is there really upside down? Over 600 tribes in the U.S. I wouldn't think that's amazing too. We don't talk enough about them. My cousin lives in Arizona. She's a psychologist, and she lives on an Indian reservation where she has devoted her entire career to the women and female children of abusive families, like bringing them up, like to you're somebody, you're important. Like she has been doing that, Jesus, I'd say 40 years now. I mean, and she went to UCLA, and right from UCLA she was going to be a doctor, and then she decided psychologist, and from Arizona she never left, and she loves it. She loves it. She loves the people. She loves the women, the children, and she said, I feel like I'm making a difference, empowering these women who are coming from some pretty rough homes. So I'm always proud of my cousin Jody. I really am. And you gotta be somewhat proud of what you do, or it's such a why are we doing it? Like our years are flying by. I don't know. I'm gonna break the news to my family that I have to move out to California, and just find a group of surfers that like to hang out at night on the beach and play guitar. Maybe one of them plays guitar, and no, I'm not going to surf, Dad. Be nervous. I'll, let them know that. But I'm leaving the nursing gig. And I'm going to try to get a job working on a beach where they have the cute little hut bars on beaches. And I just want a little bungalow. Because every night I want to go and hang out with cool people, and they're going to play music. They're going to surf. We're going to have a couple drinks, and life's good. Mark's happy place is the golf course. You golf in Arizona. Nico goes to Arizona quite a bit, Mark. I forgot to tell you that with his company, that's where their headquarters are. And I mean, it was like, oh my God, it was so hot today, or this, usually it's a week at a time, but of course I'll bring him Mark. But he loves Arizona. This is his first time Utah, but this is a fun trip. Like some of the guys he works with lives there, and he's like, I've always wanted to see it. I'm thinking, you've never once said ever in your life, I've got to see Utah. You're going there because your friends are there and you're going to party. I'm like, it's a lot of Mormons, a lot of beautiful mountains, and then you're going to come home. Yeah, he's so funny, but he's like, oh, it's going to be great. I'm like, is it warm or cold? He's like, no, it's cold. I'm like, not going to be that great. You don't like the cold, but whatever. You're seeing more than I've seen my whole life within this past year and a half with this job. So I'm happy for him, Of course I'd bring him more. What, are you kidding me? Yeah, when he goes, I want to say, if it's not Phoenix, they're in, which is the better of the two? Is it Tempe or Mesa? I don't know. But they stay, they put them up, because then they have their trips where it's like, okay, then they drive from Arizona, and the first time he told me this, I'm like, that sounds illegal. I don't know how. I'm not real sure about it. He's like, about what? I'm like, about you going there. He's like, I'm 21. I'm going. I'm like I said, and this was true. I go, I've never heard of Americans driving across the border to Mexico. He goes, what do you mean? I'm like, we don't drive across the border to Mexico. He goes, what do we do? I go, well, we fly there. He goes, Mom, people also drive there. I go, I'm going to have to look into that. I was serious. How stupid was I? But then I shouldn't have read it at the time, because it was at the time where like they were finding like 100 like dead Mexicans in the back of like 18-wheelers trying to cross the border. I'm like, it's a very dangerous time to go. I don't know if you should go now. He's like, we're going. And then he called me. He's like, oh, we crossed the border. I'm like, okay, thank God. Don't leave whatever. And then when it shows you where they're staying, like, Club Med, gorgeous, beautiful. I'm like, all right, I'm all right with that. I'm okay with it, but don't leave the island, because, I'll never see you again. I always have to throw in the old, they're looking for, kids your age. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for you just to take you, even if they take your watch and $50 out of your fucking pocket. They don't care. Your life means nothing. He's like, Jesus. Look at me like, you wrapped that up quick. I'm like, I did. Take my words. Be careful. In my mind, I'm thinking, I was the worst. I was such a risk taker. Wild as ever. And he knows it, because my brother would be like, your mother she drove my parents nuts. But I'm like, shut up. I am a standing citizen of this community. He's like, okay, if that's all right. But it's fun. It is fun. Your mother and aunt, what happened? Your mother and aunt try to physically take her. No, take her. What? You said not for my cold dead aunts. Wait a minute. I swear I just saw something with Shanann. Hang on, because I don't want to miss this. Love Sky Harbor Airport, the one Shanann Watts left. Oh, that last weekend, Mark. It was Sky Harbor, that's right. And they had didn't they have a blackout, and there was weather and stuff? Yeah, that's right. Upside down, Mark, whereas we're known as I can't say that even if I want to. All Native Americans are known as, I don't want to mess that name up. The real people, first people. That's amazing. I love it. I do some golfing. Anything to get out. Walking is good. Thank you. Oh, upside down. So thank you, at Mark. Look us up. You'll be amazed at what you will learn. We helped Jefferson write his adaptation of The Great. That's amazing. Were you really, Mark? You mean the last picture of her in life, right? That was other than the video of her walking up the porch. I think I know what you mean, where she's sitting at the table, right, with all her friends at that restaurant. See, what the heck are you doing, girl? What's going on? We're talking about us. I mean, there's so many places I gotta hit up. See, I want to go back to Cali, but it's all about the water, see. It's all about the water. We all love water. We love being near it, the sound of it. And I'm like, life's going by too fast. You just finished dinner, did you? Yeah, I hopped on a little different. I changed the Natalie Wood show. I felt bad too, because there were so many that were so excited, but I made it for Sunday night, because I'm like, no, I got to go on with Murdaugh, because I just couldn't let it go. So we're still here, which is cool. We're having fun talking about just heritages and crazy stuff that we all want to do at some point in life. Where's Spirit? What's he doing? Tell him hello. I haven't seen him. And how's everything going with your family out there now? You're probably loving every minute of it. I'm happy for you. I really am. I was so happy for you. I know, we love our Aussie. What did Mark say? Upside down, very cool. And he got the short end of the stick, the walk up down. I forgot that. Yeah, I know that airport. I did too until he said it, because then I was like, oh, I do remember, because I just remember the restaurant. I mean, all of them sitting at the table with Shanann, and they had like a huge flight delay. I forget like what it was, wind, like crazy stuff, and yeah, it was bad. She had a bad, like the, and I'm not being mean, but I'm not like I like I couldn't relate to Maggie, Maggie Murdaugh. I didn't find anything relatable about Shanann, but I also Shanann had every right to live her life, and Chris Watts is the biggest dirt ball in the world for what he did. But she had a miserable, not like even really the last summer of her life, miserable, right down to the night before she died. She's stuck in an airport. She wanted to get home so bad it was delayed. Like that girl went through a lot. And I'm not by any chance, by any way a shiner. I'm not like that, but she went through hell. I know I see, but I couldn't believe it. I thought downtown was lying to me when she texted me. I'm like, what do you mean? Did I hear the verdict? Like I just got off because I thought like it's the end of the day, and like judge is gonna say tomorrow, like you guys will get together. She's like, no, he's guilty. I couldn't believe. I'm like thinking, you got to be like, this is a record, and 3 hours, 3 hours. So tomorrow morning, he'll meet tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for the sentencing. Yeah. So I mean, they're asking for, like I said, life without parole, and then there was some weird like and plus 195 years, whatever that means, if that is like, but it's definitely life without parole. So I mean, he's yeah, he's in for a different life. He's in for a change of lifestyle. Hey, it's good to mix it up. Mark, wait, Downtown Wonder YouTube has many free tips at home. Oh yeah, Mark Klein, yep, for sure. And it hasn't stopped. I got stories. I love that. I love all those. I love the old stories. It's pretty quick. Like yeah, today you found out you're done. Like this is it, and tomorrow you'll find out. Like it's it, but it's just the official letting you know this is it. And also I don't know, because he has to have that other hearing, like we said, the financial hearing. So I don't know if they're like what if they keep him in the state until that hearing. I'm not sure how that'll go, and if we'll even hear anything about that tomorrow, or if that'll just because I'm pretty sure that's a whole other set of lawyers. Like maybe not. No, maybe not. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he'll have the same lawyers. Oh God, will he have the same process? Like, will it be Waters again? I can't. Oh yeah, anybody with a channel, you guys all have your wrenches. Please make sure you drop your all of you. Make sure you drop your channels, guys. I didn't think of that. Like, I wonder if Waters, because he is the assistant attorney general, is he going to be the lawyer again for his crime? There's a financial hearing, and is like Harpoon going to be like, are we going to go through the same faces? Because I don't care about financials. I probably won't even watch. I don't think I'll watch it until, like, if Gloria's boys are going to take the stand, certain things. Otherwise I don't need to hear every lawyer that he screwed, or there'll be certain parts of it, but I don't, and I don't know how they're going to even handle it if it This one was real time live, which I was shocked. That won't be the case with Kohlberger's, so I don't know if it's, what the judge will do with this one, and if it'll even be the same judge. We love this judge, but he needs a vacation. But he needs a rest. He did such a great job, but losing, he just lost his son. Give the man a break. Give the man a break. I mean, he'll have to be there tomorrow, I'm sure. And there'll be an interview or two with him. He seems very low key, so I can't. A man of few words. I don't see him having, even having the slightest interest to do much, more than that. We will see. We will see Arpu. We will see Waters. We will see Griffith. I mean, they might all write books. What do we know? Right? There's most likely going to be another documentary on the hearing part of it. 6 weeks of a court hearing will make a hell of a Netflix documentary. So I'm sure that's, if not in the works, will be definitely, especially since he came clean or, spoke the truth then, as opposed to all these documentaries where it's he wasn't there. So yeah, that'll be. I just don't know what court it'll be at, because if it's not at this judge's court, it could be somebody different. Those are the things, like, I never quite. I don't know those parts. And then wonder how, what the closest, because he's in like Hampton, Virginia, South Carolina, where they're gonna, where they'd send him. John, where are they gonna send? Where do you think they're sending Alex Murdaugh? What jail are they gonna send him? What state? You think they're gonna keep him in the state of South Carolina? Even if it's because he's got a financial hearing he's going to have to do, and then they'll decide, or you think that he'll just forever be in a prison in South Carolina? I'm just wondering that, because I don't know how many. He's a murderer, so I don't know how many prisons are in South Carolina for his clientele. That will be. I think we will probably find that out then tomorrow. Where he'll serve that. Most likely. Yeah, I mean, it has, at least for now, it has to be, because the financials is going to be South. Has to be heard in South. It would be too much. They would never be moving on all. That's too much money. They wouldn't do that. Excuse me. They're gonna, they're gonna at least keep him there for that. I just don't know how long of a space it is. Between the next one. Although it seems like they pretty much were ready, because they did 2 weeks of talking about all the money he stole from everybody. So I think they already have a lot of their information on Alex pretty much ready to go. But it'll probably also come down to who is really willing to go on the stand. Who's gonna get on the stand? Who's gonna fight for him to say, what do you say? No, well, he didn't steal from me. Like, there's nothing good. There's nothing good anybody could say about him, because it's all about him taking everybody's money that he didn't pay anybody back, and he stole from victims' families, paraplegics, the worst of just the worst. So his list will be quite short. Maybe the new well, here's the thing, Hussey. I like that you said that. He'll be the new jailhouse lawyer. When effing Bernie Madoff went to prison, guess what he was then? He was, for the families of the convicts, he did all their taxes when it was tax season. He was like the hero. You really want Bernie Madoff? But he did. He would do the taxes for the families of these people. I'm like, that if that's not freaking beautiful. Like, really. Yeah, when I was reading Kathleen's book, and she even had said that, the one source actually said, Buster has moved an hour out of the area. He's with a really, really nice girl, down to earth. She's a lawyer. She works hard. He is not a lawyer. I forget what he's like in sales. And he keeps a very low key. So I think he's going to just kind of, for a while, just like, I'm just going to stay out of Effen's house. I'm going to stay out of that area. Because I forget where he's an hour from like Mosley, so I just forget the town, but he doesn't come around much, and now there's absolutely, other than if he wants to visit his uncles, there's no homes left, like there's nothing left, everything will be gone. Mark, I said that to Mia today. I'm like, in a weird way, and I know it's a weird way, it's like, just like that, like Buster's basically he's an orphan. His father's still in jail, but his whole they're gone. Like the whole family dynamics, the system, we're so close, it's all gone. Like that's a lot. Stephen was was he 19 maybe? Size. Wait, young. They really thought it was Paul that killed him because the rumors were that Buster and this Stephen were supposedly having some type of relationship, right? So that's why they were saying Buster was literally in school bragging about killing him. So that's bizarre. And he did the same, like he bragged, like when Gloria died, he didn't say he killed her, but like he said something weird. It's like the killings to him were like when murderers, weirdos like Goldberg, like when they take their trophies, they take something along, like he liked letting people know, like, not only am I rich, but like I'm crazy. I don't know if like he thought that was like cool. Like I gotta let them know too. Like I'm not just some rich boy. Like I'm nuts, which you're really nothing. Because your father saying, you're coming up with, because they would punch. It sounded so stupid. Like he come home some nights because he was punched all over. What do you mean? What? Like it's so dumb. The kid died by the most ridiculous thing ever, that in the middle of a very dark road. This is so stupid. A tractor trailer had to have been coming down the middle of the road, and wait, get it? His side mirror knocked Stephen out and killed him. The side mirror of a rig, okay? Really? First of all, do you know how high up those rigs are? And those mirrors? It made no sense at all. No one believed it. And then when you have Paul in school saying what he did, because he was trying to say Stephen was lying. Stephen wasn't my brother. My brother's not, and he used some slurs, but that's he was in school bragging, And no one ever would tell on him because he, from a fucking young age, a kid was such a bad seed. And you had your mom, your well, what did they say he was 10? Was he 10 when he killed? Well, he just was first torturing the squirrel with the stick, and then he killed it, and Maggie laughed. So what mother laughs when they see their young son is killing animals, right? Like that. I mean, that we'd be in the car. I'd already be like, oh my God, I can't believe I gave birth to somebody that's a serial killer. That's where my head would go. She laughed at it. Yeah. I mean, come on. Gloria fell up the steps and must have tripped over one of the dogs. Wow. That's Alex thought of that, because then he's like, this is what we're going to do to the son. Like, you're going to get this lawyer, who was his friend, to be your lawyer. You're going to sue me. I'm going to get it from my homeowners. And he got all that money, and then not a dime. This, like, such scams. Yeah, a lot of BS coming from really. The very first Murdaugh, the one from 1910, that his home was like the family home is like in front of, like, there's the train tracks are in front of their home. He literally, like, laid on the tracks, and they said that he fell asleep on it and that a train killed him. And that's where they started, where they got tons of money. Okay, that's a friggin' crazy family, but that's where the money began. Because Kathleen couldn't even believe it, writing it like, this is true. He laid in the middle of the tracks, and they said he fell asleep, and they were able to sue the railroads for a big chunk of money. And from that, like, slowly then, a dynasty grew with each generation, and they took over. They basically took over. Yeah, the Stephen Smith case, they, were, this was 2 weeks ago, and they were saying they were going to reopen it. And because they were iffy between the father or one of the sons, well, it's down to now the father or Buster. And let's be honest, the father doesn't have any money now. Like, Buster got the inheritance from Randolph to Alex went to Buster. So I wouldn't doubt that it'll be on Buster's. It'll be Buster's name that will be on that. If there's something to come of it, it will definitely be on Buster's name. Because, I mean, he's the only, he's the one with the money now. I'm just trying to think about how old Steven was. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the dog. I mean, God, that's and they're like, they even said, like, the dogs just didn't roam around, right? Because first of all, his dog, like, I think its name was Cash. Like, he was a dodo. You couldn't, like, if he got out, like, it took forever to get him back in, right? So he didn't roam around. Bubba didn't roam around. But, like, in the middle of the day, these dogs happen to just be around when Gloria is walking up the back steps and she trips and hits her head on them. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, that to me is like, I don't get it. You have a wrench, John. You have a wrench here. Write in again, John. You have a wrench. I see. Just put in a 1 or a 2, John. But you got a wrench, my friend. Monopoly money. Mark, you know what? They went through money like it was Monopoly money because it was like there was no, well, first of all, I don't think there was ever any end to the amount of money that they did start reeling in. I forget the amount. I see it on my main board here that he has a. John, put in number 1. I'm looking at my StreamYard, and you do have it, but because on my phone, I'm trying. You have a wrench on my. Let me look on my phone. Okay, yeah, and you have a wrench on the phone too. Right? You see that, John? Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know about where it's all gonna go with this Stephen Smith. Who's reopening it would be. Who reopens those cases? Is that? Please don't tell me that's like the assistant. Don't tell me that's like going to be a Waters job. Please don't. I can't. I can't handle any. I mean, not that he did his job, but I had enough of all their voices. Truly, I'm good. I don't need to hear Harpoon. I don't need to hear Griffith. I don't need to hear. I will miss the judge if by some chance it goes to a different court, because it will be probably maybe some type of a different, I don't know, but I will miss him. That was our fate. I think that was all of our favorites was him, which how could you not love him? Glad to become they're just a family of ugh. Mark, they found messages from the phones. Oh, okay, to reopen. Really? To reopen. Oh, God. Guys, I mean, how much worse, seriously, how much worse could it be if Buster ends up going to jail? Oh, my God. I didn't even think of it that way. That is an entire family wiped out. Hang on. Let me try to do this. I always hate sharing my screen. The last time I shared it, you guys saw my father in his tidy whities walk right by the camera, going to the bathroom. But hang on. That is whose phone? It would. Well, no. Okay, so Stephen died in, I want to say, 2015. So yeah, I mean, you don't have to even have his phone, right? Like, they are able to look. They're going to be able to just look it up, right? Okay, my impression was that he would be presiding over. Yeah, definitely. And I hope. I mean, I wouldn't want it any other way, right? Upside down, like, we love him, but I hope we see more of him. If the next case, however long they'll wait, or be once they're prepared for it, if it's still within his court, I would, none of us are going to mind that for sure. But the phones, 2015, yeah, even if you don't, I mean, even if they didn't have his phone, you're going to still be able to, aren't you still able to, if it's like with iCloud, retrieve information, right? Am I thinking like too futuristically? But maybe not. I maybe not. Let me see here. Let me just see here. Let me try to get this screen. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, see that? So that's it then. You know what I mean? Like, They're gonna have to open it then. There's just no doubt. They're gonna have to open it. Just don't go anywhere. I'm trying to get this so that it's gonna be the entire screening on. But it doesn't always work. Because I don't know what that is. Whoa. Oh no. Hang on. Oh, and this is a new computer too. I don't want to F it all up. Guys, if okay. Okay, hang on now. I would like it to be bigger, but it seems like it's frozen on this. I don't like that. It's frozen. It's too small. What did they think we are? I'm trying to make it bigger. Oh, people are going to talk. You know that. Definitely, Mark. People are going to... We may hear lots more, right? Like, lots more. Whoa! Look at all of me. Hang on. Let me get rid of some of them. I mean, I know you guys love me, but that's a bit much. Exit that one. Okay, hang on. We're getting there. I don't have my right glasses on though, so whatever it is, it is. Damn it, it keeps freezing. I want to get that. I want to get it. I want to show. I do want to show when they do tell him, because I thought it looked like he was going to pass out. It could, I could just be wishful thinking. I don't know, but to me it looked like, I'm like, oh, he's going to pass out. He's got somebody catch him. But he didn't pass out. Whoa, this is so crazy. Whew. I thought I was gone. I was in cyberspace, guys. It froze on me, thank God. Oh, it was like a jinx. The minute I talked about Steven and reopening it and Buster, that's weird. So Steven's family, they're I hope they push. I do. I hope they push. They don't have, there's nothing, I don't think, well, who the hell am I though? I don't think there's anything that they should be afraid of. But I mean, what do I know? What the hell do I know? They're, maybe I'm saying Randy's not as powerful, but he could be. All right, hang on. I'm just going to try it one more time. And I don't want it. If it freezes up once it gets, I don't like that. That's still it's like you guys have to have like really good eyes. What if we just took me off? And and I could remove that. That's what I'm going to do. I'll try that. Don't go. Don't leave. No, don't do that. We don't like that. That just looked possessed. See, I'm getting all these weird rail, like, they look like orbs. Darn. Okay, it keeps freezing up, guys. I'll get it next time. Don't worry. Because I do want to. I definitely want. I wanted to show you him when he looks like he's ready. I thought he was going down for the count. Like, this is it. This is it. Somebody catch him. But he held his own. We must say he held his own as best he could. He held his own. Steven's mom is happy. Oh, it's between her her picture. She's holding up the sun. It just looks so. It looks so sad. It's awful. I'm gonna check, but I swear he was 15, and that. Yeah, I could be wrong, and maybe it happened in 2015. But why would it just seem like why would Buster have killed him if Buster was, because they said Buster was his friend, like they were friends. So to me, that doesn't seem right. But maybe it was also. I could, let me try that too. Hang on, too, because I'm in the middle of Google. What was I? Oh, Stephen Smith. I just want to see his age. Because, no, Stephen Smith murder. Okay, Stephen Smith. When you see his face, too. 19. He was 19. Ugh. Death of Stephen Smith, a 19-year-old man from South Carolina, has remained a mystery for over 3 years. The case has recently gained renewed attention after the high-profile murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. The Murdaugh murders led authorities to reopen the investigation into Smith's death, which had been ruled accidental in 2018. Accidental. Wow. The initial investigation was Stephen was found dead on a rural road in Hampton County, South Carolina. The police initially ruled his death accidental, stating he had fallen off the back of a pickup truck and hit his head. However, Smith's family never believed that explanation, and they pushed for further investigation. The investigation into Stephen Smith's death was then reopened in July of 2021, after the murders of Paul and Maggie. The police have not released any details about why the Murdaugh case led them to revisit Smith's death, but they have stated that they are now treating his death as a homicide. That is such good news. There are several possible connections between the Murdaugh family and Stephen's death. First, the Murdaughs were known to have a party on the night of Smith's death, and some have speculated that Smith may have been at the party. Second, Paul Murdaugh was indicted on charges related to a boating accident that killed 19-year-old Mallory Beech in 2019. Some speculated that the Murdaugh family's influence may have played a role in Smith's death being ruled accidental. Stephen's family has been pushing for answers since. They have hired a private investigator and have spoken publicly about their belief that Stephen's death was not an accident. In a statement to People magazine, Smith's mother, Deborah Smith Lindsay, said, "I just want someone to be held accountable for my son's death." The police have not named any suspects in Stephen's murder, but they have stated that they believe someone may have information that could help with the investigation. In a statement, here we go, SLED said, "We're asking anyone who may have information about Stephen's death to come forward and speak with us." So Buster's name wasn't mentioned at all. That they kind of tied Paul's name in, but for the Mallory thing, which, okay, that's odd. That to me. Okay, wait, now. What's this? Is he gay? Is Buster Murdaugh gay? This is what? The Murdaugh murders has been publicly publicized. As one of the family members involved in the case, Buster has garnered a lot of attention from the media and public. In this article, we explore questions such as, is he gay? Is he gay? What? I don't even know if I should read this. God, I don't like that one. Let me see if there's oh my God, there's much better. Well, they're all over this now. They're all over this. A month ago, SLED said they're making progress. Really? Are they? Are you now? What, like, I mean, I would love to. I hope so. But no, I know. Let me see. That's the boat accident. See, they're tying it into the fact that if Paul was able to get away, I think he wasn't going to, but at the time kind of got away with killing Mallory, and people around school said he was bragging about killing Stephen Smith. Yeah, that would be a good place to start. I mean, unfortunately, he's dead, but still, it gives I would think, give the family some closure. Okay, so it just talks about there was going to be a trial against Paul, led by, of course, Dick Harpootlian, the powerful state senator. Harpootlian's edge is his built-in advantage with all judges. Well, not that judge today. An acquittal for Paul could have placed Connor Cook under a cloud of suspicion and permanently muddied the question of culpability in Mallory's death. But there would be no trial. On the night of June 7th, the case took the first in a series of brutal swerves. Paul and Mother Maggie were found dead. It was Alex who reported the crime. He told police he'd just returned home. Paul had been shot at close range, twice with a shotgun, and Maggie had been shot multiple times with an assault rifle. 3 months later, another swerve. I love this swerve. Alex called 911, telling the dispatcher, "I've been shot by a stranger while changing a flat." I don't know why this one is so stupid. But a passerby who also called 911 reported that the scene looked like a setup, and that's why they didn't pull over. Then, from that point on, Alex's story quickly unraveled. While the fabrication was falling apart, the firm known as Pimped disclosed that he had been pushed out of the firm a day before the incident for allegedly misappropriating funds. In an interview on Today's Show, Harpootlian was now representing Alex, declared that his client was suffering from an opioid addiction and had used a significant portion of stolen money to buy drugs. Alex was in rehab, full of remorse and asking for prayers. He'd revised his account of the roadside incident. He claimed that, overwhelmed by the loss of his wife and son, he persuaded distant cousin Eddie to shoot him dead and make it look like murder so his surviving son Buster could collect on a $10 million life insurance policy. Supposedly, cousin Eddie botched the job. Alex and Eddie were promptly charged with attempted insurance fraud, but the picture soon blurred. About 2 weeks after the incident, Alex showed up for a bond hearing with no signs of injury to his head. When I asked Harpootlian about this, his response is, "He has good hair." In the Today Show interview, Harpootlian indicated that the suicide clause in Alex's policy expired. There was no reason to fake a murder. Meanwhile, Eddie was denying everything. "If I'd shot him, he'd be dead." Those were Eddie's exact words to reporters. I do like that part. I flew to Charleston and drove across to Hampton, the town of the Murdaughs. Hang on, because there's pictures. There's barely any structures. The pillar of the town is the law firm belonging to no longer Alex, but the rest of his team. Indeed, a person of interest in the killing of his wife and son is still to be confirmed, with no motive for an act yet. Really? Police reported Maggie consulted a divorce lawyer in April and wanted all financials. Harpootlian said that there is no evidence for the claim. Really? I don't believe that. Another proposal was that Paul murdered his mother during an argument, then was killed by his father. Alex's attorneys declined to respond to questions about many of the allegations. He has generally denied wrongdoing and has disputed facts about his case in the media and in court. That's ridiculous to me. Yeah, he's a personal injury lawyer, so those are the best when they have to take the stand. They can lie through their teeth. You would not know it. So here it goes. The first from 2019 involving that young nursing student, Stephen Smith, who was found dead in the middle of a road near Hampton. Superficial appearances suggested that he'd run out of gas, began walking home, and had been accidentally hit by a vehicle, but none of the usual evidence of a hit and run had been found. I saw no vehicle debris, no skid marks, and no injuries consistent with someone being struck by a vehicle, a highway patrol officer at the scene reported. Days after the killing, Smith's mother told the police that she'd heard from several of Stephen's students that Paul and Buster Murdaugh were behind it. Officers investigated the tip, and the possibility of a hate crime emerged. Smith was gay, and his name was being linked to Buster. It was the gossip mill of former high school classmates. Buster could not be reached for comment. But before the officers could track the rumor to its source, the pathologist in the case described Smith's death as the result of being struck by a motor vehicle, contradicting the opinions of the county coroner and at least one highway patrol investigator. No Murdaugh was ever questioned. Wow. That to me is just, they never, why would they never question him? They never questioned any Murdaugh. I'm confused. So a month ago is when Sled's exact quote, "We're making progress onto the investigation into Stephen Smith's death," reported by Fox South Carolina News. I hope so. I mean, oh yeah, and the other thing I wanted to see about who, how much money did Mallory's family settle on? Okay, here it is. And this was just this year. Circuit Court Judge Daniel Hall approved a settlement in the wrongful death of the lawsuit filed by the family of Mallory Beech, who was killed in 2019 boat accident. The lawsuit accused Murdaugh's youngest son, Paul, of piloting the boat while drunk. The settlement will result in Paul's brother, Buster, and the estate of his mother, Maggie, dropped as defendants. So the settlement is being mostly funded by the sale of Moselle, the Murdaughs' hunting property, valued at approximately $3.9 million, according to Mark Tinsley, the attorney representing the Beech family. So, okay, it's worth $3.9 million, but we know for sure she didn't, her family didn't get that. I want to know I want to know an amount, and they're a little bit shady with it. Oh, here we go. Okay. So Tinsley, attorney. I mean, wait. Tinsley's their lawyer. Said he does not know exactly how much this settlement will award the victims of the crash, but predicts it will come out to be roughly $700,000. That exact amount will depend on how much the Murdaughs' county property sells for. That's the same property where Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were shot to death in 2021. The agreement also approves the settlement in lawsuits from two of the other boat crash victims, Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman. While they survived the crash, the pair filed identical personal injury lawsuits listing Buster and Maggie's estate as defendants. After years of litigation involving Maggie's estate, the Beech family attorney said the estate has accrued approximately $290,000 in attorney fees, and dismissing it from the lawsuit would ensure there is money left over for his clients. If the receivers win, John Marvin Murdaugh, who is Maggie's representative, would have to pay the fees. But the receivers would have taken a lot of what there is in fees. If the receivers lose, the estate would have been eaten up by more fees. In either event, our victims would suffer. This compromise and approval avoids that. Wow. Parker's Kitchen, where Paul bought alcohol prior to the crash, and its owner, Greg Parker, both defendants in the lawsuit, alongside Palmetto State Bank, voiced their opposition to the agreement at a hearing. Judge Hall's approval rules against these objections. Tinsley said it was important to the Beech family that Buster be dropped from the lawsuit due to the tragic circumstances surrounding his mother and brother's death. But he also said that the ongoing wrongful death lawsuit against Alex Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Parker's is far from over. Wow, her family's like good people though. Like they give a shit. They feel bad for Paul. I mean for Buster. They didn't want his name. Then they were trying to include him as you were giving your brother your ID. And had he not had your ID, Mallory wouldn't have been on a boat. It's crazy stuff, but I didn't know that they dropped his name, which is a shock to me. That's all. So why would, according to the settlement, here's the top thing too. According to the settlement, $530,000 from the 1,700-acre hunting estate where Paul and Maggie were killed will go to Buster. So out of that $3.9 million, which it's valued at, Buster only got $530,000. The Beech family feels like Buster suffered enough, and it was important to get Buster out of their lawsuit. Therefore, they were more than fair. Wow. So, if it's a $3 million home, they give Buster $530,000 from the sale of it. But is this something that needs to be split like with Gloria's family? With law, like all the lawyers, right? Like two documents were filed in late June that showed a $1.7 million settlement was approved for individuals whose circumstances matched those of Mallory Beech's parents. So no one else died. It would only be Mallory. If I'm reading that correctly, there was no one else. The girls, like, they had, like, one hurt her hand. Like, nothing was horribly, disfiguring. So that's a little bit, to me, odd. That doesn't make sense. That they, judge approved the settlement with them, according to the Mark Tinsley, Maggie, and Buster's names were both dropped. That, the victims, because of, including Mallory's parents, who will eventually be awarded hundreds of thousands of dollars. They deserve so much more. We're pleased with the court's decision and feel like it was not only the best decision given the circumstances, but the only decision for all who had any real interest in this matter. We also believe the ruling will help give some closure to the people who so desperately deserve it. Tinsley said he does not know exactly how much the settlement will award, but is predicting roughly $700,000. Yeah, I feel bad for them. Yeah, and it doesn't. The only two, the what's his name? Connor did not even file. He had a broken jaw. The two girls filed. But that's it. So, like, he got away with a lot. Yeah, the agreement approves the settlements in the lawsuits from only two of the other boat crash victims suing, Morgan and Miley. While they both survived, the pair filed identical personal injuries lawsuits. After years of litigation involving Maggie's estate, the Beech family attorney said the estate had accrued, that was the $290,000. I'm surprised Connor did not file. Because that's also defamation of character. He was trying to blame Connor. And Connor was only trying to take the wheel to save them. That one is very. So let's add. So then, if you have 730,000, what do we say? 730,000 was going to one of them, right? And then like 290. That only, we're still looking at like $2.2 million from that estate. So where's that going? Some of it better be going to the Gloria's kids. Oh God, that's right. Like what they're not, their names weren't mentioned anywhere. No, this can't. Those boys had $4 million that he stole from them. Let me see this. That's so unfair. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know in 2021 what they were going to get, but so here, yeah. February 2023, Gloria was more than a nanny. She was more than a housekeeper. She was a nanny for nearly 20 years. On February 26th, she died after tripping up a flight of steps at the Murdaugh home. It's so stupid. After her death, Alex, who is currently on trial for the murders of his wife and son, promised Gloria's family that he would help them receive compensation for their pain and suffering. That never came to fruition. Now Gloria's sons are able to tell their story, and here is what we know. So it talks about what happened to her, and then how Murdaugh approached them and said, like, I will get you the money that you'll be able to live comfortably. Sons reported that Murdaugh's plan was to help the family sue him over the mother's death in order for him to then collect a large sum from his homeowner's insurance. Her sons Tony and Brian never saw a dime of the settlement, but Murdaugh sure did. In October 19, that's a local reporter revealed that while sifting through court documents, she'd stumbled across a wrongful death settlement related to the housekeeper's demise. Evidently, Satterfield's sons were rewarded over $500,000 that was never, ever given to them. They hired an entirely new lawyer who discovered something worse. This was not the only time Satterfield's sons were taken advantage of. Murdaugh had another liability policy, and he gained $3.8 million, all which should have gone to Gloria's sons, none of which they received. Tony did sit on the witness chair on February 3rd, explaining the horrible incident. It's strange to think that his horrendous crime is being wrapped up in a Murdaugh trial, but the prosecution is attempting to prove that financial problems were a motive for murder, which, they're two separate things. Gloria's sister Ginger spoke up about the last time she saw Gloria alive. After the fall, she was in the hospital for 21 days. I just said, Gloria, I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. She told me she loved me and then passed. So the rest of that money, a large sum of it, those boys better get. There's like $2.2 million left, and they're not even right now. They're probably right now just deciding, like, okay, where are we going with this? Like, we deserve, but they better act quick before this financial, or maybe everything is frozen until this whole other trial comes about. I didn't even think about it that way. What they were promised and what they were given, which was zero money, it's a crime. But if looking at, there is still $2.2 million left for Mosley, you know what? They deserve it. Let the family worry about all the lawyer's fees for having, a friggin' state senator represent your brother. Let them take it a little bit out of their dowries from Grandpa Randolph's, everything that he supposedly gave each of them. These boys are living in, like, it's been awful for them. Just see here. Thanks to Maggie. Yeah, Maggie was yours. Sled is tight-lipped. They are tight-lipped. No, that's what it said. There was just absolutely no injuries, no skid. There was nothing at all that indicated any type of, roadway accident. The way Sled was saying, the police were like kind of saying it happened. None at all. None at all. The weird part is that supposedly with his car breaking down, there was talk like, oh, he kind of called Buster, like, to see if Buster could help. So then if you put them in, like, what if it was Buster and Paul, right? And that's something that they need to go back and look at phone records. They have to. That'll be the way. Yeah, like, heads have to. Heads have to roll. There's absolutely no doubt. He even, like, his shoes were still on him, and like he walked 3 miles away with the wound to his head. Like, God bless him. Meanwhile, Paul killed Mallory. His blood levels were like tripled, and but like didn't even have to take a mug shot with an orange shirt on. His father insisted that when he was arrested, that Paul be able to keep on a polo shirt. Ridiculous, but Paul's mug shot is in a polo shirt. It's exactly what the father said they want it done, and that's exactly the way the police handled it. He's in a polo shirt, which they said that's the first time they've ever taken a mugshot in anyone but Orange. So that's like, just shows you what these people were so concerned about. Don't wear the insurance, and then if people do come across it, it doesn't look like a mugshot. Come on. No, Buster got mad. What ended him from taking it is because Buster and Paul got in a fight, because Paul was no longer even asking him, can I use it? And Buster went to use it. He was using his passport to get in, but the last time he tried to use it to get in somewhere, they're like, we need to see your ID. So they got in a big argument about it, but that's as far as that had gone. But initially, the Beeches wanted to sue not just Paul, not just Maggie. They want, like, Buster knowingly was giving his brother his ID, knowing he was drinking, driving. He's just to blame, as well as Parker's gas station, who also knows we are the Murdaughs. They know my son's like blaming everybody but Paul. And when they wanted to, they were going in the ER. Alex is telling people to say, like, make sure you just say Paul wasn't, Connor was behind the wheel and it happened fast. And they're all like, but that is absolutely not. None of us said that. Like, we all said what happened, and the cops didn't write it up that way. Not one cop except Mallory's boyfriend, Anthony. He's the only one that wrote it up. And isn't that a little weird? He's also the second of two cops were fired. That was one of the cops that, they found pills in his locker in their in the locker room police station. He was fired. Now let's think about it. He's the only cop that put Paul was behind the wheel, left it, removed his clothes, jumped out. Connor tried to swerve to not hit the bridge, but it was too late. He got fired. He got caught with drugs, which he was not in any way a drug addict. They're like, wasn't in his system, never did drugs. But that was setting a message like, y'all better watch. You could all be next if you go against my, the name alone. They had everybody shit in their pants. Like, everybody was probably so scared. That was what the sister was trying to prove, was that she was not really conscious, but it was odd just because it was the last time I saw her, not expecting. I said I loved her, but not expecting to hear back, I love you. And then she died. So that's sad. But the day Maggie went, like, she was still like, she was intubated, she was in a medical coma, which made Maggie happy because Maggie they felt Maggie was just there to make sure Gloria wasn't going to get better, which is a scary thought, but she only went once. She never went again. Yeah, Harpoon. I mean, I don't care if your notoriety, your estate center. I don't really. Who gives a shit? You didn't do it. No matter how good you think you are, your client is never gonna get out of jail. So, let's just slow your roll, buddy. Let's slow your roll. Things didn't work out the way you thought, and maybe you need to come down a bit. First of all, they said it was like in the book, the source that told Kathleen, it was like they were saying it was a big truck that had the side mirror that whacked at his head, causing him to fall down. There was nothing, absolutely no signs of that. Car was 3 miles away. It doesn't even make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense. They're like, because they measured how high. When you think of those 18-wheelers, those side rear view mirrors, they're up really high. This dude would have had to be like 7 feet tall for it to hit his head. And you're in the middle of the highway, walking in the darkness. Come on. I'm glad she's able to say it to her sister too, upside down. I don't. It didn't say the sons were there, but she's. That she heard the sister say it, and she did respond back. So, yeah, for his, he got a flat. He called Buster. Did Paul go with Buster? like what happened. They do need the phone records. I do hope that that's gonna happen. I hope, because I think a lot could be answered. I'm just, yeah, I'm really happy that they agreed to reopen it. They obviously have an idea. I don't know. I don't know why I don't see Buster as as the killer. I could be wrong, but Paul was the one bragging about it then. So just to me seems a little, I don't know, weird. Like, not that you would expect Buster to be bragging about it, but if you didn't do it, why the hell would you be bragging about? Yeah, like I knocked somebody out. Like basically like as if he just like roadkill, like more roadkill. Like it was hard, like just the way he would speak of humans, like animals. That's all. I mean, other than that, let's just see what's next. What's next for Alec? My God, his brothers, like, oh my God, like, I wonder if they were crying because I only watched one because I had to get on here so quick, but it only showed him. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't show. Pictures are mainly of his. They're all of his. Just his reaction. Yeah, Fox News. If that Snapchat video hadn't been discovered on Paul's phone, Alec never would have had to tell the truth. But let's all remember, people, we reap what we sow. And all 12 jurors voted guilty. Jesus. Somebody says he's somehow going to get himself into a medical secured or medium secured prison. Really? And then they said they'll have to put him in. What's PC? They'll have to put him in PC because someone would try to become famous otherwise. What's PC? Oh. Wow, there's a lot of people that are like, they got it wrong. He may have been addicted to drugs, but this man did not kill his wife. Wow, and son. Holy shit. Maggie should have stuck with her gut and not gone to Moselle that evening. Now Buster gets all of Mama's money and all Alex could hide. Anything Alex owns will be liquidated and given to the victims' families. Meanwhile, Buster did not cry or show any emotion even when the verdict was read. Wow. Wow. Oh, thank you, Esson. Yeah, that's sad. But I mean, Buster. We didn't see any. Buster didn't show emotion. I mean, they're a weird fan. I mean, I find Buster to be the weirdest of them all, and I don't know why, but I don't know. Maybe because most of the time when you did see a video of Paul, he's drunk, he's laughing, or he's ball busting somebody. So, that's probably why. But I don't know. It just, to me, I I don't see Buster. I just don't see Buster being the one that killed Stephen. For all we know, Paul could have heard like, "Oh, your brother's sleeping with the dude." You just don't. Oh, it's not working that way. Hang on. Well, I don't know why it's not. It's not taking that link. Hang on. No, because it's on a different. I'll have to put it again. Were they real happy? Upside down? Because I hope every family was like glued to their TV and then in awe of what became of it and how quickly. And they're probably like, up next, our son, and we're going to get him justice. I didn't know, too, like he was going on to nursing school. Like, ugh. Yeah. And Paul he would brag about the having the landing airstrip was a great, the way they were able to get drugs and women in and out. I'm like, you'd be so gone in the mafia, dude. You talk way too much. Like you don't. There's nothing you won't talk about. But that's just a true rap. Reaction to Alex. Let me see. A lot of the things are like very red. Alex Murdaugh's son Buster's reaction was very red. That is so stupid. He's always red. Oh God. What? Okay, let me see his family here. God bless them though. They deserve their day. They 100% deserve their day the same way, Mallory's. Oh, it looks like they're to be announced is an interview with his family on Law and Crime. I'll have to I'll keep watching for that because that I won't want to miss. That I don't, whether it's Mallory's, whoever they talk to, like I want to hear it. What are the lawyers say? Like, where did the lawyers go? You wonder, right? Oh wait, so his son has absolutely no. I mean, Buster is cold. He's cold. He's like literally. He's really just kind of taking it like, all right, that's where we're at. You don't see any family even hugging like that. I don't even see her family in the courtroom. Maybe they weren't around for the verdict. I don't know, but their family, I don't see their family anywhere. Oh wait, somebody wanted to hear the phone calls. Let me see if you could hear them. Now this one is this. See, let me see. We don't want boring ones.
Well, I think it does matter, man. I don't think it's. I mean, something's got to give. I mean, I understand that you've done illegal shit, but that doesn't mean you can just, turn a cold shoulder to the laws of the United States. I've actually done illegal stuff. I'm kidding. Anyway, So, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is.
Well, what is it, Alex? Well, it is what? What is it? Tell us. We're dying to know. This one, let's see. The following video contains graphic.
So next thing you know,
Hang on. This one's just says, I mean, I don't know what it is, but graphic.
Hello, this is an Amtel operator calling from Alvin S. Glenn's Detention Center with a prepaid collect call from Alex. To accept this prepaid collect call, press 1. All phone calls are subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Amtel. I don't know if we will ever fully understand.
That's not a phone call.
I fooled myself. Could I be?
You know what? There's a lot of good phone calls where pretty much you're just kind of waiting for Alex to say, Dad, you know what? He calls a lot, and he'll be like, when'd you get back? And the one Buster's like, just now. Like, we just basically just left you an hour ago. He probably drives Buster nuts. Buster's probably like, don't answer, Brooklyn, don't answer it. It's the pain in the ass.
Hello. Hey. Hey. What time did y'all get back? Back to where? Home. Like 5 o'clock this morning. How'd y'all get back at 5 o'clock this morning if y'all left at 10:53 out there with content? Yeah, I know, but it's 10:53 out there y'all left, right? No, we left at 9:30. So 9:30 out there. So we left at 9:30. It's a 4-hour flight. So you really land at, around 1, and then you travel through 3 time zones, which adds 3 hours. So we made it about 4:30. Dang, y'all have to be tired. Yeah, I am tired. It was easier for me because they dropped me off in my car, which was in Columbia, and I just went to my apartment and slept for several hours. Columbia? Where did y'all fly into? Charlotte. Why'd y'all do that? It's just that was where the cheapest flight was. What'd y'all fly on? Spirit Airlines. How was that? It was better than I expected it to be. What does that mean? Well, I mean, I thought, I don't know, I just, it was better than, I just thought it was a real cheap airline, but I mean, it was nicer than I thought it was going to be. Did y'all have really good seats? The seats were alright, but, it was, it's just a different, like, the seats don't recline because they can fit more. If they don't recline, it's just, it's just different. So you went 4 hours with no recliner? Yeah. But, everything was still fun, and then going to Sedona was a good time. Did you get to gamble any? Yeah, so I did go gambling, and then the next day there was an article created about how I'm misusing funds. By gambling? Yeah, someone took a picture of me and John Marvin in the casino. You're kidding me. Uh-huh. What a fucking... Are you kidding me? No. How do they recognize you? No. Man, I guess, I'm a national figure, I think. I guess you're going to have to wear a hat and shit when you go places. So... Well, I know you haven't seen Brooklyn. I just want to make sure you made it home. And you got that thing set up now? Yeah, so I set it up and I prepaid $50 off it, so it should be good from here. I'm not going to call you for $50. How much does each call cost? It's 60 some odd cents a minute with $6 if your call goes over 15 minutes. All right, well, I'm not going to keep you. You go be with Brooklyn, and where are you going to be tomorrow? Here. Hey, please stay on Joe Marvin's ass to see about that stuff from Mark Ball and any of those other funds to put on that thing. Being taken care of in the morning. So Mark's going to do it? Yep, they're writing the check in the morning. The check will be ready at 8:30. Johnson is someone to pick it up, and then simultaneously running it over to Palmetto State to apply it. And I'm driving to Charleston in the morning to pick up the check for the bank. And they'll apply it too? Correct. And I don't see how they bust when everything's being applied to the bank. Yeah, I mean, 10-4. So all that'll be done. All that'll be done by lunch tomorrow. That makes me feel better. That'll be $350. How much has been put on it so far? Dad, I don't have an exact figure. A couple tens of thousands maybe. Just selling pieces of equipment. I love you, and you. What are you redoing your bond hearing tomorrow, or does Jim just give them the psych evaluation? I don't know. They're not redoing the bond hearing. I don't know if he's going to have another bond hearing. They're just going to rule based off of this. So this isn't like a formal, like, you walk back in there and it's like a courtroom type thing. I don't know. I don't know if he'll reconvene for that or not, or he'll just go off the paperwork. I don't know. 10-4. I'll try to talk to Jim sometime tomorrow and let you know. I would assume he would get the documentation. He would ask the state if they had anything, and he would rule based on those things. Sure. So, all right. Give Brooklyn a big hug again and tell her congratulations, and you get some rest. I will. And I'll call you. You're going to be working in Hilton Head? Yeah, I'll just be remote,
I couldn't take it anymore. He has to act like he's still in control. Like just the way he talks to Buster. To me, oh God, I don't know. I don't know if I'm thinking too hard into it, but it just seems like Buster said, like, basically, yeah, I'm exhausted. Can I hang up now? Making fun of the fact that, like, he had to fly with all the commoners on whatever jet. My God, you meant you flew for how long without having to recline your seat? Yeah, like what? Like normal people. You're in jail. You're in jail, but you're making fun of flying commercial because you flew private jet, which got you in, the hole quite a bit, but to you, it's still better than you would still figure out a way to get money to get a private jet because that's what you're all about. That's just, to me, makes me really can't stand them. That's just nuts. I call Buster Chucky. He's more of a. I didn't know if I didn't see Brooklyn in the courtroom today. That is a good question, but maybe they told her not to because I don't know. I did not see her today in there, and usually like they at least go, like, they'll swipe by her at least even once. But I know I saw just Buster standing up, but there was no emotion. at all after like finding out your dad's guilty. No emotion, but they are just so weird. Let me just see if she was there. I mean, they live an hour away, but they're probably staying with one of the uncles. I'm sure. Let me see. Two. It just everything just says about Buster being there. It's not. Yeah, it's not showing. It's not giving me good. Anyone I pulled up, it's really not giving you much of the audience, the people there at all. Oh, wait. Oh, I think that's her. Oh yeah, she's there. Okay, yeah, she was there. It's on. In fact, I'll share it. It's a News Nation. News Nation, because they're just such good people. But I'll still share it from them because that is, I believe, her standing up right next to him, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just drop that link to that. Come on. I don't know. It's not. It's being weird to me. I'll get it up there, guys. Oh wait, there. No. I'm telling you, there's weird stuff happening with this is crazy. Regardless, wherever they're at, they're like, they got to be back tomorrow, well, in a couple hours. Buster's been probably like, I need to go somewhere then, and I got to start spending this money because I don't want to have to give it to anybody. I mean, I don't know why I just see him now. It's just kind of, he's not as bad, but I mean, they're sleazy. They're sleazy. And him saying, tell Brooklyn I love her. Shut up. You didn't love your own wife and son, but I'll let my girlfriend know you love her, you weirdo. That I hate. He sounds like, to me, he sounds like a creeper when he says that. And I like when Buster goes, well, I mean, what is, like, because Alex like, well, you're gonna have to wear a hat or I don't know, something. He's like, well, I am a national figure now. No, let's not use that. You're not a national beloved figure. Like, you're right now you're a public figure because your family, is currently in the news, but by no means, please, are you a national, you're a national treasure, in fact. Well, that's so stupid now that I think of him, that he actually referred to, like, his notoriety is that. Dad, I'm a national, goddamn, I'm important. I'm important. You don't realize it. And yeah, I'm gonna have to have either a bodyguard or disguise because I'm a national figure. You just made that new term up. That's not. I don't think that's a term. And Brooklyn, if you are a smart girl, like, you're still just his girlfriend. There's still time to, maybe bail out. Get out while you can. You're not engaged yet. So just, end it. It doesn't make, like, oh God. I'd be like, why were there gay rumors about you? Like, I deserved, if there were, just tell me. There's too much that I wouldn't be able to trust him then. I just wouldn't. There'd be no way of like going back. Nothing that would ever be, first of all, nothing could ever be the same again anyway, but I would just, in my mind, be thinking, did you have a relationship with Steven or not? More so than even who killed him, I would be like, what are you doing with me? Like, why are we together? Oh my God, every picture of Buster's hair, it looks like there's more hair on the top of his head, and every day it's redder or oranger. I don't even know why. Whatever that color is, I don't know. I lost it now, but if I find it, I will. It did show her there, so I'm sure what we will see tomorrow is a lot of interviews with, like, I hope with Gloria's sons. Probably with Morgan, Paul's ex-girlfriend. I don't know if Mallory's family will say anything. I mean, if they already settled, they could. Yeah, but that's right. Buster saying, the 10K, and you're saying, and what are we moving that money around for? Like, what were all those transactions in regards to? I'm like trying to figure it out. Is that like, are you trying to tell them like what to do with money to pay on these law fees, or are you trying to just give him ways to like get money and put it somewhere else? These are recorded calls, so you'd be stupid if it was that. I think it would either have to be something with putting money somewhere for the lawyers, or also that was the day when he had another call talking about, like, did you call the guy about getting back into law school? Like, don't let it wait too much longer. So that could be it too. But geez, you only have 10K. Oh, damn it. What are you gonna, like, oh, God's sakes, Buster. Stop talking. You're already not being like, we don't like you just from the way you behaved in the courtroom that day. And you didn't cry at all about your mom or your brother when you did take the stand. You were like, as if you were talking about strangers. And then when they said your dad was guilty, I would have definitely like fell to my knees, but he just carried on. It's like they are a family of like business as usual. That's in the way I see it, Don't let them see us down like we're a dynasty that cannot crumble. Well, I mean, that's great and all, but you're crumbling. You're crumbling. But I think Buster, maybe in his mind now thinks like, I just have to carry the torch, take no bullshit from people. I mean, I don't. He's not a lawyer. He does sales or something. So he's not a badass. People aren't going to go to him when they need a favor, especially law enforcement. And I'd like to know who inherited the blue light and the badge, because I would like a badge just for nothing. I'd want to attach it to a ridiculous part of my clothing and then act like I don't know even how that got there, because I would not put that there. It looks so stupid. Okay. I want to know who's inheriting it, because it is supposed. I mean, what didn't he say? Like that came from his dad, then he got it, or I don't even know. I'd like to see Buster show up tomorrow, like real cocky with the suit on and the badge, acting like, yep. Listen, people, there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Buster. Don't fuck with me. I got a badge, I got a blue light, and I ain't afraid to use either of them. I won't think twice about putting that blue light on. Brooklyn likes when I put it on. We put it on, we're like, woo, woo, we go real fast through red lights. Oh, God. I mean, the shit that the comedic, the parodies that I want to do, it's too soon. I know. We will do them eventually, though, because this is a family of, I mean, such parodies. There's so much comedic room for me here, but I'm holding back because I'm gonna have a little bit of respect for somebody. I'll have some respect for Libby, even though she is now end stage Alzheimer's. Not back then. Now she doesn't know what's going on, but still, that one son of yours was a real douchebag. And, his wife didn't like coming and see it because she doesn't like Alzheimer's. So, Libby, you know what? How dare you? How dare you have to be so goddamn Alzheimer-ish? We didn't need this. We didn't need this. We didn't need this. You'll never see another Krispy Kreme again because I only bought those for Pops. Randolph, you're not getting anything. Yeah, Alex saying that in public. I'm like, you just said that out loud, you idiot. So much material, so little time. I got John Marvin going into the meatpacking industry forever, and I know. Well, what does he do? I mean, one of them I thought sold like big equipment. I could be wrong. I don't know. I thought Buster was doing something with sales. I'm pretty sure that's what he's doing. What he's selling, I'm like the Brooklyn Bridge. I mean, I got a nice piece of real estate. He said, okay, yeah, he sells. I know he's selling equipment. She's a lawyer. I don't know how long she's been a lawyer. I'm sure she's paying off college loans. I'm sure they're living, Paul's apartment that he was in with 2 or 3 other guys, but Alex was paying for, they said was a posh apartment. I would love to see it. I would have loved to see it. It was a very posh apartment, and he was about an hour away from his parents' home too. So both brothers were like, we got to get out of this town. We are so hated. We are out of here. Which was a good idea. I'm not saying it was definitely the best idea for their survival. I mean, unfortunately, Paul had no clue that like being at home was the unsafest place for him, but still, it was a posh apartment with his other friends who, whatchamacallit, Alex made sure to say he's got a very tight-knit group of friends that look out for him, especially, since the accident and all the death threats. And once again, it's like I'm screaming through the TV. They weren't death threats. Somebody that says, like, we're going to beat the shit out of you. Stop saying death threats. But that they were like, they pretty much kept an eye on everywhere he went, and they didn't like him to go like places alone. Just like kind of really, even it might not have even been true, but like Alex being the storyteller wants to make sure everybody knows Paul was loved. If you were with Paul, there was no way you weren't going to have a good time, which that I thought, no, that's so not right. He wasn't viewed as that. If your son is being referred to by a different name the minute he gets tipsy, he's not fun to be with. And as a parent, you should be letting him know, like, alcohol probably isn't gonna be a real good gig for you. It's not. It doesn't make you enjoy your night, right? You're not enjoying you're getting mad. Like they said, he would just like hit wall like an idiot, hit walls for no reason. What's he? Is he a chimpanzee? Is he the chimpanzee? Was he gonna like eat a face off next? Like if you got him real mad, I can't stand when there are people like that. Like, oof, he's got a temper. Just like keep your distance from him. Get the hell not. No. If I have to talk to him, I get a new job. They're like, that one, oh, he's got a hot head. Okay, so do I. I hate when people do, like, they want you to fear whatever. You have to stick up for who you are. And I'm happy that I feel this. I really, truly feel this town has done it. They made a start, and it hopefully will only get better. Tomorrow will be, oh good, thank you. Pick of the outs. Oh, God. Papa T, Mags, Bubba. Everybody had a nickname. Alex, what was Alex? What? Richard Alexander Murdaugh. That was his name. Popeye. First he said he told the cop Popeye. Then he's like, Paul, Terry, Murdaugh. He knew his wife's name because when the cops first came, and he knew both. He had to think of it. He knew Maggie's right off the bat, but for a minute, like he said the month and the day of Paul's birthday, but he didn't say the year. And then the cop was like, did you say 1999? He's like, oh, yeah. And you don't even know. You idiot. You don't even know his name. Bro, Big Red AM is, we need a good one. We need what are we going to call him? Anything but, he didn't want, don't call me Alex. Why? Why? You're Alexander spelled with an X, not a C. You're not Alec. And as Kathleen would write in the book, Alec. You're Alec. You're a dick. That's what you are. You're a dick. Mags, when he would say Mag, I was surprised that they even they allowed it. Because normally if you're going to call somebody not by their name, you say like hereafter referred to as Papa. But like there was none of that. We just should have all known who Papa and fucking Papa T were. And everybody, just every nickname we were supposed to know. Like we were just so on top of it all. Dick yap. I can't. Oh my God. Kevin, where the hell have you been? Kevin, you missed the whole damn night. Oh, Jesus. We're getting ready to go off and you're just showing up. I'll be back on Sunday anyway, though. But Kevin, the verdict, we had to get together. The group had to get here. We had to. We had a lot to talk about. Too much. Too much. I figured then when I didn't hear you were probably working, but is Sunday gonna be your little soiree too? I'm gonna have it for you on Sunday. Oh, you're gonna be a little late. Okay. You're with Heaven's Gate. Stop it. Do you have on the Nike sneakers? I was a little obsessed with that. I was intrigued. Okay. I was intrigued as to why everyone had on the sweatsuits and the new Nikes. Like, did you need those to get? Do I need those to get to Heaven's Gate? I want to know. I'd like to know what footwear is gonna get me up there. Because if I get up there and they're like, "Whoa, you didn't need to show up," and thigh high black suede boots, you didn't learn from Heaven's Gate what we wear up here. Where's your purple outfit? Where's the entire sweat? Everything. Oh God, that one freaked me out. Freshly, they were a mess. That was the worst. It was like in a house. They were all dead. They had all sheets over them. That was all the good old 90s. I miss all that horrible, terrible, weird stuff that we were so entertained by because there wasn't any social media. We had to rely on whatever the news and TV. Yeah, Kohlberger wears a size 13, and I don't know why they're saying that other than like I can't remember if they showed us. I think I remember them showing us like the imprint of the shoe, the diamond, pattern shoe that was right in front of Dylan's bedroom door. Like, are they trying to say like that's definitely not a third? Like, I don't know where they're going with it, or if they're trying to get Kohlberger a date. Like, ladies, guess who wears a size 13 shoe? Yeah, you know what that means. Like, I couldn't figure it out. We why do we care? Are you pimping him out because of his shoe size? You freak. Other than if you tell us like the molding on the shoe imprint in front of her room was a size 9 and not a 13, there's absolutely no reason any of us give a shit what size shoe he wears. He's a tall dude anyway. But I mean, we're not in high school, and you're not like the cool guy just saying, "Yeah, ladies, I wear a size." I just thought that. I'm like, oh God, are we trying to get him a date, or are we trying to get him convicted? Because it didn't make sense. They just threw that in. I'm like, that came, from the guns to the knives to the door, taking the entire door off a room to a size 13 shoe. It's like, what does that matter? Unless this is also, and I'm just on the wrong site, Match.com. I'm sorry. I thought I was on YouTube. Wrong platform. Take me off the list. That was dumb. But they're so hungry to be able to give anything out because we have so far to wait that like even just saying his shoe size is then like becomes somebody having to do an entire live on. Oh God, no. I put the list of the 63 items because I'm like, everybody could read them, and if we want to talk about the weird stuff, we could, but like, we don't need it just an entire, people, there are entire shows where they were going to read every bit of those documents. I post them because I don't want to torture anybody. If I'm going to read to you, I want to read an interesting book. I don't care that he wore goddamn Under Armour underwear and socks. By the way, I'm sure Under Armour right now is like, we're rebranding, and possibly having to change the name because, well, seems we're very popular with the murderers. The murderers kind of like our stuff. It's warm, when they're out in the middle of the night, stalking their prey. Yeah, they're throwing our Under Armour shit on, so we're gonna have to rethink things. Like, everything was Under Armour. Who cares? Why are you like? What does that mean? Just put underwear down. put socks down, put undershirt. We needed to know he can afford Under Armour, and he's got a size 13, and he had he had a jar and a baggie full of weed. It's like, ladies, hello, what more do you girls need? I've got the perfect guy for you. He stuffed the toes. Oh my God. He's really a size 9.5. But he stuffs the toes. Oh my God. I'm so tired. It's terrible. It's a terrible memory for me in 7th grade at my older cousin's wedding. I was a size 5. They got me the wrong size. It was a 7. We had about a roll of paper towels in each shoe, so I fit in it. It was awful. That brings back such memories. Oh my God, stuff in your shoes, you idiot. Yeah, I wasn't I was not anything higher. At the most, if I had swollen feet, I would have been a 5.5 at that time. Yeah, my mother's like, put another one in. How much of the bounty are we gonna need for me to walk down the aisle and first of all, not kill myself, because I really don't know where my toes end on these shoes. It's gonna disorient me. And I had my walk down like I was runway walking it. It ruined it. They were ugly gowns anyway. Then I'm like, I don't care how I walk down it. I might, Sammy Davis Jr. tap my fucking way all the way down that aisle, since you idiots ordered me the wrong ugly shoes that they had spray painted the same color as the dress, which was mauve, which tells you this was the 80s. I had feathered hair and braces. It couldn't get much worse. Couldn't. Luckily, I didn't have to stuff my bra. We would have ran out of, we didn't have paper towels for a week, but my shoes fit. Stupid. Runway walk. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, it was my oldest cousin getting married, and I was one of the cousins asked to be in it. So 7th grade, you're like, I'm gonna be the bomb. Look at these heels I'm gonna get to wear, and they're getting them the same color as the dress. Like, how much? I remember me and my cousin are like, this is so classy. No, my God, no. Hell, I think our even purses matched. We all looked like our grandmothers. Like, we were all in monochrome. Whatever your gown was, your shoe was, your purse was. We were all in really bad mauve. I can't look at mauve anymore because it reminds me of bad shoes and paper towels. I don't need that in my life anymore. I'm able to get the right size. I don't have to stuff them. And anymore, when a friend gets engaged, I'm like, don't even ask. Don't even ask. I'm not gonna be a bridesmaid. Nope, not doing it. It's your second marriage. I was in your first wedding. No, I can't. I love a good wedding to go to, but I hate being in it. I don't find anything fun about it. And that night sucked. We were dancing. By then, the shoes were off. Party time. Jeez, look at Rosemary. What the hell? What's with her feet seem a little irritated? They're fine. They'll be fine. They're slightly macerated from the rolls of paper towels my mother shoved in each of them. But other than that, this was a great night. Don't lose those mauve shoes, Mom. I might never want them for one of my proms. Yeah, well, Kevin, we started at 10. What are you going to do? It's okay. it was a good night. We got a lot in with Alex, and then Brian and Koberger, and then we just the other stuff we were talking about. Then the money and Buster. So, but when there's Sunday night, we're gonna do the net. It's crazy. The Natalie Wood, not her mysterious death, but worse, like the multiple autopsies and the reopening of her case, and I was like so ready for that tonight, but I could not pass this up, and I knew we would all want to talk about just everything about Alex. So I'm just happy that we did it. I can't look at your comment anymore upside down. The stuff and the. I'm right back in it. I'm right back at my cousin's wedding. I'm right. Mm, Satiny, lacy up at the top. Whew. I don't think I ever wore mauve again. My mother'd be like, it's the gown's color is dusty rose. Oh, because that makes it sound so much prettier. Dusty rose. My parents are figured to have you waiting for me. Oh yeah, no. And I mean, I've had some friends like we're talking 3 weddings. Everyone had big no. I'm like, listen, let Nico be in it. Let Nico let him be a cute ring bearer. I did your one. I want to come to this one, and I would enjoy just getting hammered and having fun. No, and I don't want to spend money on a stupid gown that 6 of us are all gonna have to wear. So no, I prefer either two. I like the desk, like they go and they do, and then they come back and they're like, "We're married. Let's have a party." That's the way to do it. That's the way you do it. None of this bullshit with look at what Shanann did. Like the whole week before her wedding, she insisted everybody take off work to do bride things. I would rather shove my head in the oven on 400 degrees than a week of bride things with anybody. That sounds horrifying to me. What are we doing for a weekend? Like, what do you prepare? Are we preparing like the vag? Well, what do you need a week for? You need one day. Go get your fingernails and your toenails done, and then the day of your wedding, you're gonna get your hair and makeup done that day. Why do we need a week with you? Oh well, then Jamie, you're out of the wedding. I mean, that's why before Jamie got kicked out of the wedding, because God damn it, Jamie, you have to go and have a job. You have to have a job that you can't get away from. No, I can't. I'm already taking off that Thursday or whatever. Well, then you know what? I don't want you there. Like, woo, okay. I would have been like, hallelujah. After they probably saw the videos, they were like, do you realize the bullet we dodged? Look at this. Look at musical chairs. No one, everyone's starving. Where's the food? Why does Chris take longer? Like, I can't even. I just could picture Cindy Watts' face. She would not even be fake laughing over those jokes, whereas Sandy and Frank were like laughing at the bump and grind dance, Shanann and her dad. The Watts would have been like, where are we? What happened? Who are these people that our son's marrying? And what are these weird rituals that we've never seen at any other wedding we've been at? We've never seen the bride play musical chairs and get knocked down to the floor by the best man. Nor, have we been waiting at 7:00 for like little wiener hot dogs to show up with water. No, I really think they thought we for whatever reason we would have been mortified being there. So God works in mysterious ways. I do think so. Yeah, it is though. The amount of money, like, and my brother, they had a big wedding, but like, and my sister-in-law loved like the seat covers, but she's like, like each seat was like $25. No, I don't need it. So my brother surprised her and did it, but I was like, are you nuts? Oh my, $25 to put like the white seat cover over it with a bow. Like, it's crazy money that, like, just to me, I'd rather be like, let's not do that and just go away, and we can come back and then party with people. But I don't know. I guess that's just me. I want my ring to be made. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I like the design too. I think that's a really, because I do feel like with the big weddings, the whole ritual of why you're doing it gets lost, right? Like when I gotta dance with a bride that's wearing a babushka and put a book in an apron they got around her, it's time to go home. Okay, I'm out. I'm not Polish. We don't do this ritual, but regardless, I love you, my cousin, but I just can't dance with you with your babushka on. It's so stupid. So no babushkas. No, none of that. I'm very not traditional. I like your idea. I do like that idea upside down. I even like when you see the outdoor weddings by the ocean. Absolutely stunning. And it doesn't have to be a lot of money because you don't have to invite. If you want to just invite 10 of your closest people, that's still nothing, but it means something. I would do that too. But that's it. I don't like want a wedding. My brother's wedding was $250. 2 weeks later, my cousin, 300 people. That's a night to me. That's a nightmare. There's not enough vodka, and I would have been like the bridesmaid from the Breakfast Club, barely able to walk down the aisle, like, asking people to move over. Like, I'm tired. I can't walk the rest of the way up the aisle. That would be me. Little bit too much of the muscle relaxers to calm the nerves to the point where I just need a little nappy. I'll be up soon, hun. Don't leave. Don't leave. Dear God. We are crazy. So wait, wow, it's 5:15. So wait, what time did we say? 9:30 they said he's gonna be on at 9:30. I'll probably watch. I think I'm gonna watch it. I'll probably watch. I do like court TV. Weddings shouldn't. Right. I do want it. I love first of all. I love the water, the beach, and it's beautiful. Tomorrow at 9:30. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it goes, because if he like drops to his knees, or if someone passes out, or something weird goes down, we're gonna be live again. If it's just a normal, he takes it like a man and walks away, then Sunday night I already posted the live. I think it's for 9ish, and I have Natalie Wood planned. It's from Kathleen's book, but it's only a few chapters. The book is not just Natalie Wood's death. It's like just Nicole Simpson's and 2 others. I'm just taking Natalie's death because there's a lot then to talk about with you guys that I know you're interested in. So, but like I said, if something else comes up, we can also still throw that in. But let's see if Alex acts like a normal human in a few hours and just quietly walks away, we won't go live. If he puts on any kind of a hissy fit, I'm going to have to go live. I mean, there's no doubt I'll go live. So let's get a few hours. get a couple hours sleep. I'm not. I'm going to be looking at every channel now, but I'm going to like at least relax and finish my puree diet. And all these liquids. I have so many beverages here. A lot of beverages. And then maybe I'll fall asleep for a little bit. And that's about it. And I got to set it because I do want to be up ahead of time. Prepare myself for the. I don't think there'll be nonsense. That judge didn't. The judge doesn't stand for it. We love the judge, so I just think tomorrow, maybe Buster will show some emotion. Maybe he won't, but it's all right. We'll watch it anyway. I'll post it to wherever I watch it from if there's anything weird. And if you guys notice anything, just pop me a foot on the community tab or even shoot me an email. But other than that, go get some rest, guys, or begin your day. I'm going to try to sleep a little bit, and I'll either see you later tonight. This is all depending on Alan Murdaugh's behavior in a few hours. Either see you back here tonight for a little late night session, and if not, I'll see you Sunday night. And thank you guys. I love all you guys, especially you guys are all here to the end. Adore yous. Give me the thumbs up. That's all I ask. And I'll see you all Sunday. Love you guys. Be safe and have fun. It's the weekend. Good night.